Good morning, good morning. My name, Ronan Vector. My mission, to hang out in your timeline, to find all the cool shit. For me, for you, and for everyone back home. Mostly that. But, I do it to have a good time, first and foremost. Welcome back. We're playing some more Final Fantasy 14 online. We're going to level up our bard. Maybe convince myself to get back into some fishing today. We'll see. We're going to watch some comic books. We left off back on... oh, hey! Thanks for the follow there. Yeah, appreciate that, but... I'm gonna have to pass. Ronin does mean masterless samurai. I tend to be a loner in that regard. I like to work alone. Windows back up here. So anyways, we are leaving off on, as far as our comic book journey with Comicstorian here, with the last night on Earth. An alternate telling of the DC universe if Batman had gotten beat up by the general public and then cloned into a new body. It's generally where we're at. The original Batman died at some earlier disaster, was cloned, given the memories, and now it's like, I don't know, 50 years later. However much time went by. And right now, where we're picking up with is the world is destroyed. It's all fucked up. Batman went to, what's it called? The Fields of Solitude? The Wasteland of Solitude? I don't know. It's basically just a whole area covered by the crystals that make up the Fortress of Solitude. So Batman went to that area looking for Superman, and he found a Superman, but he's being oddly, not non-social, antisocial, you could say. So that's where we're picking up.
Nothing is wrong with him, Batman. A voice calls from the top of the stairs. He's perfect. He's just not the Superman you're looking for. Lex tells him, his body frail, his eyes bugging out of his head. A slightly crazy smile playing across his lips as he walks down the steps. Luthor, you're alive? What is this place? Where is Superman? Batman snarls. Lex waves his arm, telling him, Superman he's all around us. Come, I'll show you. Within the barn, Batman stares at the gathering of Superman clones who stand silent and ready. But Lex continues to lead them forward, explaining that he plans on bringing Superman back. Lex, I need to know what you did so that I can fix this. Batman explains, but Lex smiles, sitting at his computer, explaining that he used technology to open up wormholes and used it to bring Superman back with his spaceship. Lex watches the screens as Batman leans in close behind him. Luthor,
it's kind of a neat idea.
Did you do? So finally, Lex explains. You see, he sent Superman an invitation to debate before the world about good versus evil. Lex had sunk kryptonite shards.
Oh yeah, I kind of liked this idea.
And he had used the combined powers of the Legion of Doom and Starro to make it so that after the debate, if the majority of Earth fought justice, the shards would kill Lex, and if they thought doom, then Superman would die. The world watched as these two great figures made their cases, and Lex knew that he had lost. He stood waiting for the moment when Superman would have to save him. And the ground began to shake, and Lex turned as a shard pierced through Superman's body, killing him. The body was suspended before him, with Kryptonian blood dripping onto the grass.
He actually convinced
In his control
Lex,
room, Lex turned, sorrow filling his eyes as he tries to explain it to Batman. It was a mistake. They turned on us too, the villains. We even made another you. Another me? A Batman to try and get control. But it didn't work. Nothing worked. The world just blew up. Lex sits back at his desk, his head in his hands as he cries. And suddenly the door creaks behind them, and that's when we see Clark standing there. Lex, he begins, and the former villain stands. What is it, my boy? What do you need? He asks. Clark suddenly rushes forward, grabbing the two of them and throwing them into the closest wall. He tosses them into the grass before a waiting Bane and Scarecrow. What did he do to you, Clark? Lex demands, his voice shrill, but Scarecrow ignores them and the Clark clone lifts Batman over his head, ready to break him. But as he stops, a blade pierces his chest with Diana slashing downwards, ripping through the chest of the Man of Steel, forcing him to drop Batman.
I'm doing some housekeeping.
You're welcome.
Here.
I had it under control. Diana smiles at the man. Of course you did. It's good to see you again, Batman. Clark is there again, throwing Batman to the ground. He rears back for another punch before his arm is taken off by Diana's blade. She swings again, lopping the head off. One false Superman won't do it, Crane. She smiles. It's a good thing I drugged them all. He laughs from Bane's back, and the barn doors swing open with an army of Supermen emerging, flying towards the group. Diana stands ready, but she knows that there are too many, so Batman grabs Luthor, ordering him to use his tech to open a portal away from here. They start to run, with Diana telling him to open a portal to the eastern edge of the plains. They'll only follow us, Batman tells her, but Luthor tells them to go. He'll direct the Supermen towards himself. Lex Luthor, I will never forgive you for what you did, Diana tells him quickly, but I will remember this act, and I will speak of it. Lex nods at these words. To him, please? If you ever can. The Supermen converge on Luthor as the light flashes and Batman and Diana disappear. Within a moment, the two are standing on the strange green ground. A haunted place, Diana tells him, looking down at the vast green cloak that lays at their feet. The Spectre? Batman asks, and then Diana explains that the spirit of vengeance fell when the fighting consumed heaven and hell. His cloak now serves as a portal. To where? To the place where everyone resides. Darkness is all around them as they move through the portal, and the Joker begins to argue, telling the others that he hears voices. Then in the dark, Diana explains that they're floating down the river of the dead. The Joker hears the voices of all of those deaths that you feel responsible for. How can you see? Batman asks her. The lasso allows me, she tells him. Batman asks her to allow him to see as well, and he feels the coil around his wrist and the darkness recedes. The boat floats through the murky waters, drifting in a fog. He looks around at them. The voices are starting. I can hear them. Who do you hear? He asks Diana. My sisters. Too many people. You? Batman turns to the shore and he sees, well, everyone. The collection of heroes that he let down stand on the banks looking at him. Their eyes are sightless, yet shift as the boat drifts past. But a voice calls out louder than the others, and the heroes part to show Alfred standing amongst them. No, Alfred, you're alive! I just locked you! Diana reaches for her friend, telling him that she'll remove the lasso. No, I'm fine. What if this was all a mistake, Diana? He asks. What if the world won't go back? What if this is our Eden? Diana nods, telling him that she believes that this is true. But I've also been around long enough for the world to step forward and backwards. Nothing is final. We must be who we are regardless of whether we win them over or lose them, she tells them. Eventually, they make their way out of the underworld until they finally make their way to Gotham City. Batman stares shocked at what his city has become. Flashing overhead is the Omega symbol, and Diana explains that it holds everyone under its sway with the anti-life equation. Guards on the wall turn and watch them as the two heroes walk through the streets. I doubt there is anyone left here to help us, Diana explains. So what's the plan? Take back the damn city, Batman explains simply. But suddenly the two pause as voices echo in the darkness. Who? They call, and Diana readies herself. Who's there? She demands, and the voices echo her. Who are we, traitor? We are the Court of Owls. The voice hisses at them as the talons suddenly appear out of the mist, weapons drawn. And you have been sentenced to death. Bruce and Diana stand ready to fight. That voice. Listen to me. It's Bruce. Is that you under there? He asks, and the leader of the talons pushes forward, stepping through his men. He reaches for his mask, pulling it free to reveal a former friend. My God, Omega is Dick Grayson?
What?
The dwellers of the old Batcave gather around as a blind Jim Gordon examines Batman's face. Everyone remains quiet, and finally Jim says, Yep, just like that. What was old is new again. Holy hell, it's really you, isn't it? That's a bat jawline if I ever caressed one. Dick explains that since Omega consolidated and moved everything to Wayne Tower, they wanted to still be close, and that's why the Owls took this as their new hideout. But do know that when this started, they fought as bats. But that symbol, it became something different, something tainted. Batman looks around, stating that he's just glad that they're alive. All of them. You've been fighting this whole time? And Dick goes on telling him that there have been many wars. But when Omega rose through the ranks, he was like nothing that they had faced before. He was a Batman, but mad with passion, stronger, faster, took over the entire city. There was a point where even they were under his control. It was Tim who saved them. He'd fallen in the early years, had his neck broken. Even though he couldn't physically fight, he worked on developing blockers for Omega's technology. However, Omega's new signal, there's no blockers that can cancel out that one. Batman rips off one of the mug shots from the tack board, yelling, "That is why we need to fight now! Where's Tim? We can..." Dick stops him, telling him, "You don't understand. The fight already happened. We lost Tim a few days ago. Everyone's dead but us. We led a full-scale attack, and it failed. The new amplifier is locked away on Arkham Island, while the signal itself is inside of Wayne Tower. Only Omega's DNA can open up that doorway." Batman talks out loud, trying to formulate a plan, but Barbara Gordon yells at him to stop and look around. All these costumes, they belonged to everyone who died. Jason, Kate, Cassandra, all of them, even Damian. How many more need to die? Batman turns to everyone, telling them that he may not be the first Bruce Wayne, but he's the right Batman for this job. If I share the same DNA as Omega, then we can get into Wayne Tower. What about Arkham? Dick and Barbara's daughter Bryce mentions that they might be able to get into Arkham, but they would just have to speak to her. Batman then asks, would you rather be living here in a cave or instead on the outside? If so, what did the real Bruce die for? What did Tim die for? The cave goes silent, but Jim laughs. Ha ha! Screw it! Who wants to live forever? Am I right? As everyone begins to gather to come up with a plan, Joker then says,
I like old Jim.
I have one little favor to ask. Just one tiny thing. Later, in the old warehouse, Batman looks into Catwoman's eyes, slowly taking off his mask, and she stops him, telling him not to. That little red string over there? She's supposed to use that when they enter this place. Everyone looks up and Dick asks, you really have become a villain that works with Omega, haven't you? Catwoman tells him that there was a deal. Was. Them still standing should count for something, right? She leads them into the back for supplies, and Batman asks if she's going to be safe, but Catwoman puts her fingers on Batman's lips, telling him, shh, just go. Go before I change my mind and pull that string. Two teams were formed, and Diana led the Owls to Arkham while Batman and Joker sneak into the sewers to enter Wayne Tower. The Joker was delighted to witness this new Batman in action, punching and kicking and biting. It all just makes you want to smile. After defeating the last Omega guard in the sewer, Batman calls out to Joker asking where is he. But the answer he gets is something metallic, striking him in the back of the head and launching him into the wall. A mechanized guard walks through the halls stating, Hail Omega, and then proceeds to beat Batman to an inch of his life. Batman struggles as his head is pushed farther into the sewer walls, and he calls out to Joker. The Joker responds, telling him, Not Joker, Robin! Joker stands up in Tim's old Robin robotic suit and unloads his machine guns, laughing hysterically as the clips run dry. Batman pushes the lifeless guard's body off of him, asking, Where the hell were you? And Joker tells him, Sorry, I was working on my mask. It was fate. I was walking along and this grayish, sort of brownish cloth floated by.
Put him in that
After putting
thing.
it on, I realized it should have been outside of the glass
He's
helmet.
just ahead.
Should have been on the outside. Robin would have worn it on the outside. Meanwhile, over at Arkham, Diana and her team sneak in, and they easily get past the guards. And as they look at Clayface, Zaz, Freeze, and Croc staring back at them, Diana says that she's glad that the Jervis tech that Catwoman gave them is working. But is it really working on them? The villains continue looking without reacting, and the group slips by the door that they're guarding. Barbara then says, okay, the next step is to get into the next room but Bryce cracks the code on the locked door, and as the metal doors open, Diana covers her mouth, simply stating, oh no. Back in Wayne Tower, Batman activates the DNA door leading into Omega's Batcave. But instead of seeing all of the tributes that you would normally have in the Batcave, Omega has nothing but his trophies of a conquest laid outside. The costumes of Sinestro, Black Adam, even Brainiac hang in capsules, and Batman asks, what happened to him? This isn't what Batman would do. Joker looks in the capsule where his costume hangs and tells him, people change. Batman then asks, What if the Batman of this time is the right one for the world? What if this clone of Batman is the one that is meant for this time? One that deals with the atrocities that have happened to the world. But before he could think any further on it, Batman
He is an
notices something and
atrocity of the
shouts,
world.
"Move!" However, just as they're getting ready to, purple bindings begin to wrap around the two of them with the Joker stating, "I was beginning to think that this was a trap, Batman!" Batman tells him, "Stay still. Those ties are Wayne tech. The more you struggle, the more that they'll constrict." And a deep, gruff voice then says, "Actually, I've made some adjustments. They get tighter whether you struggle or not. New and improved. My name is Omega. Welcome, Bruce, to the end of your long journey." Meanwhile, over at Arkham, Diana runs into the guarded room to see their old friend Martian Manhunter floating, infected by Omega's signal. Diana rushes to the front calling out to him, and Manhunter looks down. Die. And Diana smiles, shouting, "That's it, I'm Diana!" But Manhunter then gets ready to finish his sentence, snarling, "Die!" Before she has a chance to react, the doors leading inside suddenly begin to close. But back with Batman, he sits in a chair stripped of all of his clothing as Omega tells him, "You fell for it. Wasn't sure it was going to work, but here we are. This chair once granted all knowledge within the universe, the Mobius chair, but no more. It's been repurposed like everything else in this world. Once the switch is flipped, your mind will be rewritten to make you like, well, you'll become one of my soldiers, a perfect hero for this age." But just as Omega reaches out, Joker lunges in, shouting,
Omega would have been great during the Dark Knights
Omega turns
run.
back, jumping up, kicking Joker down using both feet. And he
Although
begins
he
to
would have made
stomp
a
on the
poor
glass
lackey.
helmet. The sound of crunching bone and glass can be heard as Batman is yelling, "Stop it!" But Omega steps back. "Don't feel bad for the Joker. He died as he always wanted, fighting Batman." Batman grits his teeth, telling him, "The real Batman would be ashamed of you. You're nothing but an abomination. The Joker was more of a Batman than you were." Omega turns back.
Jesus.
"I'd have to disagree, because I am the original Bruce Wayne." Omega takes off his mask.
Got some
to
cauliflower
reveal
ear
the
there,
age,
buddy?
The scarred, the mangled face of the one and
I'm
only.
gonna have one more puff.
true Bruce Wayne.
The story's that
Batman
good.
turns away, telling him,
I love
"It's
this
not
story."
possible." And Omega leans in, telling him, "It is me. I let all those people in back then, and they broke me. Broke me so bad it took me
is.
years to even stand up. But I'm back. No magic, no pits, just a vision. A plan to save them. To really save them this time. As for the others, old friends being where they are, and new friends being where they are, at this moment, all the villains are closing in on Dick and the others while Martian Manhunter deals with Diana." Batman screams, "I will stop you, and I will bring you down." Omega smiles, pulling his mask bat down, telling him, "That's the plan. And once it's all over, you will be the one to replace me." Batman tells him, "I will never be like you." But Omega presses a
Won't he,
button,
though?
telling him, "A lot of people have said that. I'll be on the roof when you wake." Batman sighs as the door closes and the machines whirl to life, but that's when there's coughing coming from the ground. Joker tells him,
Still alive.
I remember it. The thing I've been trying to remember. It wasn't a poem. It was a case. A case I specifically made for you." Batman asks, "What are you talking about?" And Joker goes on, "You were talking about the boy. The boy in the alley. That was all me. I used everything that I'd been saving. I went all out. The boy, the files, it was all made up. See, I wanted to challenge you, to make you stronger. But the funny thing is, you didn't change. When they fell, the butler, he took what was left of me and he hung it in the desert to stare at nothing. Never knew if he was upset because things went too far or not far enough. That guy upstairs, he isn't Batman. Not anymore."
So Alfred
Anyway,
basically was
that's all I
responsible for
wanted to
torturing
say.
the Joker.
What do you think? Go on. Say something. Batman listens to the countdown of the machine, and then he spits out the penny that Alfred had hidden for him a while ago. A short while later, up on top,
Pennyworth.
Bruce listens in on the fighting between Diana, Dick, and the others and tells himself, "It'll all be over soon. Soon a new signal will shine. The real bat signal. A cry they have to hear and follow. Isn't that right?" Batman steps onto the roof and tells him, "Oh, you're going to cry. The two charge at each other, exchanging blow after blow, spilling blood with each hit. But as Omega punches one last time and knocks Batman back down, he grabs a spike with Darkseid's head on it, telling him, "You do belong here. Not as a replacement, but as an effigy." Omega takes the spike, stabbing it down into Batman, pinning him to the ground, telling him, "Now I've got to get to the damn machine and make another one. One
I
that's
would
a
have really
worthy
loved to know
successor.
how the
You
fuck
stay
he killed
here, a symbol of
Darkseid.
everything that had to die. For a new world to be born, activate amplification." The sound of the signal can be heard as it gains power. And over in Arkham, Scarecrow injects Dick with a toxin, shouting, "I've had enough of this and this stupid girl." The syringe is pulled out and aimed at Bryce, but as the needle shoots forward, Dick jumps in the way. Bryce shouts for her dad as he foams at the mouth, and inside of the locked room, the Manhunter hears the order to activate. A wire connects to his forehead and begins to pump up the signal so that the world can hear. Omega looks over the city shouting, "Yes, hear it! A world with no more anger, no more fighting, no screams, no shrieks. A world that is finally quiet." And then there's a loud boom as Omega is struck from behind. Batman is standing there holding the spike with Darkseid's head on it, and he swings again. Omega asks, "Can't you see? They'll kill each other over and over again. They'll never listen to." But Batman swings a third time, bashing Darkseid's head into Omega, telling him, "So be it. If they listen, they listen.
Oh.
If they don't, they don't."
That was the one.
But Batman isn't special. That's all Batman is and all he'll ever be. Batman brings the spike down, stabbing it into Omega. And Omega begins to cough. "Damn you, kid." Batman tells him, "Look, you say you had it all planned out. But what if that's not why? What if, despite all of this, you see something? So you did hold the door open, just a crack, one last time." Over the next few days, the small resistance team recovers as everyone proudly wears their bat suits, even with the addition of another Batgirl. As they wait for there to be a sunny day, a portal opens and from the outside a small ship shoots out. It's what Lex did before trying to recreate
Why
Superman.
the fuck would they
Instead
ever
of
let
Lex
the Joker...
capturing the infant, it was Batman ready to save him. The ship crash lands on the spot
No.
that's marked, and as the door of the ship opens up, Baby sits there. Batman reaches in, pulling out a child Clark, looking on at a brighter tomorrow, a world that he has once again saved. Thank you for sticking out with the last night on Earth. Now, I want to know what you guys think. Did you enjoy it? Did you not
about
like
the
it? It's a little
ending
bit
where the
crazy. It's a little
Joker's
bit off the
allowed to
wall,
hang
but
out
it is the conclusion of
without-
Scott Snyder's Batman run.
Any kind of... No. The ending, I think, needed a little work. Everything... I don't know. I would have not kept the Joker alive. Like, not saying they should have executed him. I'm saying he should have died on the floor as a head. Personally. Other than that, I think it was all great. I just don't believe anyone would, like, let the Joker be like, "Oh, you know what, all is forgiven. You may have literally killed hundreds and maybe thousands of people. But you know what? You were ahead for a long time. Literally ahead. We think you learned your lesson." Just does not make sense to me. I guess they're just trusting he's crazy enough to commit to being a Robin. I guess maybe that's the bit. Not everybody deserves a happy ending. Just saying. Alright, what do we got for our next story?
Welcome to the Full Story series. Here at Comicstorian, this is when we take a lot of our older videos and
Worldwide
combine them
death
into one
of a
giant
friend.
video for you to
I'm not
enjoy
sure which story this
and go
is.
through all of the videos. Now, this is the storyline of Amazing Spider-Man written by Dan Slott, known as Worldwide. This storyline is taking place after Superior Spider-Man, in which Dr. Octavius, in Spider-Man's body, gave him a fortune and made him super intelligent. And using this money and his know-how, his abilities as Peter Parker, he created a multinational company using webware, which is basically like an iPhone, and making a fortune off of that. He then tried to make Spider-Man a worldwide superhero. Now, this is most of the core storylines. We did chop out a few of the minor ones, but this is the majority of the core storylines telling the beginning of Worldwide all the way to the fall of Worldwide. But there is one story that is going to be missing from this plot, and that is the Clone Conspiracy. Because simply put, Clone Conspiracy didn't affect much of the storyline, and I wasn't a fan of it. So we didn't even do it, so we didn't have it to get the video for. So here's the rest of it, and I hope you guys enjoy.
Even he didn't want to cover that. He covers some shitty stories.
With great power comes greater storage speed and battery life. Welcome to Webware from Parker Industries, bringing you affordable internet, clear reception, and unlimited data. Anywhere on the earth, even in my friendly neighborhood. Webware, when you are ready to master the web from your pals at Parker Industries. As you can see, things have gotten a lot better since our last adventure in which Parker Industries was destroyed. It is now a multi-billion-dollar company, and Peter Parker is the head of it, with multiple technologies and contracts in the works. Nothing can stop him now, except the villains tearing up Shanghai. Spider-Man and Mockingbird are riding the Spider-Mobile at blistering speeds down the highways, on the roofs and the walls of the tunnels. Mockingbird explains the situation, that these individuals are members of Leo Sect, and they broke into the Parker Industries Shanghai branch. And now they're trying to make off with the secure servers used to house all of Parker Industries technologies, the exact servers that are linked to every global Webware account in the world. Various cars are exploding around the Spider-Mobile as the villains destroy them, but the Spider-Mobile can do whatever a spider can, and it avoids them with ease. The villains didn't expect Spider-Man to catch up, and they definitely didn't expect the Spider-Mobile to be chasing them by driving on the ceiling as the people of Shanghai cheer Spider-Man on. He waves his hands at them as he's sticking to the roof of the Spider-Mobile as it drives at its blistering speeds on the roof of the tunnel, and he shouts back at them in Mandarin. "Thank you! I love you too, Shanghai!" Mockingbird takes a moment to let that sink in. "When did you learn to speak Mandarin?" Spider-Mobile sprouts legs and catapults Spider-Man and Mockingbird right to the front of the Leo Sec's car, and he jumps onto their hoods. "Hey pal, gotta look at your windshields? I can make them look real nice." He then hits the car with his new Zapper web shooters, shorting out the entire car, and then he web foams the car to brace it for impact. Mockingbird then grabs the Leo Sect members and begins trying to interrogate them, but the goon cracks a poison tablet in his mouth, preparing to die for his cause. And Spider-Man shoots him with the antidote, preventing him from killing himself. Mockingbird looks back at him. "Now I'm impressed." He then brings the secure drives back to Parker Industries, and we get to see his new life. He runs this organization with the help of Anna Maria, and they have multiple technologies that they've invented, and they even have a charity foundation known as the Uncle Ben Foundation. He also now has fake Spider-Man running around as him, keeping up the appearances of Spider-Man as Peter Parker can keep up the appearances of Peter Parker. The individuals are old allies of his, such as Prowler. Everything for Peter Parker is going well. That's not normal for him. He's even attending the wedding of his old mentor and one of his heroes, Max Modell. And they celebrate the wedding by presenting Max with a university named Horizon University. But as usual with the Parker luck, his spider sense goes off as Zodiac arrives informing everyone that they are the future. Prowler runs over suiting up as Spider-Man while Peter Parker tries to find a way to sneak off himself, but he can't. Everyone is looking at Peter Parker, the CEO. Prowler is good, but he's not the real Spider-Man, and the Zodiac are threatening the lives of Parker's friends and family, so he gives them what they want. His watch, which is linked to the Master Webware network. He's not worried though, the entire network is encrypted and Spider-Man now has 12 hours to find the Zodiac gang and get it back. He then turns to Sajani, one of his business partners, and the individual who caused all of the problems before. "I know it was you that teamed up with Black Cat and then Ghost and Johnny. I pieced it all together from the security footage of our destroyed building. This is not happening again. Do you understand?" Yes. I'm glad we had this talk. The next couple of hours are hell for Peter as his entire board of directors wants answers as to what he's going to do about the Zodiac organization. He ensures them that the watch is encrypted and he has Spider-Man on it. They shouldn't be concerned. He then leaves to go fishing. Spider-Man and Prowler track the watch to an underwater base, and using his new stealth technology, he hides behind a whale, and they sneak their way in with Prowler telling Spider-Man to shut up, no quips on a stealth mission. They pop up and drop the guards before moving deeper into the base where they find a room of villains discussing their need to crack the encryption on this before the deadline. But as Aquarius raises her hand to declare that by the stars in the sky, and then she stops, because Spider-Man's camo has worn off behind her. That Spider-Man is some guy in the ceiling right there, isn't it? Y'all see that, right? They jump down and begin swinging. So much for stealth. The enemy team begins shooting lasers at Spider-Man, and they all just bounce off. Look out, here comes Spider-Man in his amazing spider armor. Pew pew!
While they were busy though, Aquarius sent the encrypted files to every base around the world. She then presses the self-destruct button while laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha! We've won this time, Spider-Man! Spider-Man and Prowler hightail it out of the base with Prowler asking why they aren't knocking out one of the bad guys and taking them with them. But Spider-Man explains, they knocked out some guards earlier, and they can only fit 2 other people on their ship. They can't leave them to drown. They load them up on the Spider submarine and they begin to ditch the base just as it explodes. But this is all a part of Spider-Man's plan. He calls up Mockingbird and Nick Fury to inform them that it's done. Zodiac has sent the files to all of their bases with the tracer in the encryption. Spider-Man and S.H.I.E.L.D. now know the location of all of the terrorists' bases. While S.H.I.E.L.D. is trying to track down the exact locations of the bases, Peter Parker went ahead and bought the Baxter building and renamed it Parker Industries. This infuriated Johnny, also known as the Human Torch, but once Peter showed him the monument that he made for the Fantastic Four, Johnny was a lot happier. While this was happening, Zodiac broke into the secure S.H.I.E.L.D. facility where they were keeping their prisoner, and they managed to kill him. Not because he revealed any information, but because he failed the organization. S.H.I.E.L.D. then launched their plans against the organization by planning a globally coordinated attack against all of their facilities. But they quickly learned that all of the facilities that they learned about were empty. They were all just dummy facilities. They were played for fools. During all of this, Spider-Man bailed on the op to rescue Aunt May from the Goblin Gang. Things aren't as bad as they seem though, as Peter Parker explains. They may have gotten played, but they'll play these guys at their own game. And he apologizes for sending his personal bodyguard Spider-Man on a separate mission. He explains they will use Spider-Man's facial recognition technology to track down the members of this organization. The question does come up though, how can they track a gang that they've never seen the faces of? And Nick explains to Peter Parker that they lost their prisoner. Scorpio, the head of the Zodiac, broke in and killed him. But don't tell Spider-Man, he'll be upset. Peter is taken back by this news because he really is Spider-Man, even if no one knows that. But he decides to move forward with the plan. They don't need to know their faces. They need the technology to alert them the moment that anyone in their masks show up. And it's almost as if it was timed, because that exact moment they hit the British Museum and they get the alert. Everyone runs off in the mission, but Peter asks the more important question. How did they get this alert since they haven't gotten permission to use the CCTV feeds in London yet? So Johnny and Anna Maria explain that they have no idea. Someone leaked the Parker nanotechnology into the CCTV feeds. But while Peter Parker is trying to figure out who authorized that, Johnny tells him that it probably should wait. They're gonna need Spider-Man on this mission. Then the entire team comes crashing through the museum windows, ready to fight it out. And Mockingbird goes up against the Archer while Johnny gets busy fighting against the other members of the organization. So Spider-Man runs in and corners their leader, Scorpio. But this is all a part of Scorpio's plan. He grabs the artifact and he hits the auto kill button on all of his lackeys. The poison pills in their teeth crack and they all begin to ingest poison. But Spider-Man takes that challenge. He won't let anyone die if he can help it, and he manages to hit all of the people with the antidote darts. He did it, except Scorpio got away. The battle isn't over yet though, but for right now, Spider-Man wins. He went back to his company where he traced the nanotechnology CCTV signals back, and he discovered that it was somebody from the inside of Parker Industries. Since he can't figure it out, he assumes that it was Sanjani again. She is the one who staged everything before and even caused the destruction of the original building. He offers her no options. He tells her that he'll buy her shares and she is now excused from this facility. What Peter doesn't know is that the memories and personalities of Dr. Otto Octavius have been showing up in the living brain. He also doesn't know that his largest investor is secretly Scorpio, the leader of the Zodiac organization. He also isn't aware that there is a bandaged man building a small army against Spider-Man. 3 weeks ago, a prisoner was being transported when a group of individuals teleport in above the prison transport led by Cloak and Dagger. They quickly disarm and throw the prison guards off the ship, and then they walk into the cell telling their boss that they are here for him. And he replies by telling them they're wrong. He doesn't want to go with them. He doesn't have a choice though, as something begins to take over. His skin goes jet black and his hair goes white. I'm back. Cloak and Dagger have just freed Mr. Negative from his imprisonment. He then steps outside to one of the guards, touches them, forcing them to do his bidding. His powers are mind control over anyone that he touches, and he is on his way to China. Meanwhile, weeks later on the rooftop of Parker Industries Shanghai, he's enjoying some pork and spinach dumplings from Lian Tang, his driving instructor and the pilot of the Spider-Mobile when Spider-Man doesn't need it. She's also Peter Parker's girlfriend. As he's called in for a business meeting, they drive off the side of the building and straight down, where he arrives at the meeting and he meets Qing Hao, and they discuss the burning of clean green fuel for the future. The fuel that powers the Spider-Mobile, and the research is headed up by Philip Chang. As they discuss the applications, everyone sees the police searching Peter Parker's offices, so he asks what's going on. It's an extra level of security for the celebration tomorrow since Mr. Negative is back in town. They also ask if Peter Parker can send his personal bodyguard Spider-Man to a situation in a construction yard where a worker is wildly swinging a wrecking ball around. He swings on over and catches the wrecking ball, naming it Miley Cyrus. He then starts singing the lyrics to Wrecking Ball as he flings the ball into a safe area while grabbing the construction worker. The man tells Spider-Man that he had no idea what came over him, but seeing the patch and knowing that Mr. Negative is in town, Spider-Man has an idea what happened. He heads back to his office and he walks in as Peter Parker, but as he walks into his office, a portal opens up and in walks Cloak and Dagger. They explain that Mr. Negative would like to speak with Peter Parker. He dodges a few of their moves, confused as to what is happening, and then Cloak warps in Mr. Negative and he grabs Peter Parker. Now that Peter Parker is under his control, he will show Mr. Negative the proper respect by only speaking to him when spoken to. He then goes on to explain. During the celebration tomorrow, Parker will slip the shade narcotic onto Shang Qingxiao. The drug will remove his inhibitions and the world will see him for who he really is. It will show the world his dark side. Cloak then drops Peter Parker back off in his office, but instead of being mind controlled, Peter Parker is fine. You see, Mr. Negative's corrupting touch only works on a person once, and he used it on Spider-Man back in Dark Reign, so it won't work on Peter Parker. Luckily, Mr. Negative doesn't know that Spider-Man and Peter Parker are one and the same. But now, Peter does know Mr. Negative's plans, so as Cloak goes to leave, Peter hits him with a spider tracer, and then after ditching his girlfriend on the roof of the building, he goes right to work tracking down Cloak. While swinging, he gets to work delegating at the same time. He calls up the police to request some backup, then he calls Anna Maria to check in on the company in London, and then the company in New York. While London and New York are going crazy right now due to Peter firing Sanjani and Harry having other obligations, Spider-Man gets to the factory where they are mass producing the shade drugs. As he lands on the wall, and everyone can tell that he's there, he simply tells them, "Hey guys, up here, I'm the proverbial fly on the wall," and then he jumps in. But Cloak informs him that he was never funny, even before Mr. Negative turned to them. Okay, ouch, that hurt. The drugs begin flying through the air as Cloak begins to flee and the drugs begin to stick to all of the guards. Alright, that was actually pretty smart, but a completely evil move, Spider-Man says, realizing that he is now surrounded by crazed individuals. Meanwhile, Mr. Negative is talking to himself. You see, Mr. Negative is also a normal man named Martin Lee. He changes back and forth, and right now he has Martin Lee chained up while Mr. Negative is feeding him a speech through the TV where it's been pre-recorded. He explains that while they are polar opposites and they normally argue over their goal, this is one goal that he thinks that they can agree on. The crime boss that started all of this and wrecked Martin Lee's life has become old man Shang Qinghao, and through some shady deals in the government, he has gone from being a crime lord to China's greatest humanitarian. If Martin Lee agrees to stop fighting with his evil half, they can stop Qinghao together. Martin doesn't even need to think about it. Alright, I'm in. Back in the factory, Spider-Man is webbing everyone to the walls while trying to dodge Dagger's daggers until she finally hits her mark, throwing him to the ground. Cloak and Dagger begin to approach the now beaten Spider-Man as he begins to apologize to Tandy, and then kicks a box of the drugs onto her. She begins going crazy, so Cloak has to grab her and teleport them both away. Spider-Man then gets to his feet, remembering that he still has a tracer on Cloak, and Mr. Negative still thinks that he has Parker, and Parker now has a general idea of where the base is. For once, Spider-Man is holding all of the cards. This doesn't make sense. This is Spider-Man. It's all supposed to go wrong. Meanwhile, Lian Tang is standing at the bedside of her mother, and she calls up Scorpio, the leader of the Zodiac Gang. If you want to see Spider-Man's first run-in with the Zodiac Gang, then check out the last video in this series linked down below. Miss Tang asks him for more of the experimental drugs that are easing her mother's pain. Scorpio tells her that there are only so many times that she can supply the security codes to the building to him, revealing to us that Miss Tang is the one that gave up the access codes in the last adventure. Really should just watch that last video. She tells Scorpio that she'll give him something more, the Spider-Man. And then she walks in to see the one thing that stands a chance against him, the Spider-Mobile. The next day, Peter Parker tells the world about his new green fuel at the celebration as he goes upstairs to give the award of the Humanitarian of the Year to Qinghao. He then walks over with Mr. Negative watching from a TV and hands Mr. Qinghao the award. And nothing happens. Mr. Negative is confused. That dose of shade should have been near lethal. Realizing that something is wrong, he has Cloak teleport everyone there, but don't worry, it was more than enough time for Spider-Man to change into his costume. Mr. Negative warps in, shouting that Parker has a lot to answer for, when all of the members of the police force raise their guns. And that's when Mr. Negative realizes this whole thing was a trap. Spider-Man jumps right in trying to tag Cloak, but he teleports away, and it's a good thing that Spider-Man put the tracer on him earlier because that shot follows Cloak and removes Mr. Negative's hold on him. Looks like you just lost your ride, Mr. Negative. Negative. During the confusion, though, a stray shot shoots Quang Hao, revealing that he was wearing a bulletproof vest. Spider-Man is actually proud of himself. Every angle is covered, and it looks like he's going to win without any real problems until the Spider-Mobile comes crashing through the wall, grabbing him. He whips out of the building and into the city. He looks so surprised that Lian is attacking him. Back inside, Cloak grabs Tandy and changes her back to normal as well, leaving only Mr. Negative in the building. Then back on the side of the building, Spider-Man is trying to dodge Lian while Mockingbird calls him to inform him that she found who Parker Industries' mole was. Let me guess, Lian Tang? How did you... Oh, wild hunch. Well, she's working for Zodiac because Scorpio is supplying her mother with experimental drugs to save her. Well, that seals it. There's no larger motivation than love. Realizing that he's lost, Mr. Negative tries one last thing and he touches Quang Chao, making him one of Mr. Negative's slaves, and then he sends him out the window. Spider-Man on the side of the wall is trying to convince Lian that this isn't worth it when they both see the man go flying past them as he is jumping to his death. Lian moves the Spider-Mobile and catches him, but then the Spider-Mobile begins to slip off of the building, so Spider-Man whips up its legs and holds it tight, but it's too heavy, and they all begin to plummet to the streets down below. Lian, don't worry, we're gonna be okay, Spider-Man shouts, and she shouts back, how? Because Spider-Man's spidey sense isn't tingling, which means that Cloak teleports in right below them to catch it because there was no immediate danger, and he teleports everyone back to the ground below. It's good to have your friends back. Everyone lands on the streets and Spider-Man walks over to Lian. She is a mess. She wants to know, is she fired? Is she going to jail? Just tell her mom that she will be, and Spider-Man stops her. He understands why she did it and why she was the mole. Maybe she can dig up some dirt for the good guys now. With that resolved, he walks over to Cloak and Dagger, and they all teleport to Mr. Negative's base of operations as he's already fled the scene of the crime. But they don't discover him. They only discover a message left for them by Martin Lee, stating that he is the same as Mr. Negative now. He wants his revenge. And if they are smart, they'll leave him alone. So they all move back to the rooftop, where Spider-Man asks them, you guys want to get some dim sum? Our story begins with Nick Fury paying a visit to Peter Parker, who works in the Baxter building now. As Peter's guards stop Nick and tell him that he needs an appointment, Spider-Man appears over Nick and tells him that he's got something to tell him, and he's going to love it. Spider-Man tells the guards not to worry, and Nick goes with him. And then he tells Spider-Man that he kinda needs to see Peter about locating Scorpio. Spider-Man tells him not to worry. He's got a plan. This way to the secret elevator. Once the two of them step towards it, Spider-Man gives Nick a spacesuit, and Nick looks down at it and he asks what's going on. Spider-Man explains that they're going into space to reactivate the SHIELD satellite that Scorpio hijacked. So, to the Arachno rocket. Over in Paris, one of Scorpio's men, Gemini, has called in to inform Scorpio that Spider-Man has made a move towards space. Scorpio asks how this could possibly happen, being that Gemini has the ability to see into the future by 1 day. Gemini tells him that his visions reset at the start of a new day, so Spider-Man went when Gemini couldn't see him, but they already have it brought up on the viewer. Scorpio goes to watch as Spider-Man begins to move closer to the satellite, and he already knows how to handle this. As Nick Fury and Spider-Man reach the satellite, Spider-Man says that his sensors are going off like crazy, and when they turn, all of the other satellites that Scorpio hijacked are flying right at them. Nick tells Spider-Man to get to work while he begins blasting all of these oncoming satellites, but as Spider-Man finishes locating the relic that they are searching for with the hijacked satellite, Nick tells him that there's one more satellite that he kinda couldn't get. It's kinda big. Spider-Man tells him not to worry. He's got this. Arachno rocket to the rescue! Spider-Man uses their ship to crash into the remaining satellite, and that's when Nick asks, how are they supposed to get home? Spider-Man points over at the International Space Station and he tells Nick to go over there. Spider-Man's found traces of the relic, which is currently in Paris, so he's gonna go directly down there. So Spider-Man begins to descend back to Earth, literally in a spacesuit, and that's it. As he's falling and re-entering the atmosphere, he begins to realize that maybe this wasn't such a good idea. And as he continues to fall and his suit begins to get destroyed in the process, he calls up Anna Maria, who runs the London headquarters of Parker Industries, and he tells her that he's kinda gonna need a little bit of help. She asks him how. He's currently in New York, and Peter Parker tells her that he was, but then he was in space and now he's in Paris. So could she bring him an extra suit? No rush. As he begins to pick up speed and his web parachutes begin to burn up, he starts to cover himself in a ball of web. And he begins to think that this should work, right? Should totally work. And then he comes crashing back down on Earth and he thinks, yes, he did it. He has a bit of a large bruise and he broke his suit, but he did it. He crash landed back on Earth. But before long, a green light begins to shine through. And soon, a hole is blown open in this ball of web. And as Spider-Man lays there, Scorpio himself stands over him. Spider-Man politely asks Scorpio if he can just give him a second. He just kind of fell from space. And Scorpio explains that he kind of knew where he was gonna fall. He also knows that Spider-Man is out of web fluid and he has no gadgets that can help him right now. Scorpio then blasts at him, but Spider-Man says, well, guess what? I still have my sense, speed, and strength, and even without those things, I'm still Spider-Man. They begin to battle it out. Scorpio says that all of this is useless. He has the Zodiac key. But Spider-Man tells him that there's kind of a flaw with the Zodiac key, and he punches Scorpio right through the hole in the key. But Scorpio Scorpio gets back up, he tells Spider-Man that he knows his weaknesses as well, and it's innocent bystanders. Using the power of the Zodiac Key, he tosses cars at people nearby. Spider-Man jumps in to save them, getting hit by the cars himself. Just before Scorpio can finish him off though, he gets a call from Gemini telling him that he needs to go right this second. So Scorpio knocks a person off of their motorcycle and he escapes, but not before Spider-Man shoots a tracer onto Scorpio. Spider-Man yells, "Yeah, you better run!" There, that showed him. Yeah, me. After a short while, Anna flies over in their hover car to pick up Spider-Man and give him his supplies. While he starts changing, they find that Scorpio is traveling by train somewhere else, so they begin to give chase after him. Once they get aboard the train, Scorpio starts to hijack the train by placing Zodiac masks on the conductors. Just as he finishes converting the second conductor, he hears Spider-Man over the intercom informing them that there might be a terrorist aboard the train. But don't worry, Spider-Man's on his way. Anna flies in close to the train and Spider-Man jumps on board, but Scorpio is already waiting and he blasts Spider-Man as he lands. He tries to fire a web at him, but the winds begin to blow the webbing all over the place and not towards the target. So Spider-Man tells Scorpio, "Guess I can't get a good shot either. Is that a stalemate?" But Scorpio replies to him, "No. Remember, I know your weaknesses." And he shoots above the train, causing various rocks to fall on Anna. Spider-Man jumps back to try and save her, but the falling rocks cause Anna to spin out of control and crash into the ground. Even though the car is damaged, they are able to fly away, but while Spider-Man is trying to figure out his next move, the robot brain asks, "Why were you even in space anyway?" And that's what he remembers. He was tracking the traces of the artifact. He remembers where he has to go. Anna begins to fly where Spider-Man tells her to go, and when they reach the home of where the traces came from, Spider-Man begins to remember this house. This is the house of Vernon Jacobs, one of Parker Industries' biggest shareholders and investors. And judging by all of the star charts and Zodiac-themed sculptures, he's probably Scorpio. Spider-Man begins to go deeper into the house, and he realizes that Scorpio was using Parker Industries' resources to do God knows what. But there's so much for him to go through that Spider-Man might be a little too late. What should he do? So Anna tells him to ask for help, and he responds with, "Well, I kinda just did." But she tells him, not her, if Scorpio can use the company, so can Spider-Man. So Spider-Man begins to call in some of the company's brightest individuals as holograms to look over this facility. The team looks around and Spider-Man tells them, all right, their boss wants to know what they found. But before they can really go into their findings, a hologram of Scorpio appears. He now reveals himself to be Vernon, and he tells Spider-Man that it was actually him, with the power of Gemini, the individual that can look one day into the future, who built up Parker Industries to what it is now. So Spider-Man can go ahead and tell Peter Parker that all of those profits helped fund the Zodiac Group. Spider-Man tells him that he's gonna stop this, but Scorpio tells him he really shouldn't cross him, because with a snap, he can bring it all down. Wealth, fame, power, all of it gone! Spider-Man responds with, he isn't sure what Scorpio is planning, but he knows it's big. So he and Peter are ready to lose it all and take him down. Spider-Man's team begins to try and find the location of where Scorpio went, but nothing is turning up. So Spider-Man stands with Mockingbird on a rooftop and he tells her that they're pretty much hosed. Spider-Man just needs a sign and he can work with that. Over in Greenwich, London, Scorpio begins preparations with the orrery, the relic that he stole, and the Zodiac Key. And as they're revealing at this moment, this is the date of the Holy Alignment, the time of his ascension. Just as the orrery begins to emit a bright green light of power, the Zodiac begin to chant that they are the Zodiac. They are the future. Back with Spider-Man, he notices something in the sky, and that's when he sees this sign. Back over with Scorpio, those green pillars of light come down and begin to carve into the earth, finally revealing the doorway that Scorpio was looking for. But Spider-Man appears, telling him that he's here, and he's gonna be interfering. Spider-Man, with the help of Mockingbird and Brain, start taking out those Zodiac masks, and Scorpio tells him this is impossible. How did you find me? Spider-Man tells him with the help of Nick Fury back in the space station. He was sending Morse code down at this location. Scorpio tells Spider-Man it doesn't matter. Today is the day of my ascension, and with my key, I'll be unstoppable. He then slams the key into the ground, leveling everything and everyone by him. Scorpio then takes off his mask and he begins to head towards the door that the orrery has created. And he begins to state how no one thought what this giant key was actually for. Spider-Man then jumps in and pulls Scorpio's cape over his face, and he tells Scorpio that he has an all-new move, Armpit Punch. He then punches Scorpio in the armpit, forcing him to drop the key. Spider-Man then says yada yada extension, blah blah key to destiny. But what happens if someone else gets there first? Scorpio yells out no, but that's all Spider-Man needed to hear. He goes down, sees the door, and he realizes, oh, What's a giant key for? A giant door. But before Spider-Man can put the key in, Scorpio runs in after him and summons the key back to him. Spider-Man tries to block the passage, but Scorpio tears through it, knocking Spider-Man out of the way. He then begins to put the key in and open the door, and finally, Scorpio receives his reward. This door can show someone the future up to an entire year. So Spider-Man charges at Scorpio, and he tackles him in the back. Scorpio begins to fall into the door, so Spider-Man shuts the door. And once they're closed, he locks the door. Outside, everyone begins to snap out of Scorpio's trance, and Bobby is assuming that Spider-Man took out Scorpio. Spider-Man says, yep. So she asks, well, where is he? Honest answer, I smacked him into next year. You're being serious, aren't you? For once, yeah. She walks over and yoinks the key from Spider-Man and tells him that this is going back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Spider-Man tells Anna Maria that she just yoinked him, and Anna tells him that's because she likes you, Peter. Spider-Man asks, really? And Anna Maria tells him, shh, watch, that we can make her jealous. And Anna holds on to Peter's arm, and everyone walks off. Peter Parker gets ready to go on stage to promote his Uncle Ben Foundation. But while Harry assists him with his tie, Harry notices that there is someone else here, Mary Jane. Peter asks her what she's doing, and she tells him that she's making an entrance. But actually, she's here to work with her new boss. Peter begins to ask what happened to her old job, and then he stops and asks, wait. New boss? Before Mary Jane can answer, though, Tony Stark steps in. Peter says, hello, Tony, and then he realizes that this is her new boss. Tony asks Peter if he and Mary Jane know each other, and Peter tells him, yeah, we all lived together in the Avengers Tower, Tony, don't you remember? You helped me build the Iron Spider suit for Spider-Man? Nope, Tony tells him. Tony then goes on to state that being Tony Stark, you meet so many people. It's hard to keep track of them all. And with that, Peter has to start getting ready to promote the Uncle Ben Foundation. So Tony and Mary Jane head off to their seats. But before sitting, they meet Augustus Roman, the CEO of Empire Unlimited. Mary Jane asks if they've met before, but Augustus tells her, certainly not, I would remember. A short while later, Peter gets on stage, but before he can go into his speech, claws begin to appear behind him, and through the wall, Ghost, the corporate espionage supervillain, jumps out telling everyone that he sees what everyone is doing. Everyone here has been feeding off the poor and the disenfranchised, but none of them are worse than Augustus Roman. Ghost then begins to charge his attack, and he blasts Augustus, knocking him down. Peter Parker and Tony Stark both suit up, and they swoop in to stop Ghost, but when the two of them jump out of nowhere and they begin attacking, both Peter and Tony argue about who's going to stop Ghost. They begin to bicker back and forth that Spider-Man's better than Iron Man, but no, Iron Man's better than Spider-Man. And Ghost begins to ask, are you guys being for real right now? Mary Jane and Harry run over to Augustus and they help him up, but Augustus tells them, I will be fine. Harry then tells him it's the least that they can do. Someone saved him and his family a few nights ago, so he's just paying it forward. Peter and Tony, as Iron Man and Spider-Man, continue to argue over who should take down Ghost, and that's when Peter mentions that Parker Industries is way bigger than Stark Industries, and Ghost kind of agrees. So who blasts Spider-Man? Ghost begins to escape and Tony gives chase, but Tony's attack doesn't seem to be doing anything to Ghost. That's when Peter returns to the fight, and it's the same thing. His attacks don't seem to be doing anything. Ghost states that he has seen their attacks before, and he prepared for this, even for Spider-Man's new move, because it was posted on YouTube. Peter and Tony follow Ghost, and Peter begins to ask if this is the part where we actually team up. And Tony tells him, yeah, we should do that. So Spider-Man shoots one of his web coils through Ghost. Tony then grabs a hold of it and begins to electrically charge it, causing it to vibrate. The shock goes through Ghost, and it begins to fry his defenses, and finally he falls to his knees. Spider-Man says, look up, we're at the Midtown Manhattan Library. It's where they did that scene in the Ghostbusters movie where they cross the streams. Kinda like we just did, Iron Man. Later in the cellar of the super prison for super beings, Betty Brant is interviewing Augustus about his prison. Augustus goes on to say that he's proud of the facility's perfect record for not having a single outbreak. And he also states that he wanted a place where these super beings could be controlled because no one should have to lose their family like he did. As the interview concludes, Augustus walks back into the back rooms of the prison and past rows of people in test tubes. And he soon puts on the Regent suit, telling Dr. Stillwell that they will be preparing for the next phase because the world would be safer if he had all of the world's superpowers. Later, Peter and the others in his office watch reports of a new superhero named Regent stopping the villain Orca. Peter tells Harry that it looks like he's man-crushing over this Regent guy, and then a voice tells Harry not to worry, she will save him. Betty Brant walks in and Peter tells her it's been so long since they last saw each other, but why is she here? Betty says that she's just here to grab lunch with Harry and catch up on things. Betty then asks Peter if he'd like to come, but Harry tells her nope, Peter is the big boss, busy with meetings, spreadsheets, and pie charts, and then whispers to Betty, what were you thinking? As they leave, Peter goes back to his office. All of his workers begin to ask him for approvals and for him to look over this and that, but Peter tells everyone actually he has to leave for his Big Brother program, which is sort of true. He actually needs to go check on Miles Morales, a younger individual with spider powers taking the name of Spider-Man. Peter heads over to the batting cages where Miles is at, watching him web the oncoming balls, yelling, pew pew pew! He then lands and he asks, what did I tell you about that, Miles? And Miles tells him, I know, it's thwip thwip thwip. But as Peter looks over, he asks what he's doing here. And Tony Stark is all suited up as Iron Man, stating, don't mind me, pretend I'm not even here if that's even possible. Miles says that he and Tony were just getting back from an Avengers meeting and Tony wanted to test out the new web shooters. Peter then asks, what's wrong with the web shooters that I gave you? And Tony tells him, that guy Peter, good guy, but he has terrible design work. You see, Tony Stark, who is Iron Man, is unaware that Peter Parker is actually Spider-Man. Miles, realizing that Tony just insulted Peter Parker to Peter Parker, realizes that this is not going to be a good thing. And that's when Tony offers to help Spider-Man with his web shooters. Elsewhere, with Harry and Betty, the reason they didn't want Peter to come along was so that they could have lunch with Mary Jane and not have a scene. Every time Peter gets near Mary Jane, old feelings come up and things seem to happen. Betty begins to talk about how her interview with Augustus went, but when Harry looks at the paper, he notices the logo for the prison, and that's when he remembers something. The other night, when he and Mary Jane helped Augustus up from the attack from Ghost, he had the same logo on his clothes. And that's when all three of them realize that, yup, Augustus is totally Regent. Back at the batting cages, Tony continues to make fun of Peter Parker, and he tells Spider-Man that if he wants, he can come work for him. When things go crashing down for Parker, Miles then holds his face in his hands, and Peter turns and punches Tony right in the face. Tony asks him, what's your problem? And Peter tells him, it's company loyalty. Miles tries to break up the fight, but the two of them continue knocking each other around and flying all over the place. Seeing all of this on social media, Augustus is watching and he tells Dr. Stillwell that now is the time to begin the next phase. Miles decides to let Peter and Tony work out their differences and he decides to leave, but as he swings away, he discovers that he's trapped in a red bubble. At that moment, the bubble pops and Miles comes crashing down into an alley. Miles then sees Regent in front of him and he tells him, so not cool, you're a hero, right? So what are you doing? And Augustus tells him, I'm saving the world. Back over at the batting cages, while Spider-Man and Tony are still continuing to fight, they hear an explosion and they both call out to Miles. They rush over to where the explosion was and Peter finds a piece of Miles' chest piece ripped up on the ground. Over in the cellar, though, of the super prison, Miles is hooked up to one of the test tubes from earlier, and that's when Regent tells Dr. Stillwell that this is a big important step that they've taken today, and right now, he doesn't have the time. Augustus then heads back up to the top floor of the super prison where he sees Betty Brant, and Betty tells him that she'll just cut to the chase. Are you secretly Regent? As time passed, one by one, Regent began taking down all of the Avengers and acquiring their powers, even that of Thor's. After returning to his super prison cellar with his latest Avenger, Thor, Dr. Stillwell tells him that he needs to be careful with that suit. She doesn't think that he or the suit can handle another fight as of now. Augustus begins to take off the Regent suit and he makes his way back to the upper levels of the prison and he tells Dr. Stillwell, do not worry. As of now, the suit will be given a rest. There are things that only Augustus Roman can handle, starting with my first meeting with Mr. Osborn. Over at the Avengers headquarters, Tony and Spider-Man continue looking for Miles and they're having no luck. Jarvis even comments that oddly he's heard nothing from the rest of the Avengers, not even a peep, when suddenly through the window Red Wing comes flying in. Tony realizes that it's not a good sign when Red Wing is alone, and when Spider-Man and Tony try to figure out what to do next, Spider-Man gets a notice on his webware. When he plays back the message, it's a pre-recorded message from Harry telling him that he's going to need help in the super prison cellar. Betty Brant went missing and he thinks Augustus had something to do with it. Mary Jane realizes why that is. She, Harry, and Betty all figured out that Augustus is actually Regent. Tony tells Spider-Man to web up and hang on, and then with Spider-Man clinging onto his suit, he flies out of the room. As he heads towards the cellar, Tony makes a comment about Regent's suit. The way that it's unfinished, it looks like he's trying to prove something. And that's when a voice can be heard stating that, yes, he is. And that's that even heroes like them destroy cities with their power. Regent flies in, punching Spider-Man towards the ground, and as Tony heads down towards the ground, the fight with Regent begins. But there's something that he's seeing. Regent dodges everything like he has spider sense, and he stretches like he's Miss Marvel. Yeah, Regent definitely snatched up the Avengers. It's like he's using the super adaptoid's tech in an armor form. Regent begins fighting using all of the different abilities that he's been collecting until finally he knocks both Spider-Man and Tony into the ground. Mary Jane and Jarvis are watching, and Mary Jane asks if Tony has any of those spare suits like he did before. Have them fly in by remote control and all. And Jarvis says that he he does, but only Tony can control them. It was a safety feature to prevent people like Ultron from controlling them. And that's when Mary Jane gets an idea. She begins searching through the boxes from the Avengers Tower until she finds it, the Iron Spider suit. Jarvis is worried, but she tells him it's okay. She once wore an earlier version of Tony's suit, and she had spider powers during that whole Spider Island mess thing. Augustus then takes Spider-Man and Tony and prepares them to be brought down with the others and put into a tube. But inside one of the tubes, Harry's tank begins to fill with a liquid and he tries to beat his way out. Without having any luck, he remembers that there's a new app on his webware that Clayton Rigg helped make from his tech when he was Clash. Harry pushes the button and then a loud shriek begins to ring out from the webware device and the glass begins to shatter. Harry picks himself back up and he tries to escape, and he calls into his webware for Spider-Man. Peter then begins to hear Harry through his webware and he begins to wake back up. He tells Harry that he needs to stay strong and not to give up, and he won't either. Augustus looks back and he tells him that it doesn't matter at this point. Do you think that you can escape my construct? Peter tells him no, but he knew that he had spider sense, so he wanted to create a little distraction so that his spider sense would be thrown off. And that's when Mary Jane appears, knocking Regent in the Iron Spider suit so hard that he releases his grips on Peter and Tony. As Peter and Mary Jane begin to battle it out with Regent, Peter stops and he begins to ask her, "Are you getting a weird feeling?" And that's when Mary Jane cuts him off and continues the sentence. Like this has happened, and Regent ends the sentence stating, "Before, but something's different." Tony flies in and asks, "Did it have more explosive missiles? Maybe? No? Oh well, I tried." And he launches in multiple missiles at Regent, blowing them up all over him. Mary Jane tells Peter to go on and help Harry. Her and Tony will handle things up here. So Peter makes his way into the prison and he finds Harry struggling with some of the guards. After freeing him, he then goes in deeper, beating up more of the guards to rescue Miles. And then all three of them begin to break everyone else out of the test tubes. Back up on top, Augustus begins to lose each of his powers one by one as the superheroes are being freed. But before he can finish off Tony and Mary Jane, the ground begins to crack, and a second later, Augustus is surrounded by everyone that he has captured. With Augustus finally captured and locked away in his own prison, the lives of everyone begin to return back to normal. Peter figures that it's time that he spends more time with his family and not lose sight of things like them anymore, with work in the way. Peter invites Aunt May and her husband Jay and all of their friends to a coffee shop. Augustus lost his family and it consumed him. Peter didn't want that to happen to him. As everyone begins to have a good time, Peter makes his way through the group saying hi to everyone, and that's when he overhears Jay Jamison coughing. Everyone rushes over as Jay hits the ground, and Peter tells someone to call 911.
Down on the streets of Las Colinas Rojas, Peter Parker and Mockingbird Bobby Morris are joined by Tarantula and Devil Spider as they raid the nation's greatest drug lord, El Foco Cuero. As the groups make their way through the tunnels, Peter says that his source is right. This isn't a standard spider hole. Bobby asks, what, no witty retort? Nothing? And Tarantula says that the previous Tarantula said that Spider-Man was always funny with the jokes. Peter tells them that there is nothing to laugh about down here. They've got work to do. The further the group goes, Peter tells everyone that they don't have the element of surprise. He'll have to be the one to take the lead. The spider sense should give them some warning that something is going on. And Bobby asks, what is your entire plan exactly? Just running headfirst in? Tarantula radios back to S.H.I.E.L.D. stating that she would like to take command of the mission, and Nick Fury tells her negative. Spider-Man stays in charge. Plus, he's the only one who knows where everyone's going. Nick then asks, are they going to know how they got this intel? And Peter tells him that someone owed him a favor, because just prior to this operation, that source happened to be the Kingpin, Wilson Fisk. Back in the tunnels, a group of goblins appear, and Peter says, yeah, this is the right place, all right. The goblins throw flash grenades and they blind almost everyone. Peter shouts, don't worry, I got this. Meanwhile, above on the streets, a cloaked woman finishes planting an explosive along the street when some of the residents come out asking what are those things in the street. One of the boys says that he's gonna go get one, and the cloaked woman screams for him to get back and starts to fire her gun into the air. Down below, the fight with the goblins continue, and Tarantula says that she thought that this impressive spider sense was going to alert them. Peter tells her, yeah, if you want out, that's fine. The spider pods are back that way. Bobby shouts to just stop it. She gets that he's not always a team player, but he needs backup on this one. Peter punches into one of the goblins and tells her no. He knows exactly what he needs, and it's not anyone who's gonna hold him back or be in his way. Is that clear? Bobby asks, what's gotten into you? And Peter says that she has no idea what he's been through, what he's lost. He needs this win. He needs Osborn. Devil Spider jumps in, kicking one of the goblins, stating that he thought that they were supposed to be after El Facaro. You know, their nation's drug lord and gun runner. And Peter tells him that there is no El Facaro. There never was. It's Norman Osborn using another face with another identity. Just then, Vaquero appears with a machine gun firing, stating that he has gutted people for much less than breaking into his home. Back topside, the cloaked woman makes sure that the coast is clear of any remaining residents and then presses the switch, causing a massive explosion. The shockwave of the blast travels all the way back underground where Peter and the rest are hiding out. Vaquero makes his escape, and Peter spots a bag with pumpkin bombs and calls out to Devil Spider. After Peter tosses a goblin at him, Devil Spider asks what is he supposed to do with this guy. Peter says that they're S.H.I.E.L.D. guys. Take these men and get out. Take the pods, don't wait for him. One of the field agents then looks at Bobby and asks what do they do, and she tells them, do what Spider-Man says. She's sticking with him. As Peter and Bobby run on, she asks what is the plan then, and Peter says that he has no idea. He's kind of making it up as he goes. While the structure behind them falls, Peter quickly webs up Vaquero and grabs him, continuing to run along the same path that he was going. A blast from behind throws the three of them into the pool room, and Peter says, well, last one has to do extra laps. More debris starts to come down around them, and Peter takes the bag of bombs to the bottom of the pool and arms them. He surfaces, telling them both to take a deep breath. The water wasn't brought down here in buckets. It would have to have been pumped in. But before Bobby can even ask, the charges go off underwater, sucking all three of them down into it. Peter shouts to them to close their mouth. Trust him! Seconds later, everyone is thrown through the sewage drain, and Vaquero shouts, you are both crazy! Peter says, come on, Norman, like you'd know crazy. And Vaquero shouts, stop calling me that! I am not this Norman Osborn person. Then Bobby asks, you don't think maybe he's not? Later at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick says that this is not Osborn. Fingerprints, retinal scans, voice recognition, whatever he thought, this isn't Norman Osborn. Peter screams out in frustration, breaking the table. And Nick tells him, I hope you feel better. That was a spy table. Those cost more. Elsewhere, though, Norman Osborn, wearing Vaquero's face, says that it looks like the real Vaquero was almost killed. This face is now useless. As Norman walks further into his hideout, Dr. Dragovic says that he laid out many choices for him this time. And Norman looks at the wall of human faces and says perhaps it's time to show his true face again. It would almost be like a homecoming. The next day, Peter heads over to Aunt May's apartment where Harry and Betty are keeping Aunt May company while Peter has been away. He pulls Harry aside and tells him, look, I'm gonna need you to stay a little bit longer. I've got something else to take care of. Later at JFK Airport, Bobby asks what's the big deal. Shouldn't they be taking one of Parker Industries' private jets to Hong Kong? Isn't there another one that they could take? Peter tells her that the plane is down for maintenance, and on his list of personal problems, he never thought having another jet would be one of them. While the two of them wait for their flight, Peter sits and says that he's got one. An evil clone of himself brought his loved ones back from the dead. It emotionally scarred him and everyone close to him. Bobby then takes a bite of her sandwich and says that she's time traveled to the Wild West, killed a cowboy, and his ghost went on to stalk her in the present. Oh, and that ruined her first marriage. Peter says, fine, you win. Later that night aboard the flight, Peter wakes Bobby up from her peaceful nap and says that he's just wondering, has she ever thought that maybe they could be together? Maybe dating or something? Aunt May leans up from the chair and says that if that is how Peter Benjamin Parker asks girls out, it's no wonder that she doesn't have any grandkids. Harry then pops up stating, well, technically he's still watching Aunt May, right? Once the plane touches down, Peter has Harry and Aunt May taken to get ready for their Uncle Ben Foundation charity event. Quietly though, he says that this is supposed to be just the two of them here. Bobby tells him don't stress about it too much. The lead said that Osborn could be in any of these cities. Peter says, yeah, there's only one way to find out though. So the two of them suit up to Spider-Man and Mockingbird. And Bobby says, keep in mind, this isn't like before. They do not have permission to be here. S.H.I.E.L.D. will not have their backs. It's just the two of them. They travel around the city and Peter says that she's still a secret agent lady, right? She's got to know some doors that they can knock on to find a rogue international gun runner. Bobby says, well, she does have some ideas, but if Norman Osborn has been setting up shop in Hong Kong, then they might have to break a few jaws and bruise a few knuckles, but they will find it. A little while later, Peter knocks at the last guy and says that they were just playing Mahjong, and Bobby tells him that this was a serious backroom gambling den. Peter then shouts louder, Mahjong! And Bobby says, yeah, that's what they play here. Peter then pulls Bobby aside and says that he's a little uncomfortable with all of this. Does it feel weird that they're only beating up Asian people? It's just that he's so used to beating up people of all races and creeds in New York. Bobby rubs her head stating that they are in Hong Kong, but would it help if they went somewhere where people were in masks and that it could be anyone underneath them? Peter says that he knows it's a cop-out, but yeah, he'll take that. Moments later at another gun den, Bobby finds a shipment of pumpkin bombs and Peter grabs the masked man asking, where's Osborn? Don't lie. My spider sense can pick it up, which actually, no it doesn't. The man shouts that he doesn't know. All Osborn said was something about UBF. Bobby says that she's been speaking Mandarin for a while and she has no idea what that means. Peter shouts stating over and over, and then he says, UBF, right, the Uncle Ben cool. Foundation, right where Aunt May and Harry are right now. Meanwhile, over at the charity event, Norman Osborn, wearing his new face, spots Aunt May and gets ready to make his move. But before he does, a woman asks, anything else, Mr. Osborn? Harry takes a piece of food and tells the waitress no thanks. It's actually Lyman now. Harry Lyman. Norman grits his teeth, realizing that his son is now using his mother's maiden name. After everything, he casts cast aside the
seen this
Osborn
before,
legacy, his birthright. A few buildings over, the cloaked woman from before grips her rifle, taking aim at
cool.
Harry. Peter and Bobby spot what looks like a floating
Let's
sniper
say
rifle, so
he's
Peter
only
swings down, kicking that woman. The gun goes off, and everyone at the event begins to run inside. The cloaked woman then runs behind Bobby, kicking her away, and Peter fires his web coil, sorting out the cloak tech on the woman. In a flash, the figure appears, and Peter asks, "How are you alive? What's going on?" And Silver Sable says what's going on as he just saved Norman Osborn. Back over at the event, the guests heard the gunshot and started running towards the exit. But for Harry, Norman tackles him to the ground, asking his son if he's been hit. Harry says he doesn't think so, but that voice in "Son, you can't be my father. You can't be back."
more to
Norman
go.
tells him, "You may
I
be
got
a
a
whiny
round
little
reborn
brat, but you will
done.
always be my boy, my firstborn, and Osborn. Now, if you'll excuse me, Daddy's got some work to do." Across the way, Peter
work
asks
on all
what the
the
heck is
other-
going on, and Sable fires her grappling gun, stating that she missed her shot and now Osborn's getting away. As Peter and Bobby follow, Bobby says that Sable's alive again. "You don't think that she's a clone, Peter?" And Peter stops her, telling her, just don't. I can't do clones anymore." He swings down past the event, asking if Mrs.
I
Parker
don't
is
think
okay.
anyone
And Harry shouts that they're all fine, but the one in the
We're all
back on those
sick of
bikes
it.
is... Peter tells him, "I know, it's your father. Don't worry. I'm gonna take care of this." With Peter leaving, Harry looks around and sees the man that Norman was speaking with and asks what business do they have together. The man says that he doesn't want to be mixed up in this. The guy had given him an invite to some expo. They can have it. Up ahead, Peter and the others chase after Norman, and Norman looks back, seeing Sable, stating that she must have been the ghost following him around the globe. She's supposed to be dead, and they're gonna
Please
rectify
get
that.
prepared.
As the Goblin soldiers open fire, Bobby radios into Nick that they need backup, and over the intercom, Nick tells her that a request is denied. And as Bobby asks why, he tells her that what he sees is a SHIELD agent out of her jurisdiction in an international terrorist event who just fired at a charity event. China doesn't know that they're there, and therefore she cannot be a part of this. Copy? Bobby tries to explain, but Nick talks over her, telling her, "Copy?" And Bobby sighs, "Copy." Peter looks back, asking, "So there's not gonna be any backup, is there?" Bobby tells him, "It's worse. I'm sorry." And she falls back. Sable manages to latch onto one of the flyers, kicking the man off, and as his body hits a neon sign, Peter asks, Sable says that he was wearing body armor and the sign was only 12 feet from the roof. Peter then asks, "So you're saying he's alive, right?" Sable says, "Yeah, sure." Back at the event, Harry takes the invite card and puts the web address into his webware, and he sees the Green Goblin logo loading. After a few seconds of connecting, a stream of Norman Osborn appears, and he tells everyone that he would like to welcome them to their members-only live stream at the Goblin Army Expo. Weapons of tomorrow, today! Both Peter and Sable start to close in on Norman as they fly into a still-being-built building, and Sable says that it seems a little too easy. As the two follow down the elevator shaft, Peter says, "Yeah, they're totally Admiral Akbaring this. It's a trap!" Down below, outside of the dome, Norman tells the people that they're all about to witness the latest his weapons have to offer against the amazing Spider-Man and the one and only Silver Sable. These new Goblin gliders will run on power cells that will last longer than the previous model, while providing a heft. Peter shouts to Norman, "Shut up! I'm not some visual aid for your new product rollout." He webs onto one of the flyers, causing it to whip around and crash, and then he asks the crowd if he can get $1 on the busted scrap. $1, 2 to the man on the pointy chin. Norman says, "Spider-Man is always the fool. This presentation wasn't for the cycles. Countess, if you please." Countess Katrina says, "Of course, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the star of the show, the Kingslayer Mark I." Blue lights illuminate from the shadows, and the giant bipedal tank walks out, crushing the ground as it moves. Norman tells everyone that the Kingslayer walking tank comes both piloted and self-driving. Today we will watch as it overwhelms 2 superhuman combatants, one of whom is outfitted with top-of-the-line Parker tech, Spider-Man. The tank begins to fire at the two of them, and while they try to defend themselves, Peter shouts to Norman that he's just hiding from him, afraid to show his own face in public, afraid to go face-to-face with him like a coward. Norman tells the cameraman to cut the feed. "We're done here. The tank will finish the job." Peter laughs, stating, "Haha, that struck a nerve," and Sable calls down to Katrina for what she's done to her people. She's gonna be next on her list. After being knocked to the ground, Sable says that her weapons and the Parker Industries technology isn't having much effect. So what now, Spider-Man? Peter looks down at the downed flyer and he says that Norman mentioned new power cells, and then he webs up the base of the tank. As he jumps away, he asks Sable if she's ever seen the movie Jaws before. She tells him yes, and then fires, hitting the power cell, causing a massive explosion, taking out the tank. As the smoke clears, Peter says, "Okay, now that that is over, spill it. How are you even alive?" She reloads her gun, telling him, "It doesn't matter. All that matters is that my demise made all of this possible. Those gliders, that tank, all of the weapons that the Goblin Army sells across the globe. They're all being made in Symkaria. Osborn and Katrina transformed their country into a war machine, enslaving the people to build for them." Peter tells her, "Well, things have changed. You help me bring Norman to justice and I will bankroll the entire operation." But while Peter loads up his jet with all of his equipment, Nick Fury tells his agents, "We have just confirmed that an an American contractor. One with dealings with S.H.I.E.L.D. is about to invade the sovereign nation of Socaria. So from this point on, we are severing all ties with Parker Industries. Now they are a threat, no different than AIM or Hydra, and our duty is to stop them. Understood? The agents all shout, "Sir, yes, sir!" And Nick asks again. Bobby says, "Sir, yes, sir." Later over at Castle Kharkov, the doctor begins to unwrap Norman's face, stating that the muscles in the face were not meant to. And Norman tells him, "Yes, I've heard it before. Now get on with it." Norman gets up from the chair to check the mirror, and Dragovic says that it's not his fault. He used all of his skull, and Norman throws back a canister, shooting out the gas, and he says, "I have no use for you anymore, right? That gas is the goblin serum, which for me, I'm 100% immune to. So this is all Norman Osborn, and this is going to make me far more dangerous." Katrina sees Norman walking out of the lab and asks, "How did it go?" He tells her that she's not going to want to go in there, and asks for his latest face. How does it look? He steps out of the shadows, and all you can see is his disfigured, old, original face. Back with Peter and Sable, they ride the Parker jet over to Symkaria, and Peter says, "Look, we've got time to kill. How are you alive?" She sighs and tells him, "Fine. It was back when we were at Otto Octavius' underwater base. After you told me to leave, no, rather, when you ordered me to leave, I used the same stealth technology that I had used before while Rhino was holding me underwater. There was a moment when Rhino let go to check on me, and that's when I reached for my knife and stabbed him in the head. Because everyone thought I was dead, my enemies relaxed, and it made it easier to hunt them down. However, because of that absence, my countrymen feared my death, which allowed the Countess to rise in power. And thanks to her unholy alliance with Norman Osborn," Peter stops her, stating, "That's my part. I should have stopped Osborn a long time ago, but things are different." A little while later, as Peter's jet touches down, Nick asks for a status report, because there should be enough combat vehicles to take on the Hulk. One of the agents says, "Or we could have been had. The jet's completely empty, sir." Nick waits for a moment and then screams for Bobby to come in. She radios back that he needs to check the top drawer. Inside, he's going to find her ID and her badge. Consider this her resignation from S.H.I.E.L.D. And as she cuts the line, Bobby looks off in the distance and says, "Well, it was a nice career while it lasted." Seconds later, a second jet lands and Peter steps out, stating, "Sure, when I do it, it's bad. But when Cap, Namor, and the Human Torch invade foreign lands, it's cool." He then turns back to Bobby, telling her, "I really appreciate this." And Bobby says she's worked with him long enough to know whatever he's doing it for the right reasons. He looks at her, telling her, "Aw, you believe in me." And Bobby tells him, "All right, now you're making it weird." Sable introduces her new Wild Pack and says that these people are from all over, each affected by the things that Norman and Katrina have done. Tango asks Peter if these things come with instructions, and then he says that he's just kidding. If it drives, flies, or shoots, they will make it work. The Wild Pack has this. Peter points at Tango, stating, "Okay, rule 1. I'm the only guy here that cracks jokes. Try that again, and I'll be taking my toys and going home." From there, the group moves out, and they quickly take down one of the munition factories. Peter calls out to Norman that he knows he's watching this. They could save everyone some time if they just cut to the chase and fight it out. And Norman tells him that he won't be goaded so easily. It's time for the main forces to move. From the woods, more of the Kingslayers step out while the ground soldiers begin to move into position. Bobby leads the group with the flyers into the air while Peter stays in the ground, telling the civilians that they are here to save them. And some of the people ask, "Why should we trust you? You could be worse." And Peter asks, "Did you start getting the Daily Bugle out here? I'm the good guy. I'm Spider-Man." Sable pushes Peter aside and tells everyone that she is the proud daughter of these lands, Sublin Novia, sworn protector of the realm. She begs forgiveness for her long absence, and she will make Symkaria free again. The crowd begins to rally behind Sable, and Peter says, "Well, that was pretty awesome." When the civilians get clear, Peter and Sable make their way into the thick of the fight, helping push back the Goblin army. Over at the castle, Norman watches and says, "This has gone on far too long. It is time to roll out the big ticket item." Back in the battlefield, the soldiers begin to jump out of the toppled tanks and they begin to run over to the ground, kicking Peter off of his bike. One of the soldiers holds him down and begins to laugh, and Peter flips him over, asking, "What's so funny?" while taking off his mask. He looks and sees that these men are not just suits, they're full-on goblins. Osborn has been changing them. As Peter learns the truth of Norman's plan, Norman himself begins to ready his final weapon, a missile full of goblin serum pointed straight at a nearby town. Just then, everyone stops as they hear Norman's missile being launched, and Peter says, "They're gonna gas their own people." Bobby takes to the air, stating that she's already way ahead of him on this, and Sable begins giving orders to the Wild Pack for those with flyers to assist Mockingbird. The remaining help evacuate the rest of the city. Peter tells her, "Hang on, there's only one person who should be calling the shots here." And Sable runs on ahead, telling him, "Yeah, in her homeland, it will be her." While the Wild Pack provides Bobby with cover fire, she radios back to S.H.I.E.L.D. that they are needed ASAP. Things have escalated into an international incident. Nick tells her, "Nuh-uh, you don't get to do this. You resigned." She shouts that they fired a missile at civilians, and as Nick asks, "Where are you?" she screams, "Where do you think?" Moments later, Peter and Sable break into the castle control room, and Sable tells Katrina that her reign is over. Juliet then radios in that they have a problem. The civilians are fighting back to stay, and Katrina says that it looks like she still rules. Sable then grabs a sword from the wall, telling her that she she challenges her in the true name of Symkaria. Katrina grabs the other sword, telling her that she accepts. She has been trained to be the best swordsman in all of York. And Peter shouts, "We really don't have time for these royal shenanigans." And Sable tells her to go find Osborn. That's an order. He webs off asking, "Where have I heard that before? Oh, wait, it was when you almost died. Wait, that turned out pretty good, so never mind. Let's go." Once again, Peter follows his spider sense to where the danger is coming from, and he turns the corner, punching Goblin Dragovic. He looks at him and says, "You're not the goblin that I was looking for." And Norman holds out a switch, telling him, "Stop right there, or I'm going to press the trigger and detonate a missile." Peter tells him, "Okay, can we talk about your face now? Because, what happened to your face?" Norman tells him, "No jokes. Before you may have rattled me, but right now you wouldn't want me to be rattled." Peter tells him, "All right, no jokes. Just hand over the trigger. Without your goblin form, I've got you beat." And Norman tells him, "That's true, but you'll have to catch me first." And he begins to run down the hallway. Peter gives chase with his spider sense going off and the gas beginning to pour into the room. As he continues to charge through, he jumps on the wall to stick, but he doesn't stick. And Norman laughs, telling him, "Ha ha ha ha, that one should be familiar." And Peter gets back up, telling him, "Different chemicals inhibiting different powers. You're sure going through a lot here, so why?" And Norman shouts, "Why do you think? To put us on equal footing, of course. Here we are, neither goblin nor spider, man to man." Peter throws up his arms, telling him, "It's not over. I've still got some tricks up my sleeves. Web shooters, cartridge set." Norman flips another switch and electricity shoots out into him, shorting out the web shooters. And then Norman says, "There was never any remote detonator. This switch is just for the electromagnetic pulse, so say goodbye to your pathetic spider armor." As Peter's lenses distort, he pulls them out. Norman takes off his coat, telling him, "You're the one who made this personal. I was in a different corner of the world, minding my own business when someone got that itch. You could have moved on. Honestly, what have I ever done to you?" Peter thinks back to the death of Gwen Stacy, and then he gets back up, tackling Norman out the window.
Yeah, you
Over
wouldn't
above
have
the
to think
city,
too hard
Bobby
about
shouts
that.
out that she disabled the explosive device, but the gas globes will shatter. Foxtrot asks what they can do, and Bobby tells them that they still have spider planes. Do something spidery. Back outside of the castle,
Do
Norman
something
gets back up, punching Peter over and over, telling him that they are seconds away from his bomb going off. He will keep him here so the great Spider-Man gets infected and becomes a goblin. But as Norman waits, he doesn't hear anything. Over the city, the missile hangs suspended by a giant web, and Foxtrot asks if that is spidery enough. Peter then grabs a rock and bashes it across Norman's head, telling him, "I got amazing
enough for
friends.
this
Also, I got
spider
this
club?"
rock." While Peter begins to beat Norman with the rock, they stop when they hear the shield jets fly overhead. Norman takes the chance to escape, and Peter shouts, "Yeah, you better run, because yeah," and then he falls over in the snow. He closes his eyes, and as he opens them again, he sees Bobby, and he asks, "How long has it been?" She tells him a couple of hours, and from the looks of him, they did much better with their things. Nick walks over, asking Peter, what does he have to say for himself? And Peter tells him, "You're welcome. Come on, Osborn was a threat that you should have looked into. The world's a better place because of Parker Industries." And Nick stops him, telling him, "Hell no. You just took it upon yourselves to overthrow a foreign government. S.H.I.E.L.D. wants nothing to do with it. In fact, from here on out, S.H.I.E.L.D. will have nothing to do with Parker Industries." However, later in the ocean, Norman rides a boat, stating, thankfully, he kept a hidden bank account. He can always rebuild, but not like this. It's time for him to let him out. His real face. They're gonna need his madness. The only true Osborn identity that matters. The Green Goblin must live again. As a man drives by the Auto Empire, his passenger says that this will be fine, he can drop him off here. The passenger asks if he's sure. All that's here is an old junkyard, he's not even wearing shoes. Might get tetanus or something. The passenger tells the driver that he doesn't really need to worry about that. He's in excellent shape, and in time, he shall be rewarded. The driver says, "Don't worry about it. This is just on the way." So the man says, "No, he'll see. Great changes are coming to this world, and on that day, you will be favored." The driver pulls away, and the man easily jumps over the gates and says that this proto-clone is better than anything Jackal could have designed because he perfected it. The man looks at his reflection, and then he says that this face is a marked improvement as well. A synthetic spider clone with his own DNA. There's no denying the stronger, more prominent features of Otto Octavius in this clone of Peter Parker. From the Clone Conspiracy. That is a storyline that we may cover eventually, but it wasn't the greatest storyline. The results of it basically are Otto Octavius got a new body, a proto-clone of Peter
Rarely
Parker.
says that.
Otto continues to walk as a set of crushed cars are lifted into the air, revealing an underground facility. As he steps in, the computer welcomes him, and he tells it to play back any recent news regarding Parker Industries. The computer starts to play several news stations talking about the recent decline in Parker Industries stock, and Otto shouts, "What are you doing to my company?" Once again, for those of you guys who don't know, Otto Octavius was in the original Peter Parker's body in Superior Spider-Man. He was actually Peter Parker, and using his intelligence, he created Parker Industries before Peter Parker came back, taking his body back and taking over the company. Everything that
Peter Parker has right now, all of his money, all of his technology, is because Otto Octavius took over his body. And then when Peter took his body back, Otto Octavius was gone. I know this whole thing is confusing, but let me just break it bare bones for you. Otto Octavius created Parker Industries and is now in a clone of Peter Parker. Otto slams his fist down and then he notices that the computer is clean. Too clean. Suddenly, Otto's octopus sense tingles, and the Hydra agents charge out shouting, "Hail Hydra! Identify yourself, intruder!" Otto asks, "Intruder? Of all of the unmitigated gall!" As the agents open fire, Otto effortlessly jumps and weaves through the blast, grabbing onto each agent by their head. Using his newfound strength, Otto throws the agents into each other, and another group jumps out, tackling Otto to the ground, and one says that if he can walk on the walls, he must be a friend of the spiders. Otto launches all of the agents off of him, shouting, "Fools! I will forever be one singular being. I am Otto Octavius!" Soon the agents begin screaming as a wall of mechanical arms reach out, grabbing and strangling them. And Otto tells them that this is my base and I am always armed. But still, I can't stay here. Hydra are worse than any vermin infestation. They know this location. With their superior numbers, they'll keep coming and coming and there will be no end to them. A voice then says, "That is true, Doctor. But that could be used to your advantage." As Otto turns, he sees Arnim Zola, the so-called supreme scientist of Hydra. Otto demands that he explain himself, and Arnim says that it is true that Hydra will keep sending men to this base, and if you wish, they could work for you. Whether you meant to or not, you passed Hydra's first step by defeating the group's leader. You are the best candidate for his replacement. Otto then asks, "Why would I do that?" And Arnim tells him, "It's because we share the same goal, the destruction of Parker Industries." Arnim extends a hand and Otto shakes it, telling him, "Yes, we will work together for now." And now, with Hydra's resources, Otto begins to build a new suit, one with unparalleled designs made by none other than himself. And when the time comes, Otto begins to put on his new suit, and as he pulls down the mask, he says that he's back. Otto Octavius, the superior octopus. Over in a studio in London, Anne-Marie tells Peter to just remember, this interview is about one thing, damage control. Parker Industries is currently facing a zillion lawsuits, and Peter Parker has a reputation of being flaky. He asks how, and Anne-Marie says that he has moments of just running off. You know, the whip. So for the sake of our company, for the next 20 minutes, don't be that guy. Peter begins to fix his tie and he asks, "What? No words of encouragement? No good luck, boss? No go get him, tiger?" Anne-Marie quietly shouts, "Don't screw up!" A few moments later, the reporter tells Peter that she would like to thank him for joining them tonight. But their viewers must know, what kind of company is he running? Last week, one of their products was linked to causes of mass nausea and discomfort. And the next week, he privately funded a war. Peter says, "So much for small talk. But we took action to stop terrorists and stop the spread of a deadly virus. So if you're stating that Parker Industries values people over profit, guilty as charged." As the interview goes on, the reporter stops and says they have breaking news. Sources confirm that the Earth is under an alien attack. Some of their most powerful protectors have joined with Alpha Flight to combat the invasion of the alien Chitauri. Peter gets back up and he looks over at Anne-Marie and she motions for him to stop, and he shrugs, sitting back down. An assistant then tells Peter that she's sorry, but given what's happening, they're gonna have to reschedule the interview. Once outside, Anne-Marie gets into the car, remembering how she said to not be that guy. You're gonna be that guy, aren't you? You're gonna leave. Peter turns, sighing, asking, "How did Iron Man ever do this?" And after dropping Anne-Marie off, he goes back to his office when he feels his spider sense going off. He puts on the Spider-Man suit and he walks into Parker Industries, telling the workers not to be afraid. He's just going up to his suite before the boss man shows up. But aren't you guys working awfully late? Peter then looks around asking, "Where's Gerald?" Gerald works nights, right? One of the workers tells the others that he's on to them, and then they jump at Spider-Man shouting, "Hail Hydra!" Just as Spider-Man begins knocking everyone out, a voice calls over the intercom that all agents are to stand down. Spider-Man's business tonight is with him. Spider-Man gets back up and he begins to walk towards his office, telling everyone that they are so fired when he tells Peter about this. "Don't even think about taking a stapler." As he slams open the doors, he says that he kinda knows that voice, but why don't they go ahead and tell him who they are, since bad guys love doing that? The man sitting in Peter's chair says, "Really? There's no need for such histrionics. We know each other quite well. After all, I did walk a mile in your shoes." Spider-Man says that he figured it was Doc Ock. "How did you survive? Clone body?" And Otto gets up telling him, "Technically, yes, but not like the others. This one is far superior." Spider-Man then asks, "Why are you working with Hydra? That's even a bit low for you. So how about we both just go to New York and work some things out so that we can make a new start from here?" Otto yells, "Silence! It is I who have an offer to extend. Since we have somewhat of a kinship since we shared your body, I would like to offer an opportunity to peacefully transfer ownership of Parker Industries to me." Peter tells him, "Why would I give you my company?" And Otto stops him, telling him, "No! It was my company! It is I who in your body launched this company. Even afterwards, it was my
my consciousness trapped inside of the living brain that hacked systems and manipulated the markets to favor you. Right now, I have neither the time nor the patience to wrestle with pride. Will Parker Industries be released to me or not? An answer is required. Peter says, I require you to eat my web shorts. This is my company and I'm never giving it to you. Otto tells him, that is disappointing, but hardly surprising. Now, once again, my hand is forced. Soon an image of Manhattan appears as a dome appears over the borough. The image then changes to a news station and they report that all communication has been cut off from Manhattan, but the origin of the bubble seems to be coming from Parker Industries. Otto says, it's all lies and poppycocky, but nevertheless effective. Now the world will blame Peter Parker for Manhattan's dark fate. Spider-Man lunges at Otto, throwing him against a wall, and Otto wipes off his mouth, asking, was that your best shot? Spider-Man webs up Otto's eyes, tackling through the wall, telling him, not even close. But as Otto zaps the web off of his lens, his mechanical arms throw Peter into the ceiling, and he says, I know all of your tricks and how to counter them. Spider-Man quickly webs up the nearby coffee pots, throwing them into Otto's face, and just before he can deliver the final punch, Spider-Man hears a beep. A hollow image of Tony Stark appears, and he says that this is for any and all Avengers that are left. If you can hear this, your services are required immediately. Otto laughs, telling him, an all-out assault on Washington has begun. So how about it? Stay here or help your poor friends when they need you the most. Spider-Man runs down to the garage, shouting that he can't believe he thought Otto had a conscience. All right, less anger, more reviewing the basics of piloting a supersonic pogo plane. As he rockets out of the office building, Otto waits until it's clear and then presses a button. Seconds later, the entire London-based office explodes and falls to the ground. He then begins to walk down the street, stating, it all went perfectly according to plan. Quick side note, just because I've had to explain everything else that's been going on in this amazing Spider-Man storyline because it's interwoven into so many plots. The attack by the Chitauri and the Iron Man call, that's actually Secret Empire. This is all happening while Secret Empire happens. So that's why Peter Parker can't get any help, and why he's not in Secret Empire. A short while later, over in Washington, Spider-Man gets up from the ground asking how they can stop Cap if he's with Hydra. He's the man who never gives up, and how did he get Thor's hammer? He then shouts to Quicksilver to start kicking up some dust. They need cover, and they need to get out of here now. Meanwhile, over in San Francisco, Psylocke tells Otto not to make her read his mind. Out with it. What do you want? Otto says that he would like full access to Parker Industries San Francisco. There are a few paltry items inside which interest him. One of the mutants tells him that this is their place now. He doesn't get to make any demands, and as he finishes, Otto grabs him, throwing him across the city, stating, are we in agreement now? Good. He hits a switch on his glove, shorting out the P and the I in Parker Industries, stating, there we go. As he leads the Hydra agents inside, he tells them that they have 20 minutes, hard drives, office files, server blades, they want it all. As the agents begin pulling out equipment, Otto waits, stating that that's intriguing. Spider-Man and him shared a mind. Certainly he would have made a move by now, so where on earth could he be? And over in the Shanghai office, Spider-Man tells all of the workers that Otto Octavius is coming and he wants to raid this place. He's gonna want all of the hard work that they put into their intellectual property for himself. So if they work together, they can, and one of the workers shouts that this isn't a Chinese company, it's his American company, and America is already Hydra. So as far as they're concerned, this is pointless. Another yells, yeah, Spider-Man always receives help from other heroes. Who's gonna help you this time? And Spider-Man tells them, you are, all of you. You're gonna get a chance to be heroes today. But before he could go on, Min whispers that she's sorry to interrupt, but Wu would like to see him. Says that is very important. He runs down into the labs asking what's going on, and Lin's mother sees Peter, stating that this is the man responsible for what's happening. Peter tells Mrs. Tang that it's an honor to meet her. Her daughter has been invaluable to Parker Industries. Her work on Spider-Man's vehicles could have helped him save countless lives. Mrs. Tang laughs, stating that she gets that from him, but Dr. Wu pulls Peter aside before Mrs. Tang could go on, telling him that she would like to thank him. Neither his government nor the private sector have poured as many resources into cancer research as Parker Industries. He placed power and responsibility over profit and reaped the greatest reward of all, a daughter spending more time with her mother. Lynn then grabs her spider helmet, stating that she once betrayed him, and he gave her a second chance and she will not waste it. She'll be in the vehicle bay with the equipment. Everything that she has designed is ready to go as soon as he gives the word. Later, over in the Green Labs, Dr. Philip Chang asks Peter, you would like me to do what now? Peter tells him to be ready to destroy all of his equipment in a moment's notice. File, notes, backups, all of it. And Philip tells him that he is close to a major breakthrough. It could change the world. If I was to start from scratch, I wouldn't be able to just pick up where I left off. And Peter says hopefully it won't come to that. But just then the lights go out. The spider sense kicks in and Peter runs to the window to see Otto making his way towards the building. He suits up, getting ready to go outside, and he radios to Lynn, telling her that they need to move out. And she tells the others, you heard the man, punch it. He heads to the roof and Otto asks, evacuating so soon? That's the first smart thing that you've done in days.
Just as Peter attacks, he asks, "Where's the rest of the army?" And Otto tells him, "I don't require an army. I have all the arms that a man needs." So Spider-Man sighs, telling him, "Yeah, kinda walked into that one." He grabs a hold of one of the mechanical arms and then throws Otto off of the ledge. As Otto falls, he grabs onto the side of the building, stating that it would seem that they are evenly matched now. And Spider-Man tells him, "Please, you're the guy who created the sinister 6-to-1 odds. Let's see how you like it. Troops, move in!" As Spider-Man snaps his fingers, a swarm of spider cars ride up the side of the building and Lynn shouts that they have him surrounded. "Just give the word." Otto looks around and asks if this is supposed to impress him. His victory in the foreign country made him bold and stupid. Coming after me with Parker Industries tech, he pushes a button stating that he's always had a backdoor into the company. He was there from the beginning, from his vertical operating systems down to his logo. And Spider-Man looks up as Otto points out to take a closer look. "Do you see my signature? OO for Otto Octavius." And just as Otto finishes, all of the spider cars turn on Spider-Man. And Spider-Man shouts, "What's happening?" Lynn yells the controls are responding. All of the weapons are locked onto you, and all of the spider cars begin to skitter towards Spider-Man. Otto says that he would like to welcome his new employees. Their first order of business, throwing out your fake CEO. As the spider cars grab onto Peter, Otto begins to head into the offices to start his raid. Once he's inside, Peter radios to Wu and Philip asking what's the backup plan now. They tell him that his assumption is right. The signal that Dr. Octopus is using to control the cars is a constant one. Given enough time, they'll be able to find its signal. Inside Lynn's car, she begins to pull apart the computer, stating that she is disengaging from the computer interface and she would like to switch the system to manual. Once she crosses the right wires, the grip on Peter loosens and he tells Lynn that the others might not be able to do the same, so he's going to need her to. But she shouts, "Keep the doc busy? You got it." And Peter yells, "No! I need you to walk these guys through this." Back inside the server room, Otto begins to look around, stating that everything is right here, all within an arm's reach. As he reaches out, Lynn crashes through the wall, driving the spider car into him, stating that she's gonna have to ask him to step outside. On the other side of the building, Peter finishes webbing up the other spider cars so they don't fall, and quickly jumps into the offices. As he heads into his office, he pulls back on the suit and he rushes to his computer to give an announcement to everyone. Once the connection is set, he tells everyone that this is it. He didn't want to have to make this call, but they're facing a hostile takeover, literally. Not by investors or another company, but by a super villain, and he's listening in. If he were to get his hands on all of this data, it could be twisted into something helping the worst people on the world. It has been an honor to work with all of you at this company, but it's time to tear it all down. Do you hear that, Doc? I'm calling it now. Parker Industries is no more. Every department, activate worm viruses now, company-wide wipe of all of the systems. As Otto fights with Lynn, he shouts, "What are you doing? What idiot would destroy a global empire just to keep it out of my hands? Who could be that petty, Parker?" Back inside, before Peter can even finish his speech, everyone begins destroying everything, and some of the workers sigh that this was a good job while it lasted. Over in Peter's office, he activates a switch revealing a suitcase, stating that this is secret weapon number 1. And as he opens it up, he smiles, stating that it's been a while, but now it's time for secret weapon number 2. And then he radios to Philip. Philip tells him that the device is calibrated and he can send it to Spider-Man to pick up. Now onto the last part. Philip takes out a matchbook and tosses a match into a stack of papers. As the fire burns, he says that he was so close.
I will be back in a minute. Alright. Let's finish off this area so I never have to come back here again. Unless I want to.
To perfecting green energy. Wu tells him that it could have been a potential weapon in the wrong hands. Now they must leave. They've done their part. Back up top, Peter jumps onto the building, punching into Otto, asking him, "Did you miss me?" And Otto shouts to him to shut up! Everything that I built is now ruined. And Peter tells him, "Yeah, I'm that kid who just flipped over the whole board game table. So even if you do win back your kingdom, it'll be a kingdom of ashes." Otto clenches his fist, telling him, "I know your Achilles heel. Remember Osborn's electromagnetic pulse? Well, this vision will rip that spider suit to shreds." As the pulse hits, it begins to tear away at the suit, and as Peter catches himself, he's still in his costume, his old original non-enhanced version. He asks, "How do the old underoos look? This is really the only suit that I've ever needed to defeat you, Otto. And here's something else that's gonna help." He presses a small button, and using the signal that Philip and Wu locked onto, he releases an EMP wave, shocking Otto's suit and rendering the mechanical arms useless. They begin to flail around, and as one hits Otto, Peter asks, "Why keep hitting yourself?" Otto shouts that he is nothing but a juvenile, but obviously, you don't care for your friends. Otto begins to web away, telling him that pulse would have disabled the magnetic grip on the spider cars, so you better hurry before they fall to their deaths. Peter asks him, "Are you bluffing?" "I can't risk it." And as Lynn radios in that the clamps are still holding, Peter begins to follow, yelling that he falls for it every time. As he reaches the roof where Otto landed, all he finds are the mechanical arms and Otto's mask. He grabs the mask, realizing that he has no idea what the new Otto Octavius looks like, and it looks like he's gonna have to catch him another time. Later over at Hydra Base 1, Arnim Zola tells Otto that his mission was a complete success. Parker Industries is in shambles, just as their glorious leader, Stephen Rogers, intended. In fact, he wanted to pass a message along to him that he is one of his finest soldiers. And Otto says to tell Steve that he is honored. Now in the back of Otto's head, he yells, "Look at me, reduced to a mere lackey. Everything I've built is now in ruins, but one day there will come a reckoning." Norman continues altering and changing the serum in hopes to finally get back to becoming the Green Goblin. As he injects another dose, he times it, but this time, it's the same as before. Nothing happens. He throws everything off of his desk, shouting, "You should be back!" That shrill voice in his head laughing like a lunatic, but there's only silence. He doesn't hear the goblin. He needs that cackling, that touch of madness. He needs him. So Norman tried visiting doctors, psychiatrists, even acupuncture. All of it had the same result. Nothing. However, after Norman's acupuncture session, the doctor mentioned that there might be something that he could try. It's a little more unconventional, but this place is not easy to find. Desperate to try anything, Norman followed the woman's directions to a temple in the mountains. One thing that she did say was that not everyone can even see it, but for Norman, he did. In front of the temple, the three monks welcome Norman to the Temple of No Name. They say for him to find them means that he has insurmountable will. To see them speaks the strength of his spirit. To even attempt such a journey speaks of a great need. Norman then asks, "Can you help me? Can you heal me?" And Master Ox asks, "What about his face?" And Norman tells them that the way his face looks means nothing. He cares not about his appearance. What he needs to be is restored to who he is on the inside. And Master Ox then says that that is the correct answer. Now follow them. As the monks take Norman inside, he sees a jewel. And the monks say that before he begins his journey, he must pass the test. Behold, the Emerald Oracle of Icon. Norman asks what is he supposed to do, and Master Hawk tells him, "Master,
Holy shit.
if he wishes to learn their ways, he must address them as Master." Now ask again. He hesitates for a moment, and then he asks, "What am I supposed to do?"
I can't believe I finally got
Master
into him.
Snake then says that that's better. Place your hand on the gemstone, and it shall reveal your true potential. He reaches out asking, his true potential for what? And Master Snake
buddy.
tells him that his potential as a practitioner of the mystic arts. As he places his hand down on the gemstone, the room begins to fill with a green light, and Master Ox
My
says
God, I've
that it
been
is
waiting
astounding.
over a
He will
week
begin his
to get
training
into one of
immediately.
these.
Time begins to pass, and Norman learns the old monk's ways. He
That's
learns of
only
their
the
spells, their
beginning of my
rituals,
problem.
katas, and devotionals. One day, Norman asked Master Ox, how did they even get their names? Are they ranks or titles that they earned? And Master Ox tells him neither. Every man has a spirit guide, a totem which links him to this world. There will be a day when his totem makes itself known, and it will choose him as much as he chooses it. More days went by, and one day during meditation, a tiger appeared before Norman. Was this his guide? Was the tiger his totem? He must tell his masters. As the night came, Norman was taken to the room with several masks on the wall, and he was told to select the mask that would help him confront his personal demons. Looking at the wall, he reaches out for the tiger mask, but then he
stops. He says no. He accepts nothing. He is Norman Osborn and he will choose his destiny. As he pulls back, he grabs the mask of the goblin, wearing it while maniacally cackling. He then begins to conjure his personal demon, and as he casts his spell, Spider-Man appears out of a portal. Spider-Man says that he's got a feeling that he's not in Kansas anymore, and his spider sense tingling. Norman uses all of his skills that he learned from the monks to overcome his personal demons, and he defeats Spider-Man. The monks watch, telling him that though he did not take the path that they would have taken, his trial is complete. What happens next will determine. And Norman stops them, asking, wait, one punch to the jaw and you think it's over? He begins taking Spider-Man's body, weaving it into a small spider, shouting, you don't even know the bug like him. He always crawls back, but never again. He begins to eat the spider, and the monks all stare in shock, telling him that he is a monster. He laughs, asking, who's going to stop me? That insect was the one thing holding me back. I can do anything now. The three monks begin to combine their powers and they attack Norman. But then there's a flash of light and Norman pulls his hand back from the Emerald Oracle of Icon. Norman looks, asking what just happened, and the monks tell him that that was his first and only test. The monks take Norman back outside, telling him that the other orders will be warned. These ways are not for him. He begins to walk off, telling him that he could have been. No, not could have, he can. Yes, this means that he can become himself again. They have shown him that much. The possibility is still there. He is still there. All he has to do is find a way to let the goblin out. As Bobby, aka Mockingbird, walks out of her bedroom in her apartment getting ready for work, she asks if there's somewhere else that he could sleep. They've only been on one date. Peter lifts his hand, telling her no, because no one else knows that I'm Spider-Man. Where would I put all my Spidey stuff? Bobby tells him, yeah, about that, it's kind of everywhere. And I stomped on one of those spider tracers thinking it was an actual spider. Hope that wasn't expensive. In any case, pick up your crap and do the laundry. I'm not your aunt and that isn't going to work. As Bobby leaves, Peter sits back thinking that this is it. This is his life now. Ex-billionaire CEO. He flips through the channels on TV and he can't find a station that isn't reporting on him and his gigantic failures. So he turns off the TV, grabbing the paper, and he sees that Bobby already clipped out an article about him to avoid hurting his feelings. As he gets up to get something from the fridge, he sees the clipping posted to the fridge door. And it reads, Peter Parker, threat or menace. And so maybe she wasn't trying to avoid his feelings. Meanwhile, over on the Upper East Side, Harry Osborn deals with the fallout of Parker Industries, trying to salvage what little he can, as he was the vice president of this company. He tries to call Peter, but he's unsuccessful, and his son Stanley grabs a hold of some of the Parker Industries documentation and begins drooling on them. Harry calls for Liz, asking for a little help, but she tells him that if it's regarding a bid on the Baxter building, then yes. As the head of Alchemex, she will gladly take that from them. Harry then calls in for the nanny, and she comes in taking the kids, telling Normie that they should let mommy and daddy have some time alone. How about they get a snack? As the doors close, Harry and Liz begin to kiss, and Liz just begins to think about it. If he hadn't raced home before all of New York was sealed in that energy bubble, then they wouldn't have been trapped together with nothing to do, only having time to themselves. Harry pulls back and he says that this is not how he pictured them getting back together, but them being a family again for the boys is important, so they really should work this out. Over in Midtown, the workers of the Daily Bugle are interrupted when they hear someone shouting, Peter Parker, threat or menace? Are you guys serious? Everyone looks over to see Peter Parker looking rather unkempt, and Joe walks up stating that maybe they should put a pin in that. But would he mind explaining why he thinks that he can just come into his office and speak like that? Peter holds out the paper and says, I thought we were friends. How could you have written all that junk about me? Did you forget to mention that I saved lives doing this? He opens up the paper, going on stating, I helped stop the spread of the carrion virus. I freed the oppressed people of Sumcaria, and I sacrificed all that I had to stop Doc Ock. You pay me like I'm a... And Joe tells him, someone who was in way over his head and not ready to take the reins of a global tech company? You're a man who let millions of employees and consumers around the world down. Working men and women like your Aunt May and Uncle Ben. I wrote those things because they were true. Peter scratches his head, telling him, actually, you're right. I'm gonna get out of your way. He then stops looking at the monitor, telling the science editor Colin that the article is completely wrong. The new PIM microprocessors don't have more memory because they are compressing matter. They're not shrinking computers. It's more like shrinking massive external hard drives. Colin says, really? And Peter tells him, yeah. It's some really cool stuff, but it's very expensive. No way it'll be available to the public. You're gonna have to change that last line. Before Peter leaves, Betty runs up to stop Peter and says, I know you've had a rough day, but you know what you need? A party. So it happens to be Flash Thompson's birthday. After getting the party information from Betty, Peter heads out into the streets of New York, and after one man recognizes him, suddenly everyone recognizes the failure that is Peter Parker. They swarm around him asking what he's going to do to make this right to the people who lost their jobs, and he runs off into an alleyway. He jumps up onto a building to hide, thinking, all right, it's official. Everyone hates me. Well,
maybe not everyone. Later that night, Peter heads over to Flash's birthday party and everyone begins talking about how things are different. And then they turn back to the topic of Peter. Everyone begins talking about how depressed Peter has gotten lately, but no one has a solution to offer. He's an adult, right? He should be able to figure this out on his own. But as they all go on, Peter quietly listens from the shadows. He's an adult, right? He can figure this out on his own? And later, once Bobby gets home, she opens the door to see Peter on the couch, still. And then Peter is suddenly hit with a uniform. He looks at the costume and says that this isn't laundry. And Bobby tells him, yeah, now get dressed, we're going out. After a night of saving trucks from Johnny Horton, also known as Griffin, the two heroes go back home and Bobby says that it was a fun night out. She then goes to the fridge, handing Peter one of her soda cans, stating that he earned this, and this is a good look for him. The two kiss and Peter thinks actually, she's right. Not a good look for Peter Parker, but you know what? Forget that guy. Because whenever he wants, he can be the amazing Spider-Man. The next day at the Baxter building, Johnny Storm flies down telling Harry, nuh-uh, not a snowball's chance in hell Peter would sell the Baxter building. Harry says that he's Peter's friend too, and he can honestly state that Peter didn't have much choice in this. He's supposed to be here any minute. Up above, Peter swings by seeing Harry and Johnny arguing over the sale of the building. And he jumps down and Johnny shouts, tell him, Spidey, this place isn't for sale. Peter tells him, actually, even though Peter may not fully have appreciated the complexity of the situation yet. And from what Peter said, selling the building was the only way that they could make back the money for the lawsuits. Johnny begins to glow as his body begins to slowly ignite, and he begins to shout, flame on! And he throws a fireball right at Peter Parker. He then flies around trying to burn Peter, shouting, this place was supposed to be held onto until the Fantastic Four could return. The two of them begin to fight, and Harry runs in shouting, you guys can't do this here! It'll void the sale! Johnny throws another fireball, hitting the Fantastic Four statue, knocking his own statue's head off. And Peter then says that this is normally where I make a joke. Johnny lands and begins walking to Peter, telling him, I'm going to. And Harry runs between them, stating, will you both just shut up for a second? Your fight literally created a smoke screen for us to be robbed. Look, it's Clash, and he's in the R&D lab looting. Up several floors, Clash is looking at a sonic transducer and says that there's no way that he'd let Peter Parker sell off his inventions. Time for them to pack it up. A voice tells him, I am very disappointed in you. And hi, after all the promises you made about going straight, Clash looks up to see Peter and Johnny and hits them both with a frequency blast, shouting, I just want what's mine. Behind them, two of Clash's men begin pushing down a device, and one of them says that maybe they shouldn't take something that they don't really understand what it does. Suddenly the device begins to glow, and the other man says, I'm not sure it's supposed to do that. As everyone begins to look back, the device begins to vibrate, and Johnny asks, what exactly does that thing do? Peter tells him that it's a self-recharging power source. It's stuck in an upward cycle. If we don't stop it, it's gonna take out the entire block. Clash shouts, wait, I can stop all of this with my null frequencies. And as he hits it, it doesn't do anything. Peter tells him, wait, we need to create a harmonic frequency, not a null. Look, we can take care of this, but we all need to work together. The three of them gather around, and Peter directs Johnny on where to weld, while having Clash create the frequencies to reduce the device's vibration. As the three of them step back, Peter says, now it'll either blow up our faces or... And Johnny shouts that they need to stop the robbers. Peter webs up the robbers, telling them that they're not going anywhere. And as Peter looks back at Clash, he sighs, stating, he must have masked his footsteps and got away. Johnny asks Peter if they should go after him, and Peter tells him, nah, who knows where he went, and he did help us stop this thing. Harry runs up yelling, are you freaking kidding? He took stolen Parker Industries tech. Of course you have to chase him. Peter strings up the robbers and tells him Clash only took what was his, so I don't mind that. And Harry stops and telling him, no, you don't mind, but Peter does care, and I'm the only one getting an ulcer over all of this. So you know what? That's it, I'm quitting right here and now. Peter tells him to wait, but Harry storms out, and Johnny stops him, telling him, I'm still mad about the building, but you could really use a friend right now. A short while later, Peter is sitting on top of the Baxter building with Johnny, telling him that he was pushing science forward. He was helping people all over the world, and of course he would find a way to blow it all up. As Johnny tries to comfort him, Peter's phone rings and he answers it, stating that this is Peter Parker. How have I ruined your life? Joe Robertson tells him that he knows who this is, and this is his new life calling. Would he like to work at the Daily Bugle, but not taking photos? This is about science. The next night at Bobby's apartment, she asks Peter if he's sure that he doesn't want to just, sleep in a bed tonight. And Peter tells her no, he's got to focus on this. It's going to be a new day, a new job, the perfect job. The next morning at the Daily Bugle, Joe holds a staff meeting about their newest employee, but he hasn't arrived yet. Carla laughs, stating that an editor needs to be punctual. Security already said no one's checked in, so that means he's going to be late. Just then, Peter walks into the side door after changing, and he asks, what's the haps? The skinny, the DL. Joe pulls him aside, telling him that next time he should probably come in the front lobby like a normal person. But either way, they should go over his responsibilities as the new science editor of the Daily Bugle. He's gonna need a Sunday supplement that will be ready for press every Saturday night. It may sound like a big task, but he'll have a full team to manage. Another thing to note is that the hours are flexible. So long as the work gets done, he can
work from home. Joe holds out a phone and Peter looks at his new work phone and he sees the logo and says, Alchemex droid? Really? I created webware. Suddenly there's a flash and the woman holding a camera says, Peter Parker's using an A-droid. Priceless. This is so a lock screen. Joe says that this is Ruby. She's the best tech reporter around. Ruby, this is your new boss. Ruby says whatever, she isn't deleting this. Meanwhile, over in upstate New York, Xander Zinn walks Bobby through the Humanitech Robotics Incorporated facility stating how Humanitech is lucky to have her and her security system expertise. Bobby tells him, well, to be fair, he is paying top dollar for it. And her phone begins to ring as she answers it, telling Peter that yes, she's having a good day, but more importantly, how is his day? Peter sits back at his desk telling her it's sort of good. People are somewhat tolerating him. And for his first assignment, he needs a big sexy science story for her, but he stops himself stating, wait, you're working at Humanitech, the robotics laboratory with revolutionary AI? Since when? Oh, okay, maybe I have been a little too caught up in myself to ask where you're working. After a few more minutes, Peter jumps up from his desk, shouting to his team, telling them all to grab their bags. They're going on a field trip. A little while later at Humanitech, Xander gives the tour to Peter and his team, and Xander explains how they're working to change the world. Just think an android in every home. Xander whispers to Peter that he's sorry. He doesn't mean to rub in their success. Peter tells him it's fine. He's been getting over it. This is his moving on phase. As everyone passes by the playroom for the androids, Peter looks up at the computer screen and notices something strange about the AI's programming code. Those patterns almost look like brain waves. Xander tells him that he has a good eye. They're modeled after human-level thinking. While the processing is affordable, sadly, the chips require hard-to-get materials. Peter tells him that affordable doesn't really normally mix with hard-to-get materials, but okay. Meanwhile, Colin, a science editor, begins prying open one of the androids, stating that maybe they should take a look inside to see what's going on. Xander shouts for him to stop. They all signed waivers. He's ordering him to stop now. And the android's eyes turn red, and it begins to shout, execute, stop. Peter's spidey sense begins to go off, and he jumps over, grabbing the android. He then struggles with the android to pull it off, and as he fights with it, the android says, stop me, please, stop. Peter looks at Bobby, and Xander yells at everyone to get out. If they mention any of this, he will sue them all. Later that night, Peter and Bobby sneak back into the Humanitech facility. Peter says, all right, we gotta be super stealthy about this. Bobby walks in the front door, and after a few button presses on the keypad, the door opens, and she says that they can just go in since she's the one who designed the security. As the two begin to look at the computer, they all stand by Humanitrons beginning to turn on, and those Humanitrons begin to swarm around them. While they begin to fight, Xander runs by asking what is going on. Why are there two Avengers in his building? You're going to ruin everything. One of the Humanitrons begins to speak, stating, execute, override, but please. Peter says, okay, and he begins to pry the panel that Colin was seen messing with earlier. As he peels it off, he sees a small object, and he says that this must be the silicone matrix. Phew! He thought it might be an actual brain. But then the Humanitron says, cape. The silicone matrix pops out, and the android begins screaming until the silicone matrix shatters on the floor. Bobby says, oh god, it was screaming, and Peter tells her no. They wanted this. He begins to rip the plates off, allowing the silicone matrix to shoot out and fall to the ground. Xander shouts, how could you do this? Everyone is going to win, and there would be one less supervillain in the world. And Bobby stops, asking, what are you talking about? The more of the silicone matrix that hits the ground, they all begin to turn to dust, and then they begin to bond together, forming a person. And a woman shouts, I am free! Peter says, whoa, that's not Sandman, who is this? And Bobby says that that's Quicksand, one of Thor's baddies, and no, this isn't about him. Quicksand pulls her arms back, and Peter runs by shouting, hey, I was the one who freed you! Don't I get some wishes or something? She stops and then says, fine, I owe you that much. I won't kill Xander for now. As a massive sand tornado appears, Quicksand flies out through the roof, and Bobby says, great, now I have to get another job. Peter tells her, don't worry, I got you covered now. I'm working. And speaking of that, I should probably get to work. The next day over at Harry's apartment, he and Liz come home after looking at buildings for Alchemex to purchase, and that's when he notices the boys have band-aids on. He asks Emma the nanny what happened, and she tells them that you know how boys are, always roughhousing around the house. Harry looks at Stanley and says boys will be boys, and Emma goes on saying, of course, don't worry. She treats these darlings like her own flesh and blood, and in Emma's hands are two small vials of blood. Later over at the Daily Bugle, Peter's team looks over at the article, and Joe tells everyone to take a bow, science section. It's not every week that you get the top of even the front page. Joe pulls Peter aside, telling him that today was a great start for them. So what will he have for them next week? Peter says, oh, this is how it is now? And Joe says, yep. Feel up for the challenge? Peter looks around, folding his arms, stating, it feels like he's home. With a man struggling to speak with a gag in and a shadow walking up to the man telling him, you speak excellent for a mouth stuffed with gag. Years of experience. I'm going to go with, what is this? Where am I? Oh, let's take off the blindfolds. As the blindfold comes off the man looks around and sees an old dilapidated room, and the man in the shadows state, "This used to be an old gentleman's club." The shadowy man leans down and Norman Osborn tells the gagged man, "Hello." "Oh, the joke is over. I really can't understand a word you're saying. Let's get the gag off." Once the gag comes off, the man screams for help, and Norman says, "Shh. We use our inside voices here. There's only one thing that can help you out of this kind of a situation, and that's giving me information on Spider-Man. And from what I understand, you are very close." However, just 4 hours prior, Peter and Mary Jane sit in Mary Jane's apartment, kissing. As Mary Jane pulls back, she begins to unbutton Peter's shirt, telling him, "You really are a scientist. You just proved it with one kiss. You can put everything back to the way it used to be." But as Mary Jane looks at the Spider-Man suit under his button-up, she stops and says that she can't do this, not again. Peter asks her why. "You're the one person on Earth that understands all of this more than anyone." Mary Jane tells him that that's the point. She knows. All it takes is an alarm, or a scream, or a late-breaking news, and poof, you're gone. "I'm not even going to ask you not to be Spider-Man, but I can't stay up not being able to sleep wondering what if." And as the moment begins to get awkward, Peter sighs and says that he gets it. There's no going back. He should probably be going now. Mary Jane asks if he could possibly go out the window. No one saw him come through, and she now works with Tony Stark. Right now, it'd be easier to explain why Spidey was dropping by and not her ex-boyfriend. As Peter slides on his mask and swings out the window, there is one man who sees Spider-Man leaving Mary Jane's apartment, and that man is Norman Osborn. Also, over at Alchemix headquarters, Flash Thompson walks into Liz Allen's office, and he asks, "What's up? Why did you call me? And what is Mark Raxton doing here?" Liz tells him that her brother Mark is the head of Alchemix Security, and they just wanted to thank him for his help. However, he's got to admit, he did screw up a little bit. The Goblin King did get away with some of Alchemix's tritium. Maybe not enough to blow up the city, but enough to make a pretty bad PR nightmare. So if he'd be a deer and turn on the Agent Anti-Venom and track that down, that'd be great. Flash tells her that that is so not cool. She knows his secret identity, he gets that, but she can't keep treating him like some kind of superpowered errand boy. Liz says that that is not at all the case. He's like her white knight. This will be the last time she asks for him, she promises. Flash begins to leave the office and Mark says, "Yow, I know that look. He wasn't just steamed, he was molten." Liz sits back in the chair smiling, stating to just let her have this one. She's bossing her old high school boyfriend around. Her ex-husband works for her and is looking after the kids, and here she is running a multi-billion-dollar company, just living the dream. Back in the current time, though, with Norman Osborn having a man tied to the chair, he simply says, "Yes, there are so many people in the mix, and one that no one knows about, but..." Norman stops himself. "Ha ha ha! Almost gave everything away. I'm so good at this." And then Norman stops and listens and says, "There's some vermin here breaking into my toy box. Don't go anywhere, I'll be right back." Down in the lower levels, Goblin King is rummaging through the crates, stating, pumpkin bombs, gliders, razor bats, all standard issue. Where's the big guns? The worst goblin cash ever. Norman's voice then tells him, "You know, beggars can't be choosers. But in your case, there can certainly be losers." Goblin King looks up and asks, "Norman, I'm not scared of you. I know what Spider-Man did to you. You can't physically turn into the Green Goblin anymore. Norman Osborn is a nobody." Norman asks, "Is that really any way to repay me, Phil Urich? After I took you under my wing and I made you my Goblin Knight." Goblin King pulls out his fiery sword, shouting, "I am a knight no longer. I took the best title for myself, the Goblin King." Norman catches the sword in his hand, telling him, "You never really did make a name for yourself. And you know why? It's because your heart wasn't in it." Suddenly, claws shoot out, and a loud scrunch can be heard as they rip through the Goblin King's chest. Norman begins to laugh, shouting, "See? That was funny! So why aren't you laughing?" A short while later, Norman heads back upstairs and apologizes to his guest. "Sorry about that pest control problem, but it's dealt with now." He begins to put back on his old goblin costume when the man tied up asks, "Do you really think that you can just wear that thing and beat me? No matter what you do, Spider-Man will always beat you. You put him through the worst night of his life. You threw his girlfriend off a bridge and he still came back." After hearing that, Norman stomps. "His girl? Off a bridge? The itch that I can never scratch, of course! Peter Parker is Spider-Man! The greatest weapon that I've ever had over the wall crawler is mine again! And I owe it all to you, J. Jonah Jameson." Jonah looks up from his chair in silence and then he asks,
What? What have I done? A short while later, over at the Daily Bugle, Peter and his science team get to work on their next story when suddenly Peter begins to feel something. But what? He can't figure it out. And seconds later, Norman comes crashing into the building shouting, "Boo! How about we just cut to the chase where Spider-Man comes out and we can just get this on with?" Peter hears Norman and says, "I knew it. That voice is Norman, but he can't change into the Goblin. How is this even possible?" He quietly runs off, and when Norman looks at Ben Urich, he tells him, "Oh, by the way, I found your nephew Phil. He's gotten really bad, rotten even. Here, maybe you can change his mind." Norman throws Ben a bag, and as he begins to open it, Betty tells him to wait, but Ben says don't worry. The shape is right, but the weight's all wrong. There's no way that this is human. And as he opens it up, he sees a statue's head, and that statue's head is made of the explosive material tritium, and it's wired to blow in 10 minutes. Everyone in the office begins to panic, and Norman begins to ask, "Why are you all asking like this? I'm the one who's lost my head!" Peter begins to shout that is enough, and he jumps in, punching Norman off of his glider. Meanwhile, over in the financial district, Flash Thompson scans the area and sees the tritium trail leading underground. He could pick the lock, but he doesn't really have to be subtle about this one. Using the anti-venom suit, it covers Flash, and he leans down, ripping the underground doors off, and he heads inside, and just as he lands, he sees Goblin King's feet. He runs over asking Phil, what on earth happened? And then he runs back upstairs to see Jonah struggling with his restraints. Flash asks, what is he doing here? And Jonah says, what does it look like? Now here, get me out of this mess. We don't have much time. Certain people are in danger. We have to warn them. Also, at this time, over at Liz Allen's apartment in Central Park West, Liz picks up her younger son, Stanley, asking, "Oh, look at this cutie." Normie sighs, playing with his truck, stating, "It's always about Stanley." And just then, Liz's phone goes off, and as she answers, she waits for a moment and then tells Harry that Flash just called. His father is here, in the city. Harry grabs the kid, stating, "We have to call the police." And Liz tells him, "No, Alchemix security would be better." However, Emma, the nanny, says that there is no time. She will take the children. And Liz asks, "Excuse me? Who do you think you are? You're a nobody." Emma takes out the gun and fires 3 darts into Liz, Harry, and Mark. She then picks up Stanley and grabs Norman by the hand, telling them that she's had enough of this. They're leaving right now. Back over at the Daily Bugle, Peter continues to fight off Norman, but as the timer on the bomb approaches, Peter begins to wrap the bomb up in his webbing, and Norman begins to shout, "Hey, no fair, you meddlesome son of a..." Peter tells him, "Haha, language." Now, see what I did? Now Spider-Man is going to have to retreat to his safe space. Peter begins to create a web cocoon around himself, and as he silently counts down to 1, the top floors of the Daily Bugle explode. As the smoke begins to clear, Peter gets back up, looking around, stating, "Okay, the neighboring buildings are still standing. This may have worked. I may have saved everyone?" And just then Norman calls out to Peter by saying, "Parker." Peter runs over and sees Norman's body impaled by one of the steel beams, and he realizes that Norman knew, and he's dying. Oh God, he knew. Who told him? Norman tells him, "It doesn't matter now, does it? Please, I don't have much time. There's something I have to tell you. A man's only as good as his enemies. I've always been driven, but you pushed me beyond. More than anyone could ever could. Thank you, Peter, for everything." Peter tells him that he's sorry. He really wished that there was something that he could have done. And just then the ground begins to change, and Norman begins to laugh, telling him, "You feel it, don't you? Well, wish granted." The red liquid on the floor begins to cover up Norman Osborn, and then he jumps up in the Carnage symbiote. Norman lunges at Peter, and as he dodges, he places a spider tracker onto Norman and tries to lead Norman out of the city. But instead of following, Norman throws little Carnage bombs, and they begin to laugh while they're chasing Peter. And one of them bites onto his leg. Peter falls out of the sky, trying to get it off, but before he can, it explodes, sending him crashing into a nearby building. Norman follows the trail, telling Peter, come out wherever you are. Let's get this over with." As Norman steps through the broken window where Peter landed, he extends a tendril to grab the spider tracker off of him, asking, "Is this a new model? Oh, this is sound now. Very good. Well, listen to this. I'm offering you a one-time deal, a devil's bargain. See, I'm not interested in Peter Parker. I couldn't care less about the man. That's always been about the spider. So here it is. Give it up now and forever. Stop being Spider-Man, and I will let you live, no strings attached. But if I see one more web out of you, I will kill not just you, but everyone that you have ever loved. Mary Jane, Aunt May, Robbie, Betty, Jonah, even your dentist. They will die in ways that only a red goblin could imagine." Now, show me that you understand. With one final thwip, Norman Osborn looks out the window and he sees the Spider-Man uniform strung up on a flag post, burning.
Norman begins to laugh, and Peter sits in the shadows, stating, he's beaten. He's burned. His left leg is literally ripped open. He's useless. But Norman made one mistake. He is Peter Parker, the man in Spider-Man, and he will be the one to take him down. A short while later, and in no shape to fight, Peter calls in the help of some of his friends to keep his family and friends safe. But while everyone starts to get into position, back over at Liz's apartment, Liz and the others begin to wake up from the tranq darts that Emma had fired at them. As she gets up, Harry shouts, "Where are the kids? My boys are gone and my father's back in town. There has to be something we can do." Liz grabs her phone, telling him that the first thing they're going to do is remain calm. Her and Mark will go after them. And Harry asks, "How?" Liz tells him that she's a billionaire businesswoman. She's had their son chipped. She knows where Normie is at all times. As the three of them get into the streets, Harry says that he can't believe that she had their son chipped. And Liz tells him it's for occasions like this. You could be a little more grateful. But back over with Jonah, he hurries back to his apartment to find it destroyed when Norman came after him. He begins to dig around in his desk and he finds his laptop and he makes a call to Peter. After a few rings, Peter finally answers and says, "I really can't talk right now, Jonah. Norman's back and he knows that I'm Spider-Man." And Jonah says, "I'm sorry, but it's all my fault. Norman tied me up and I wasn't gonna say anything, but I slipped up." Peter stares for a moment before ending the call, and then Jonah shouts, "I can do this! I can fix the whole damn thing!" Back over at the bus station, Normie shouts, "I want my mom!" And Emma tells him to stop that this instant. They're getting on the next bus out of here. But while Emma tries to bring Normie along, Liz storms through the crowd shouting, "How dare you touch my son! Security, make sure that this woman does not leave." Emma then asks how does she find them, and Liz takes Normie back with Harry asking, "Are you working for my father?" Emma shouts, "Of all this stupid, I'm trying to get the boys as far away from here as possible. You may have well just led Norman right to us." And just then a passerby says that this is unbelievable. "Can you guys take your family drama somewhere else? No one cares to listen." But that's when Norman Osborn reaches out to the man, telling them, "That's not true. I was enjoying the show." Norman grabs the man, throwing him into Liz's security team, asking, "All right, who's got a kiss for Grandpa?" Norman then looks at everyone, telling them, "This is good. We can keep everything within the family. Mommy and Daddy are here. Uncle Mark, the kids, and Grandma Emma. Or should I say, Emily Lyman Osborn. Oh, Grandma, the lies you tell." Norman then leans into Emma, stating, "You're looking pretty good. How about me? Have I changed?" But then behind everyone, Clash reports in that he's here at the station, and just so they know, this is out of my league. Johnny Storm flies down stating, "Don't worry, we got this. You remember what symbiotes hate more than anything, right?" And Clash sighs, Yeah. And Johnny flies it, hitting Norman with fire while Clash hits him with a sonic blast. As the attack fades, Norman stands there telling them, "Congratulations. I was having a moment with my family, but now you have my undivided attention." Peter comes over the comms asking what happened, and Johnny tells him, "Nothing. Absolutely nothing." Clash yells, "Screw this. I don't even know why I came here to begin with." Norman says the Goblin Serum, plus the symbiote ultimate hybrid. All of my strengths and none of the weaknesses. Just as Clash turns to leave, Norman holds out his hand, shooting out dozens of little red needles from his fingertips that bury themselves into both Johnny and Clash. Peter shouts for them to report, but Silk comes over stating, "Don't worry, I got Miles here with me. We're gonna take him out." Peter yells, "Do not engage! You are not ready for this, not even together!" Just as Peter says that, though, it took Norman only seconds to put both Miles and Silk down. Norman stands over the four bodies, stating, "Which of you should I kill first?" And then Flash Thompson jumps in, telling them, "Back off!" He grabs a hold of Norman, and there's a sizzling sound coming from the point of contact. Norman begins to shout, "Ah! It burns! This was kind of unexpected." Norman then stabs into Flash, telling him it doesn't matter, you can still bleed like everyone else. While Norman lashes away at Flash, Flash tells him, "Well, that's the cool thing. My anti-venom suit hurts you and heals everyone else." Norman asks, "You don't say. Well, that's a shame that you're so busy while everyone's lying down and dying. Those people over there, they could really use your help." Flash looks over and tells Peter, "You isn't lying, buddy." But as he goes to heal Miles, Norman slashes away at his back. Peter shouts, "Keep your guard up!" And Flash tells him, "If I don't get to them soon, they could. No, I won't risk it. Not when I have the power to help everyone." Flash begins to use the anti-venom symbiote suit to heal everyone up, and just as he gets to Clash, Norman shouts, "It's like taking candy from a baby." He cuts away at Flash's back and he falls to the ground. Norman then says, "Normally I would finish things up, but I need to go find my son. Daddy's got some family bonding to do." A few moments later, Peter webs in and looks at everyone, stating that he's too late. But just then Flash reaches up, grabbing Peter by the leg, and he begins to heal him. Peter asks what is he doing, and Flash says, "Giving you everything I got left. I'm taking the best player off the bench and putting him back in the game." Just outside the bus station, Norman lands down in front of Harry and the others, telling them, "Don't think I've forgotten about you, especially Normie here." Norman then swings his tail at everyone, telling them, "Okay, I lied. The rest of you, I can do without." Harry gets up shouting, "Whatever you're thinking, leave my son out of this. Take me instead." Norman tells Harry, "I'm sorry, but you had your chance, my boy. Now it's time to move on to the next generation." As the Carnage symbiote crawls onto Normie, Normie tells him, "Let me introduce you to the next generation. Welcome, kiddo, to the family business." Back over at the bus station, Peter begins to help up Flash and tell everyone to sound off. Is everyone even still alive? Flash rolls over and tells them, "You suck." While everyone begins to get back up, Silk says that there's something important that she has to say. It's about Jonah. He heard them talking over the comms. He wants to help. Peter tells her no. He's done enough already. Jameis's screw-up is the reason we're even in this mess, and for that, he shouldn't have brought you into this either. Flash could stay here and fix you all up while I take out Norman. Flash gets up telling him that he would rather help him, and Peter webs off telling him, "Not a chance, soldier. That's an order. You've already done enough." As Peter swings outside, Harry shouts to him, telling him, "Norman just took Normie and infected him. You need to do something." Peter says that there's no sign of them anywhere, and if Norman did cover Normie with a symbiote, there's really no way that he can track him down. Liz says that's fine. She already knows where they're headed. Alchemex. Before he left, he mentions something about handing over the family business. Peter tells her that that must be his endgame. Her company absorbed Oscorp. Harry shouts that he's got to do something, and Peter stops him, telling him, "Whoa. I can take care of this. We're going to get Normie back. Don't worry." Peter then turns to Mark and asks, does Alchemex have any more of that artificial anti-venom? Mark says that they're not supposed to, but it's kept in a new lab over on South Street. While Peter heads over there, Jonah continues trying to figure out ways to help, and while he looks over all of his files, he notices something. There are articles of venom popping up, and the photos came from someone named Sim. Jonah asks how could he be that stupid? I mean, he can't, can he? A few moments later, over at the fact sheet, a phone rings and someone answers it, calling out phone call from Mr. Sim. As Eddie Brock takes the phone, Jonah asks, "Mr. Sim, are you serious? Is your first name B.O.T.? Anyway, I'm glad I got a hold of you. There's something that you and your better half need to do, and don't worry, it's for a good cause." Venom starts to cover Eddie's face and he says, "We're listening." As the night begins to set, Peter begins to sneak into the lab over on South Street and he finds the security team is already dead. He runs in to find the vault where the anti-venom is being kept, and as he goes inside, he finds it empty. Just then a Carnage bomb flies through the air, and through it, Norman says, "We had a deal. Now that you put back on the suit, looks like everyone needs to die." Peter shouts, "Don't you dare!" And the bomb explodes, throwing Peter against the wall, and he calls out to May and Mary Jane before passing out. A short while later, over at Stark Tower, Mary Jane gets ready to leave for the night when suddenly, the window breaks open and a voice tells her, "Stop right where you are." She hits the security panel, telling the building to activate the Watson protocol, and as flames begin to shoot out, Eddie shouts, "Stop! Not Osborn! We're to help, damn it!" Mary Jane says that she was not expecting Venom. And just then, Norman flies in on his glider asking, "Fire and sound? Shoddy work. Someone clearly didn't get the memo. Those may work on the competition, but not me." Eddie whips back, knocking Norman off of his glider, telling him, "We're not competition. We are her protector." While Eddie tries to hold Norman back, he tells Mary Jane that he would greatly appreciate it if she would turn off the sonics and flames, since we're trying to save you. Mary Jane reaches back to deactivate the security panel, and Eddie tells her, "Thank you." While the fight over at Stark Tower begins, Aunt May hears a knock at the door, and when she opens it, she finds little Normie standing there. May asks what is he doing here, and Normie says that he was out playing and got lost. Can he come in? May tells him, of course, just let her call his mother. She must be worried sick. And while May has her back turned, Normie begins to change and he lunges, but then he's stopped by two mechanical arms reaching out, slamming him into the wall. The arm slams little Normie repeatedly, and a voice tells him, "You will not dare lay a hand on this woman." As Doc Ock picks up Normie, he says, "That woman is forever under my care. If you want her, you must face the wrath of Dr. Octopus." May runs out in front of Ock asking, "What are you doing? Normie is just a child." And Ock tells her, "He is no mere child." Normie begins to get up and he begins to change and he says, "He's got me there. They call me Goblin Child." Back over at Stark Tower, Peter swings in to see Venom and Norman fighting. And as he lands, he sees Mary Jane slide on an Iron Man glove. He asks, "What does it do?" And she tells him, "Yeah, it's a repulsor glove. It's the one place where I'm actually armed. And with Norman and a Carnage symbiote, we're gonna need some help." Peter heads into the fight, stating, "Thanks for the vote of confidence." Peter punches Norman as he thinks to himself that there has to be a weakness somewhere. Every living, breathing thing, breathing! That's it! He punches Norman in the throat, and as Norman coughs, he tells him, "Ha ha ha, good try, but you're sticking your hand where it doesn't belong." And he turns, biting into Peter's wrist. Mary Jane powers up her glove, hitting Norman, and as the blast hits him, Norman laughs, telling him, "Looks like you're doing more harm to Venom than anyone." As Mary Jane stops attacking, Norman holds out his hand, and he hits her with the same attack that he hit Johnny and Clash with. The needles begin to stick into her body, and Norman jumps onto his glider, stating, "Look at the time! I need to go pick up my grandson. I'm being such a bad grandpa." Peter shouts, asking, "Where's Normie?" And Norman asks, "Oh, didn't I tell you? I sent him over to play with Aunt May. Though, the old bat may be dead at her feet now." As he begins to fly away, Peter gets ready to follow when he notices that Norman...
Alright, I'll be back in a minute while this gets me to my destination. Alright, got myself a bowl of cereal. As I get hungry.
Through his web shooter, and Eddie then asks, hang on, if you want a fighting chance, you're gonna need all the help you can get. Take the Venom symbiote with you. Peter asks him, what? There's no way in hell I'm doing that. And Eddie tells him, we got some good hits in on him with the suit. And Spider-Man, you're just a guy. The Goblin got an upgrade, so it's time for you to get one. Take my symbiote. Mary Jane gets up telling him that he's right. No one loathes that thing more than her, but May Parker is in danger. He needs this. As Venom starts to climb up onto Peter, he thinks that this is a stupid plan, merging with Venom again? But a few seconds later, he swings out stating, so it's the two of us again, huh? Gotta say, I already feel stronger and faster. This might work. Meanwhile, over at the Columbia University Medical Center, Flash continues helping those that were in the fight with Norman. As one of the doctors begins to take off Silk's mask, Flash yells, whoa, the masks stay on. If you need anything, cut through the fabric. Flash begins to scream in pain, and Flash tells him to take it easy. He's got him. Whatever the Goblin's done to them, it's way worse than they thought. Meanwhile, over at May's apartment, Otto continues to struggle with Normie, and to try and help, May breaks a chair over the kid. She shouts that she used to bake him cookies, and Normie yells, yeah, and you put raisins in them. You deserve to die. Just as Normie gets back up to attack her, there's a loud boom, and through her door, Jonah steps in with a spider slayer stating J. Jonah Jameson.
I gotta say, the ending of this arc
suit
was
is no
really
match for
good.
these miscreants. As Jonah punches
I
Normie,
cannot
Norman
deny.
flies in shouting that the child is the blood of my blood. He's destined for greatness, to rule over all of you in my name. Norman then tosses
We're on a pretty
Otto
good
to
run
the
of
side,
stories
and he
lately.
stabs into the Spider Slayer suit, deactivating it. As both Otto Octavius and Jonah Jameson lay defeated, Norman looks over at May, stating that he is so sorry. I'm just losing my head when it comes to family, you know. Normie asks, what are we gonna do? And Norman tells him, yes, we're going to leave Spider-Man a message. A few moments later, Spider-Man swings down just as Norman and Normie are flying away. But before Peter can attack, Norman tells him, you may want to check on May while you can. Peter heads inside, and the first thing that he sees is Jonah's Spider Slayer suit, asking, what is this thing doing here? Jonah says that he tried his best, but he's afraid it wasn't enough. Before Jonah could go on, Peter stomps on the screen, and Jonah shouts from his apartment, damn it, there must be something I can do. Peter calls out to May, and as she answers, she holds Otto's body, both of them covered in Norman's spines. Peter looks at Otto, and May says that Otto saved her. And Peter says that's unbelievable. May tells him it's not. Anyone can be a hero. He taught her that. Peter looks at Otto and asks, why? Last time we met, you cost me everything. Otto says, why do you think? I still have your memories rattling around in my head. Your simpleton sensibilities of right and wrong. Peter gets up and tells May that they both need to check out. But don't worry, he's gonna save Normie. He swears it. A short while later, over the Alchemex building, Norman and Normie head inside and make their way to Liz's office, where her and Mark are waiting. Liz asks Normie if he's okay,
be
and Norman
damned.
tells her, eyes
Look at me
over
getting
here, the
lucky.
boy is fine. He's better than fine, actually. Liz tells him that that's enough small talk. He made it clear that this meeting was about him gaining control in exchange for her son back. Right here is all the paperwork that he would ever need to control this company. There's no legal way to just hand her company over. What does he think this is, Parker Industries? Norman tells her, that's one thing. There's a beneficiary clause, so once you're gone, your company falls to our little prince over here, Normie. Well, him and his loving legal guardian. Norman grabs the table and cracks it at Mark, stating, scratch that! His only living legal guardian. Pay attention, boy! This is how at Osborne tables a discussion. Liz pulls out a small device, hitting a button, and as she does, a door opens and Harry flies in on a glider with the Humatron, stating, I've always wanted you to stand up for me. Norman begins to change back into the Red Goblin, telling him, this should be fun. Sadly, though, robots do not scream. Harry flies by, grabbing Normie by the arm, telling him, I got you. And Normie starts to change, telling him, you left me. You should just go back to the love you actually love. Normie claws away at Harry, and Harry tells him, you can fight all you want, but I'm never letting you go, son. Norman then throws a small bomb, knocking Harry off of his glider, telling him, I am so done with the both of you. Time to say goodbye. Norman picks Liz up by her neck, throwing her out the window, asking, what is it with me and blondes in high places? Both Harry and Normie shout for Liz, and Norman tells Normie, oh boo-hoo, be bigger than this chump. It's time to grow up. But just then, Spider-Man swings in with Liz, stating, or not, sorry Goblin, you don't get to win that way, not twice. Normie looks at Norman and attacks him, shouting, this is supposed to be about Spider-Man being a bad guy, but he was you all along. Norman then changes his hand into an axe and he grabs Normie, telling him, Fine, I will just cut you out of the plan altogether. But as he swings down, Peter grabs the axe, telling him, you should have known that there was no way I was gonna let that happen to my godson. Harry grabs the glider, shouting to Norman that he should know. He's already dead to the family. And he throws the glider right into Norman's chest. Harry then grabs onto Normie, telling him, I'm so sorry that this all happened. But as he holds on, Normie shouts, I can't control it, don't touch me! Harry tells me he doesn't care. He is his son, and he promised he would never let him go. And slowly, the symbiote fades away. As Norman stops the glider, he grabs it, covering it with the symbiote, stating, I've had enough of this. You're always getting in the way, and I'm going to devour you whole. Norman takes the glider, flying it into Peter, knocking him out the window, and as he chases him, he starts lobbing carnage bombs. Peter starts to swing to avoid them, and he says, you said you were going to kill everyone I ever loved, but you failed every time. And Norman asks him, is that so? Well, I did more than just lay a finger on them. In fact, I left little pieces of myself in them. Those tiny shards, all at the snap of a finger, will travel into their bodies and into their brains and stab them like little daggers. So, how about we see what happens? And just like that, Norman snaps his fingers. A few moments pass, and Norman says that he should be feeling at their pain and torment, but there's nothing. How? Flash jumps out with most of his anti-venom gone from healing everyone, and he says, yeah, you want to give someone some credit for that defensive play of the year? That's gonna be me. Peter looks at Flash and asks, what the hell happened? And Flash tells him, I did what a soldier does. I followed orders. It was after Goblin's attack on Clash that I noticed what had happened. Everyone who came in contact with the Goblin, they were tagged with those things. I used the anti-venom powers I had to remove them and ease the pain. And all those people are doing just fine. Peter shouts, all right! Corporal Eugene Thompson for the win! But how did you know about the first run-in with Norman? Flash smiles and he says, I overheard you talking to Silk, Pete. After that, it was easy to figure out where to go and who to help. Not such a dumb jock after all, huh, Puny Parker? Flash then says, all those times that I copied off of you and got you to do my homework. We even now? Peter tells him, hell, I've forgiven Doc Ock and Venom today. You? I forgave you a long time ago, pal. Norman flies in with his glider, telling him, that's very touching, but this guy's a little annoying. The glider shoots down, biting down onto Peter's arm, sending him off the building. And Norman jumps down, tackling into Flash Thompson. Flash grabs onto Norman with what anti-venom he has left to burn him. And Norman tells him, look, underneath all this red, I'm still a goblin with all my goblin toys. Norman squeezes down on Flash's neck, electrocuting him, laughing. Poor Corporal Thompson, gone in a flash. Peter hears Flash scream at him, and after hearing that, he shouts, no! And Venom begins to take over. Peter begins to lose control of the symbiote. He screams for Norman. And he jumps down. I will kill you. He punches Norman so hard that he flies through several buildings. And then he shouts, we will eat his brains. But Flash leans up, telling him, no, you have to calm down, Pete. Please. Listen, that suit's good now. Or it can be. I helped make it that way. Please, don't let your rage infect it. Don't be the reason it goes evil again. Peter looks at Flash, and as he regains control, he tells him, I'm sorry, come on, we gotta get you somewhere. But Flash tells him, there's no time. Peter says, well, is there enough anti-venom to heal you back up? And Flash tells him no. Peter tells him, okay, I can give you back Venom. Venom can heal you. Flash yells, no! It could still die if it comes in contact with my skin. I have anti-venom in my bloodstream. Besides, you need this edge. People are in danger. You just sent the Red Goblin to the heart of the city. People need you. They need Peter Parker, the amazing Spider-Man, my hero, my friend. And as the last breath leaves Flash's lips, Peter could not even think of what to say. We're back over with Norman. His body crash lands into the middle of the city, and suddenly people begin taking pictures of him. He asks what's going on, and a Spider-Man cosplay tells him that this is his corner. Who is he supposed to be anyway? Norman tells him, okay, and he gets punching right through the man, telling him, I'm the guy who kills Spider-Man. Get it? Who else wants a picture? Peter swings down, shouting, stop laughing! You just killed my friend! This is not a joke! And now another man is dead. Norman tells him, you know, that's the thing. Spider-Man cares too much. What would you do if I just started killing everyone?
Oh,
he starts throwing several carnage bombs into the air, and as some of them start going off in the crowds, Peter webs everyone up to contain as much of the chaos as possible. Norman laughs, telling him, nicely done, bug boy. You're on fire, or rather, will be. Peter swings down with another explosion going off, and he manages to catch himself on a street pole before hitting the ground. The officers call out to him, but Peter tells them, get away! And the officers shout, "No! Behind you!" Norman grabs him, slamming him down, shouting, "Still holding back? That's your problem. There's no killer in you. Norman Osborn will be victorious." But as Peter struggles, he says, That's where you're wrong. This isn't your win. This is Carnage's win. All the credit will be to that suit and Cletus Cassidy." Inside the back of Norman's mind, he can hear Cletus laughing. "Yes, I'm the one who killed Spider-Man." Norman pulls back, shouting, "No, I'm the one who caused the shot. It was on me." Peter gets up, saying to himself, that's his weakness. Pride. Achilles' heel? Meet Norman's ego. He stands up, telling him, "How about we do this once and for all? The two of us, no gimmicks." Sound familiar? Peter then removes the Venom symbiote, telling him, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Get clear of all these flames." Norman rips off the Carnage symbiote, shouting, "Damn you, I never needed anyone. This is the real me. All I've ever needed to kill you." Peter charges in, punching Norman before he has a chance to attack. But now that Norman doesn't have the suit, Peter's spider sense is working again, and it's pinging like crazy. He looks back at a car on fire and realizes the gas tank is about to explode, and as it does, it knocks him to the ground. Norman gets up, stating, "Tides have turned, Spider." Norman then begins beating on Peter, and as Norman swings once more, Peter catches it, punching back. He punches over and over, telling Norman, "My friends, my family taught me everything that I know. They are with me in everything that I do. They give me strength to fight and live. And that last punch, that was for Flash. You're gonna be webbed up like every old common crook. You will live, and you will remember this day." Norman calls out to the symbiote to come back, but with Norman and the symbiote separated, Peter takes a motorcycle, slamming it down, causing it to explode. As he's knocked away, Peter gets up, saying again with the gas tank, "Did it work? Norman, show your colors. Are you red or green?" Norman leans up and begins to speak, but he's talking in gibberish. Peter says, "Maybe that's a win? All the people he's hurt, no more." But through the fire, Jonah walks up holding out a gun, telling Norman, "You're not fooling anyone with that act. This ends now." Peter shouts, "Jonah, what are you doing? Put the gun down." And Jonah says, "I'm not stupid. I know how this works. She's gonna come back and take someone else. This must end now." Jonah pulls the trigger, and the gun goes off. Peter jumps in the way, shouting, "I won't let you!" And Jonah asks why. And Peter tells him, "Because I could. It means I have to. Because with great power comes great responsibility. To everyone, even the worst of us." Later, once Norman is taken to solitary confinement, John Jameson tells Peter that he's breaking a lot of rules since he isn't an Avenger anymore. And Peter says he knows. He just needs to check on something. Peter stands in front of Norman's cell and he asks, "Have you told anyone?" And Norman says, "I know your secrets." "The world's biggest screw-up. You're Norman Osborn." Peter pauses and tells him, "Okay, and who are you?" And Norman says, "My name is Cletus Cassidy." Peter turns around, telling him, "Yeah, we're done here." Slowly, things begin to go back to normal. Liz used Alchemex and Dr. Steve to create a method to remove the last bits of the Carnage symbiote from Norman. As Norman comes off the table, Harry hugs him, telling him that he swears he's going to make their name mean something good. He will not be like his father. He will love him no matter what. And Normie asks, "No matter what?" And Harry tells him, "Yeah." As Normie hugs Harry back, a little glint of red shinies are in Normie's eye. And he says, "That's good to know." However, with everyone moving on, the one day that people didn't want to come, comes. The day that the son, brother, high school football star, and the head of the Spider-Man fan club was finally put to rest. Peter steps forward to Flash Thompson's casket. And he says, "Flash was so many things, but who am I kidding? He was a bully, and he was my bully." When I think back to all of the lockers that I was shoved into, it also makes me realize that bullies don't come out of nowhere. Someone always hurts them first. I didn't find that out about Flash until many years later, and then on that day, things changed. Flash once said that he found a hero to look up to, so he started a life of service. He helped his fellow man, and he saved so many lives, protecting others in ways that people will never know about. He became a man that we can all be proud of. He himself became somewhat of a bully, but things can change, so maybe one day, I can become a man that Eugene Flash Thompson would be proud of. Even though we were friends, there was one thing that I never told him, and that was that I am his #1 fan. He was the hero that I look up to. As the services start to end, everyone begins to leave, except one man, Jonah. He stares down and May tells Peter that he should go talk to him. Their family, and Jonah needs help. Peter waits for everyone else to leave and then he walks up to him, telling him that Once when he was 15, he made a mistake that others paid for. He's felt that weight since he was 15. It doesn't help. But if he was here, he would forgive him. Everyone that you love, they would forgive you. That's what they do. It's what we do. After everything that we've been through, I can forgive you for everything and anything. Jonah turns back and says, Peter, my boy. And before he can say anything, there's a scream in the distance, and Jonah says, well, what are you standing around for? Stop wasting time, you're needed out there. Peter asks, needed? As in necessary, me? And Jonah shouts, Twarker! Peter pulls on his tie and he says, all right, I get it. Jeez. Jonah watches Peter run off, and he starts to pick up the clothes that Peter left, stating, dang blast it, these will get all wrinkled. What would that boy do without me? And so, Peter swings into action, still recovering from his gunshot wound, because that's what he does. He fights the good fight, saving the world one friendly neighborhood at a time. And there you have it, the conclusion to Amazing Spider-Man Worldwide. The whole storyline, and now he's gone back to the basics. Nick Spencer's writing the storyline. The Red Goblin was the finale, and it was very sad the way Agent Venom went down. So let me know what you guys think about this storyline in the comments down below. Thank you for sticking out for the entire Amazing Spider-Man storyline, and I will see you next time right here at Comicstorian.
Jesus.
Welcome to the Comicstorian channel, where we bring some of your favorite video games, comic books, and movies, and we break them down into digestible bites, giving you an audio drama format, allowing you to listen to the storylines while getting on with your busy day. Today we're going to be doing another full story. For veterans of the channel, you know what a full story is. A full story is us grabbing some of our older videos, which had to come out over the span of multiple months or multiple years sometime, and we combine them into a longer video. Today we're going to do a fan favorite, the Super Sons storyline. We're going to combine all the videos we made on the original Super Sons run, the 12-issue span, and we're going to put it together for one big video, so you guys can sit down and enjoy the best Super Sons storyline ever to have ever come out. Because Super Sons is amazing. I love that storyline. Either way, I hope you guys enjoy it. Please check it out, and I'll see you at the end. Now, things have been crazy for John. He discovered that he has some powers of his father and that he is now the new Superboy. But today is a normal day at school. He begins to walk outside of his school and he bumps into another girl walking in. He leans over apologizing and she smiles back, telling him her name is Maya. Kathy, John's neighbor and friend, asks Maya if she's a new student at their school. And Maya gets up walking away, telling her, I'm nobody, just running an errand for my little brother. Later, John. She walks away and reports the situation in her headset. John and Kathy ride home on her bicycle, but as they begin to pass a spooky swamp, John tells her to go on ahead, because he thinks this spooky swamp requires an investigation for Superboy. He walks in realizing how cold it really is, and then he sees a spooky owl, followed by a spooky snake. Both scare him so much that he loses control of his heat vision and he burns up the ground. And then he sees a spooky moose. Suddenly he's picked up off the ground and a blast of energy hits the ground, putting out the fire. He looks up to see what grabbed them and sees a giant bat-like creature. But if you've seen our Robin Son of Batman videos, you'll know that this creature is actually Goliath, his pet. Riding on the back of Goliath is another of Robin's friends, Nobody, and she chastises him for blowing her cover. John begins to feel a sneeze going on, and he informs Nobody that he thinks he may be allergic to, but then he sneezes, and out comes frost breath. With Goliath partially frozen, John and Nobody begin to fall back down to the swamp, with her mask being blown off, revealing that it's actually Maya, and she's in shock. Really? Freeze breath? Goliath breaks free, grabbing the kids before they hit the ground, but everyone falls unconscious. When John wakes up, he finds a needle over his head, and he hears Maya tell Robin to chill. Robin leans into the immobile John to inform him, you're a threat to every living thing on and off this planet, from desecrating my father's moon cave, to torching the Hamilton's countryside, to slaughtering endangered hawks, and incinerating domestic felines. If you're curious about any of that, check out our previous 2 Superman videos. But at that moment, both boys hear a rather demanding voice, one of Batman. Robin, the Justice League computer was hacked from this location.
John.
By who? Nobody, Father. And nobody cloaks herself. Cloaking device don't fail me now. Enough. Release Superboy now before. But it's too late as the wall is cracked open and Superman flies in furious. What have you done with my son? Superman, listen. I thought I told you people John isn't a threat. He's just a boy. As Superman continues to tear through the base, John tries to call out to his dad. Dad, But Superman's eyes glow red. I need to have a word with your son, Wayne. Batman pulls out a kryptonite batarang. Robin, get behind me. John runs over. Dad, I'm okay, stop. But Superman and Batman get ready to fight it out. He can't hear his own son. Somebody should teach that son of yours some manners. Somebody should teach yours control. How dare you presume? And John sneezes on everyone, freezing the room over. Superman stops and apologizes to his son. He didn't know that he had learned a new power. And Robin begins to whine that Superboy ruined his computers. Batman turns to Superman, telling him, I missed a lot of Damian's first steps as well. They were worse. Less ice, more blood, Father. Superman sits down with his son, telling him, we have a lot to go over. Like for starters, who's the shy ghost in the corner? Maya
Hey,
doesn't know what
JD,
to
how you do, buddy?
You're not supposed to see me. Well, Batman begins to run some tests on
How's life
Superboy to
doing
help
ya?
Superman out. And once they finish, Alfred brings John a root beer. He then takes the boys, insisting Robin introduce John to his pets and show him the dinosaur in the cave. Batman informs Superman that through the analysis, he can tell that more powers are coming, so he advises
Alright,
keeping
so
an
just
eye on the
another
boy.
thought.
And Superman asks him, do you think our fathers had this many questions about us when we were growing up? Yes, all good fathers do. Meanwhile, with the boys, Batman introduces John to Alfred, his cat, and then he warns him not to incinerate the cat. Wouldn't want to make mommy cry again, so John punches him in the stomach. The boys go back and forth battling against each other again, and the animals even get involved as Alfred the cat covers John's face. Damian eventually whips out his kryptonite batarang, and he prepares to stab John with it, until Batman flings another batarang at him, knocking it loose. Both boys look at their fathers and realize, they made them mad. It's time for boot camp. The boys get dropped into a mission without their costumes, because they need to earn them back, piece by piece. Climbing to the top of a snowy mountain, Damian gets his boots and vest back, while John gets his sneakers and jacket, but without the zipper. John asks if boot camp is over, but Damian informs him, no, because it's not boot camp to them, it's a game. And Maya jumps both of the boys. She informs them that if they can work together to get past her, they'll find their badges inside. She starts knocking them around, and Damian insists on fighting her alone. So John blasts his heat vision at the mountain, which causes an avalanche. Maya quickly swoops down on a rock, catching both of them, and all of them land in the forest down below. Damian walks over and sticks his boot on her back, opening up her backpack and taking out his Robin badge along with a map. He then leaps onto the train that the map told him to leap onto and ditches everyone. Maya gets up and smiles at John, handing him his zipper so that he can close his jacket, and he takes off trying to catch the train that Damian ditched them all for. Damian pulls the letter out further, and then he sees the words tag written on it, and that's when Goliath drops in, hitting Damian aside. The train car swings open and a motorcycle falls out onto the tracks as Goliath throws Damian off the train. Conveniently, John caught up to them and jumped into the sidecar just as Damian jumped on the bike and started to drive back to the train. John leaps out to get Goliath's attention by grabbing his ears, and then John and Goliath begin to spin out of control, so Damian crawls up the train until he finds a car with fish in it, and he directs Goliath into it so that he can lock him in the train, and then John can join him. But that's when they see the end of the train tracks coming up. Damian and John have no idea what to do, so Damian calls out for Goliath to save them, except now Goliath is a little busy eating fish. So John throws a fish out for Goliath to catch, just as Superman is swooping in to save the boys, just in case. Luckily, they didn't need him as they gained control of Goliath and they flew off into the sky. Batman radios Superman, telling him, John is pretty resourceful. Yes, but only on his own. We'll give them one more chance to work together. With them safely on Goliath's back, both boys sit down and wait for the ride back to Gotham. Damian says that he's kind of hungry, so John offers him half a granola bar, and Damian tells him that he'd rather starve than eat it. Then his stomach grumbles, so he accepts it and the boys go to bed. John asks him, do you think our fathers want us to become brothers in arms? Worse, friends. Do you think? Never. Yeah, right, never. As they get closer to Gotham, they find the last of their father's games, with a hurricane kicking up off the coast. Both the boys try to tell Goliath which way to go, which confuses him, and they get swept up into the winds and thrown down into a garbage barge. Superman hovers down, disappointed in the two of them, and he tells them that they can find their own ways back to the Batcave, where we'll be discussing what to do with your capes, since you didn't earn them back. But when they get back to the Batcave, they see a large mess, and various villains' DNA have been broken open, and what appears to be Clayface. Both boys get knocked back back when they see their father's captured. Superman tells Bruce that this is risky, but Bruce looks at him and tells him, look, it's working. The boys get up, and they begin to repeat the same line. It is Alfred and our dads. It's up to us to stop it together. So together, they beat on it, blast it with heat vision, and work on a strategy that requires the two of them to be a team. As brothers in arms, members of a team, and as friends. Alfred then walks over and presents the boys with their capes and announces to their fathers, they are the Super Sons. As the super family, the Duffys, sit at their home watching TV, Reggie asks his brother Archie if he can have some of his popcorn. Archie says no, he already finished his share, but as Reggie reaches and takes some anyway, Archie tells him sure, take the whole thing. Reggie says, man, I'm sure cold and uncomfortable. And both his mother and his sister Sarah get up to give him a blanket and a pillow. And after a few moments, Reggie gets up telling them, guys are the best. How about a group hug? With no one getting up right away, Reggie shouts, group hug! So everyone jumps up and huddles together. He says, we're the closest family ever. Meanwhile, over in Hamilton County, little Jonathan Kent yawns as he walks to the bus stop in the snow. The bus pulls up and John sees an old man and he asks, where's our regular driver? The old man says that Pat is sick, so he's filling in. John heads inside and he sits down with his friend Kathy and they talk about the book report that they had the other night when John hears some of the other kids laughing as they pick on another student. John gets up and Kathy whispers, don't get involved. And he tells her, I cannot sit here and do nothing. John tells the bullies to just stop it and the bullies ask, who are you supposed to be, Superman? And then they start shooting him with spitballs. But before John can do anything, the bus driver shouts for everyone to knock it off and return to their seats, which John quietly does. After school, John tells Kathy and the others that he has a plan. They're gonna have a snowball fight to show those bullies. As soon as the first snowball is thrown, all of the kids join in pelting each other and the bullies decide that it's time to up their game. One of the bullies throws a snowball, hitting Alan in the head, but everyone sees that there was a rock in it, causing Alan to bleed. The other bullies start to make more snowballs with rocks and John takes off his glasses to blast it, but then he sighs, putting his glasses back on. His father told him not to use his powers out in public. The bullies get ready to throw it again and they notice a giant shadow forming over them. And a giant snowball falls out of the sky, crashing on them. John looks up to see the substitute bus driver. While all of the kids head back to the bus, John runs around the corner to see the bus driver is standing there and he asks, what are you doing at my school? Damian Wayne pulls the mask off, stating, I was bored. Really, just wanted to see how the other half lives. John tells him, you don't have classes? And Damian tells him, no, I'm homeschooled, remember this? As Damian holds up another mask, John asks, how can he fake being a substitute teacher? Later that night at the Kent household, John sits with Clark and Lois playing cards, telling them what happened today at school with Alan. Clark and Lois tell him that they're proud of him for standing up for what was right. But as they do, Lois says that by the way, she has 3 aces, so she wins. Clark's communicator goes off and John asks, how does she do that all the time? Clark answers the communicator and quickly changes, telling everyone there's a league thing, and he kisses everyone goodbye. He flies off and Lois tells John that it's time for him to get to bed anyway. As John gets ready and starts to crawl into bed, he begins to hear a voice calling out, did you remember to floss, Johnny boy? John jumps up with his heat vision and he asks Damian if he's crazy. He could have totally just blasted him. After almost getting caught by Lois, Damian jumps inside and tells him, look, since our fathers are out, I decided to let you join me in an investigation. John asks, is that so, huh? Damian goes on, there's been an assorted amount of break-ins and hacking attempts over at the LexCorp facilities. So what is your name? John says John, and he says, you should already know that. And Damian says, no, it's Superboy, which means forget about going to bed on time. Let's go get ready to be super. A short while later, over in Metropolis, Damian swings to the next building as John leaves. And Damian tells him, you still can't fly, can you? As they both reach their target, Damian tells him, there it is, LexCorp, let's hurry. The boys quickly hurry over and they begin scaling the building. But before they can get too high, a voice tells them, it's horrible weather for breaking and entering. They both turn back and Lex Luthor asks, is there something I can help you with? And John nervously says, hi? The boys hang on the outside of the building and John says, oh God, I'm getting in so much trouble. Damian says, no, this is perfect. Lex asks, what are you doing here? It's a school night. Shouldn't you be in bed? I want you off of my building now. Damian tells him, sure. And then he grabs John's leg, pulling him off. As John falls, Damian yells out, by the way, the kid can't fly! Lex snaps the cable that Damian is on and he tells him that he suggests holding on then because they're going for a ride. Damian quickly fires another hook while Lex rushes down to catch John. Before hitting the ground, Lex tells John that you have a great deal of explaining to do, so you better start by telling me who you are. John kicks back, knocking Lex away, telling him, we're nobody, okay? Nobody! As John drops to the ground, he takes a strength in the alleyway, and Lex shouts for him to get back here. Lex flies by grabbing John, and John says, look, we're just a couple of stupid kids. This is all a prank, all right? And Lex tells John, if that's the case, why is your friend planting explosives in my lab? And John asks him, what are you talking about? But before he can even finish, Lex rockets back into the lab, and they both see Damien planting explosives. Lex fires a blast, destroying the bomb, and he asks, was that really your plan? Because now is where you tell me why you're trying to blow up my lab. Damien smiles, telling him, I'm giving you to the count of 5. And then the entire room starts to beat with many more explosives. Lex shouts, stop! And Damien runs through, sliding between Lex's legs, and he tells John, we're leaving. And the two escape back outside, where Damien throws John onto a rooftop, telling him that Lex should have figured out by now that those really weren't explosives. Once Damien lands, he begins tapping away on his tablet, and he tells John, I have made a terrific distraction. John runs over, grabbing Damien, telling him, you just need to leave me alone. I should have never let my father start that training with you. And John goes on, you think you're such a super detective? Lex caught us instantly. You couldn't even make a halfway decent Batman. Damien holds up his tablet and he says, it's downloading LexCorp's security logs. And then he yawns, oh, but you're right, I'm better. A little while later, after getting some snacks, Damien holds up the tablet, telling him, I got it, just watch. And on the screen, an image of Reggie pops up, and it shows him working on an android. And after doing whatever it is to it, the feed cuts out. Damien then tosses the tablet, telling them, it's gonna take me a week or so to go through that data, but I will get to the bottom of whatever is going on. And John tells him, you could do that, or you could just watch it in super speed. John holds back up the tablet, telling him that the kid broke in, was seen in 4 places at the same time. Damien snaps back the tablet, telling him, so he's cloning himself. And John walks off, telling him, you should just get your Teen Titan friends to help. You really don't have weeks to figure out who that kid is. Seconds later, Damien says the kid's name is Reggie. He may not have super eyes, but he's got Batman's facial recognition database. So there's no going home yet. The two speed off on Damien's bike, and Damien explains that Reggie and his entire family were powered up by the Amazo virus. The Amazo virus was a synthetic plague created by Lex using the power-stealing android Amazo. Only 5% of the people affected with the virus were able to keep their powers, and in this case, the entire family did. Once the two sneak into a warehouse, John says they should probably call in their dads. Damien tells him, no, we need to do this for ourselves. While Damien starts looking through some of the papers in the room, Damien mentions that there's an article that says the family disappeared after a fight with each other. John looks around and says, oh my god! And he sees the dead family members. He shouts, I'm calling my dad! And Damien grabs him, telling him, this is my case, so we're going to. But John smacks him into a window, telling him, you're crazy! People are dead! And he leaps out of the warehouse. Damien just stares at him leaving and tells him, fine, be a crybaby, leave! I got work to do. While Damien continues the investigation, he sees that there's someone missing and out in the woods. John finds that someone, and as they both continue their work, the images of their fathers appear behind them. Moments later, the two boys are fighting against their father's counterparts, and as they fight, they begin to notice that there's no way that this is their fathers. It has to be androids. John readies himself to blow up the Batman bot, and Damien's body comes crashing into him. He tells him, nice catch. I was thrown from the warehouse by a bucket of bolts dressed as the world's worst superhero. Damien then says, I should have known that you didn't run off like a baby. And John shouts, I wasn't scared! Plus, that rusty version of your dad is attacking me! The boys begin to argue and bicker again, shoving each other and wrestling to the ground. As the robots of Batman and Superman watch, they then hear John ask, now? And they both jump up out of the dust shouting, now! As they both play into the daddy bots, the bots grab them and begin to crush their heads, and another voice shouts, drop. John says, that's right! Forgot to mention I found a girl. Sarah stands up pointing to the ground and she says, I said drop. The bots release the boys and then they fall to the ground. Damien tells Sarah that you better have some answers for me. And John tells her, just ignore the little guy. What's going on over here? Sarah tells them that there will be more. They need to get out of here. So John picks Sarah up and puts her on his back. And Damien leads the group back to his bike, stating, of course we're gonna trust the strange girl immediately. John asks her, how does she know what to do back there? And Sarah tells him that she can control machines. It was her gift from the Amazo virus. Damien goes on explaining that Amazo was an old enemy of the Justice League. He's an android programmed with the artificial versions of the League's various superpowers. Last year, Lex released a synthetic version of the
no
program
problem, buddy.
using
Hey,
virus.
JD, how you
Thousands
doing,
were exposed
man?
and provided
What's
powers
going
until
on?
the deadly side effect kicked in. Sarah says that out of the 3% that lived, her and her family survived. So they used their powers to help out with the town, and her brother Reggie, well, he was never
What's going on in your
He
life?
used his power and he multiplied himself, and it also split his mind. Around that time was when Reggie learned that there was an Amazo armor stored up at LexCorp, and after stealing it, he was able to split himself into these superpowered Amazo creatures. Each duplicate is able to mimic a superpower that
wow.
they've been exposed to. And as the group goes goes on.
bad.
The bots they fought begin to change
Doing a lot
and
of dungeons
reconstruct
today.
themselves into the boys.
Got a
And
good
it
run
begins
of
to replicate
comic
them.
book
Up ahead, the
stories,
three reach the
lately
bike, and John
too,
says they
so
need to call in the Justice League. And Damian
cannot
tells him,
complain.
no, we can do
How's
this.
work been
John
going?
tries to say that the Amazo virus is way stronger than them. And Damian pushes John back, telling him, stronger than you maybe, but I'm the world's greatest hero, and this girl needs my help. John says, whatever, I'm calling the League. And Damian uses his grappling hook to stomp him, so John shouts, all right, Dork Knight, I'm calling your dad. Damian kicks John down, telling him, like hell you are. And the two go back to fighting at each other's throats. Sarah grabs her head.
I was thinking about you the other day, actually, because I saw
while the boys argue, there's an
there was some
explosion next to
video
them, and they
done
look
by
back at the
Vice
wreckage to
about
see that that was where the
undercover
bike was. And Sarah is
Amazon
now
worker
standing there
that
with
got
red
caught.
eyes, and John asks,
I've been,
what's
meaning
happening?
to watch.
Sarah's voice begins to change, and Reggie tells them, you've escaped my prison. This girl was able to get outside, but now I'm in control again. Sarah's voice changes back as she shouts, it's my brother! He's been creating copies of the family and killing them over and over again. Reggie's voice comes back through, and he says, and now it's time to come home. And Sarah's body begins to melt. Just then, the Damian and John bots jump out. Damian says, all right, I'll admit it. Maybe in retrospect, we should have called in our fathers. John says, thanks, that's nice to hear. And Damian clarifies, maybe we should have. As John holds on to Sarah, Sarah throws out her arm shouting, now! And the bots begin to explode. She shouts to them to hurry and go find the real versions of them. She'll buy them some time. As the two begin to run, more bots begin to chase after them, and John says, so I saved a girl who was really a superpowered robot who was actually on the inside a real girl on the inside of that. And Damian tells him, those super senses are sure coming in handy, aren't they?
Yeah.
Damian jumps grabbing a tree and he swings back, cutting off one of the John bots' heads. And John grabs him, telling him, we really don't have time for this. Damian jumps on John's back and they start to rewire some of the circuitry. And after a few moments, he says, I got it. And he tosses the head and tells John to stop. We're done running. It's time for Robin and Superboy to make a stand. As the two get to work fighting back, ripping the bots apart, they all start
Yeah,
to gang
man,
up on
that
them.
was
Damian shouts, we just
weird.
gotta hold
Bringing
out for it."
back,
And John tells him, hang on. And as he goes
Superman's
to help
dad,
Damian, he
just
too
so
is
he
pulled
could
down into the mass of
abduct
bots.
John
Later,
and
Damian
then
and
age him
John
up.
hang upside down.
Because they ruined that whole dynamic, you know? It would have been cool to see them, like, growing up through the years together. I'm not sure why they did that. But you're right, it was definitely an injustice done to the character. Not just to the character, but, like, shit, they lost some of the best years of John's life because Grandpa's an asshole.
That he has to ask, Superboy, do you have any
And then there was
powers?"
that time
And
he
John
was
tells
left
him,
with
"Just
Ultraman."
shut up." As the two
God
argue
damn.
again, the voice then tells them,
John
"So
is
much
such a
anger.
good guy,
I'm going to
too.
assume that you have to
Doesn't
be family."
deserve it.
Reggie floats out wearing the Amazo armor, telling them, family really sucks, right? And Damian shouts,
Did
"We
you
are
catch
not
the,
related." John tells him, we should have just
the,
let Mr. Luther handle this.
crossover
It was
they did
his
with
tech after
Injustice
all.
and John
Reggie shouts, like hell
and
it is.
Ultraman?
The Amazo virus is in my blood.
That was-
the armor was stolen.
that was a great
the armor
moment
enhances
when
my
Injustice
abilities, so I've
Superman
never
met
been alone.
Ultraman.
And I could be like how real
was a
families
short
should
meeting.
be. As the bots
Still
begin
good,
to
though.
drag in the other Duffy family members, Reggie goes on stating that all they wanted to do was use their powers for everyone but themselves. But now they're here, sedated and depowered, and I've made them watch as I killed their copies over and over. However, the family's really starting to get on my nerves. It is time to make the dream a reality. Reggie leans down to Sarah, telling her that his little sister has always had a hard time following rules. Sarah leans up, spitting on Reggie's mask, and Reggie continues telling her that I was going to be patient, strike the Justice League down when they were in disarray, but you have forced my hand, and once I absorb all of their powers, the Amazo family will be unstoppable. John tries to struggle out of the chain, shouting, we gotta do something, and Damian stops
Have you
him, telling him,
caught
"Just wait, you're
the
gonna be
latest
fine. I can see the
reboot
future."
in,
And
the
3,
DC
2,
animated,
1, Luther! Lex Luthor crashes into the building, shouting to
stuff.
Reggie, give me back my armor.
think it was,
John asks, how? And Damian
forget the
says,
name of
I did
it.
it when I was tinkering
Crisis
with the bot's
Core,
head. There's so much
Crisis,
to teach you. Lex freezes the boys, telling them that he
Something
assumes that
Crisis.
they're the
Infinite
ones who brought him
Crisis.
here. Damian
Can't
says,
remember.
yeah, the guy that
It was a
stole your armor plans to take
three-part
over the
movie
world.
series,
Lex grabs
though,
two of the bots
the
by their
last
heads,
part just got
crushing them,
released
telling
not
them,
too
it
long
won't be
ago.
this world. I can
think
assure
it
you
was,
of that. Reggie runs by hitting
what's his
Damian, and
face?
Damian shouts to Lex,
Bruce
Reggie's a
Timm's
target, so handle him.
Batman's,
Lex
last-
walks back
last,
over asking, who the
appearance as
hell do you
Batman.
think you are to command
Kevin Conroy.
Superman?
Yes.
Reggie goes back into attack again, but Damian grabs Reggie by the arm and flips him onto his back, telling him, I'm Robin, Batman's better half. The two quickly run over to the Duffies, and he grabs them and heads out. But after getting away from the hideout, Damian and John set the Duffies down, and Damian tells Sarah that she's the only one who could do this. Sarah says that she knows. She just needs there to be one target, not 100. John peeks over the rock, stating, looks like the coast is clear. And then a John bot pops up. He blows him away, telling him, I guess my super breath works. Sometimes.
There was,
What's
I forget the name of it. It's a 3-part movie series that was just released. I think the first one was released last year, and they just released. They're basically just rebooting the animated universe again. It was a cross. It was a lot like the comics Infinite Crisis, where all these different worlds were being, destroyed by the Anti-Monitor. So they kind of do the DC animated. Yeah, I agree. It wasn't, I don't know, it kind of just left a bad taste in my mouth by the end of it. Absolutely. And I gotta say, they do give Kevin Conroy a pretty good send-off. Mark Hamill, for that matter, too. So it is worth watching, but like by the time you get to the end of it, it's like, oh, we're rebooting again. Like, you got it.
The family is safe. Damien and John head back to the hideout, and Reggie asks if they really want to be playing. John asks him, are you gonna make another army of you? And Damien scoffs, telling him, you really gotta grow a pair. The liquid metal begins to form and take shape, and just as Reggie shouts it's over for them, he feels a sudden pain. He asks what's happening, and Damien shouts, the pain you're feeling is your flesh being ripped apart by your family. Sarah begins to pull at the machine and begins to rip the exoskeleton off of Reggie, severing the bond. The exoskeleton skitters towards John, and Lex stomps on it, telling them both, that's enough. I'm calling the authorities. He looks at Damien and John, and he tells them, as far as I'm concerned, you're both delinquents. So if you want to throw yourselves in my mercy, you have 3 minutes. Sarah looks at Reggie and says, you were never a nice brother, but you were never like this. Lex tells her it's because of the constant splitting of his mind, but with her cooperation, he should be able to get the entire family back on their feet. He can put her in a real position to be a heroic youth,
so
unlike
this is
the
a
2 young boys who,
repeatable
and as he
quest
looks back, he sees
for the
Damien and John
dungeon.
are gone.
What
He
does it
quietly
get
says,
me?
damn it. Off in the distance, Damien says that leaving was a wise decision, and John tells him just to shut up. A short while later, the boys land at the Kent home, and Damien says, what about Gotham? And John shouts, find your own way home. So Damien says that his cycle was destroyed in the battle. You know, the one where we just saved a family.
that,
Whatever, I'll just call a new one.
jewelry.
John shushes him, telling him, whatever. Next time you need a partner, call someone else, because I... But before he could finish, a voice from John's window says, ahem. Inside, Lois shouts, you better start talking.
And you can't even
quick.
color it.
And Alfred folds his
It's not
arms,
even
saying,
worth it.
yes, I believe ditto is the operative word.
They want for it.
I've met my greatest enemy, Pennyworth, and it's boredom. Damien is sitting at the Bat computer, grounded from his
Oh, I could
latest
just get
caper
it
with
now if I
Superboy.
wanted.
Alfred tells him that he isn't leaving until he serves his sentence.
Oop.
And Robin tells him,
Be back
my
one
father,
second.
Batman, is only punishing me to save face. It's only because Superman and Lois grounded Superboy. This is why I like working with the Teen Titans. No parents are involved. I don't even know why my father bothers maintaining a friendship with Superman. Alfred corrects Damien. Your father considers a lot of things a waste of time, like sleep.
I think
But
it's
he
just
values
spam.
his friendship with Superman.
Just some spam.
Super loser is more like it. As Alfred leaves,
Like 90%
Damien hears
sure
a
it's just
rather
a spam
interesting
call.
noise. But hours earlier, Jonathan Kent, aka Superboy, was dealing with his punishment by doing chores
Yeah.
in the farm without his powers. Until he used his super leap, and Lois wasn't exactly happy with him because he was using his powers when he wasn't supposed to be. That's how being grounded works. You don't get to do what you want to do, and well, as you can imagine, she was kind of mad at him. Superman comes out asking if he just saw his boy using his powers, and John pouts, telling his dad, Mom handled it. Superman tries to explain that they want him to learn to keep his powers under control. They're moving to Metropolis. He needs to get used to that. John tears off his hoodie, super angry. They don't want him to use his powers. He's in trouble for helping people, and they're moving him away from his home? With that, he super leaps away. This is a prison! I just want to be myself! Superboy begins bouncing around
Super
Gotham City,
leaps
just
away.
angry and frustrated. Why is it that everyone tells me what to do and said he suck? This is all Robin's fault. Robin sucks! As Jonathan decides that he's gonna go tell Robin himself, he sneaks into the Batcave, where the two of them find each other. But since it's a surprise, Robin responds properly, throwing Superboy into the giant penny. He turns around shouting, Intruder! Throwing his batarangs at Superboy, which all land in the penny as Superboy is yelling back, It's me, you idiot! Stop throwing stuff at me! Robin walks over, pointing his finger into Superboy's head. You could be an escaped Amazo clone that we missed. And Superboy slaps his hand away. Cut it out! It's me! As they walk around, Superboy explains that he's just tired of everything. They're forcing him to move, they're punishing him, and they're yelling at him. And Robin tells him, You're wasting your potential. You should be embracing the change instead of moping around the Batcave. They go back and forth about Batman and Superman and who's better and who was crying last time they hung out. John says that it was Robin. Which ends with Robin looking Superboy in the face. We are not friends! Why are you here? and John makes a fist. I never said we were. Robin slaps his fist away, so Superboy throws him across the room. Robin fires a grappling hook, so Superboy leaps into the air to meet him. Robin then throws dozens of batarangs, which all bounce off of Superboy as he goes in to hit Robin. Except Robin, he's a trained assassin, and he kicks John in the face. John grabs him and throws him down, but Robin catches himself. Then when he looks back, John has a giant computer thingy, and he hurls it at Robin. Then he lands, kicking Robin in the face, so Robin grabbingly hooks away as explosions go off all over the Batcave. John takes a swing and Robin leaps over it as they go in for the final hit. And that's what Alfred calls out, "What's going on?" John runs off to hide where Damien pointed, and Alfred walks down with 2 plates. He looks around, only seeing Damien, and then simply, without pause, says, "I cannot believe my life has come to a place where I have to say this." He looks at the dinosaur statue that Batman has, and it has a red cape hanging out of it. Please step out of the dinosaur's buttocks. Both John and Robin sit down to eat their meal. Alfred asks Jonathan why he's joined him. Damien
this
leans
is the
back
call
in
I
his
was
chair.
waiting for.
"Oh, he came to complain," which leads to John snapping, "Shut up!" and Damien telling him, "No, you shut up!" Alfred explains that he watched their fathers go from being enemies fighting over the stupidest things to eventually becoming trusted allies and then friends. There's nothing better in this world than a friend who's gone through what you've gone through. John simply says that he just really doesn't want to move away from Hamilton County. Cities stink. You can't be afraid of change. It's going to happen no matter what. And that's when Batman and Superman arrive. John demands to know where they were, and Robin calls it out. "Diabolical! You were listening in on our conversations!" So John looks at his dad asking the question, "Is it true? Were you and Batman arguing all the time?" That was before Damien's dad and I discovered how much we could relate, son. Batman chimes in, "Like looking after children who just try to pummel each other." And Damien chimes in, "And I'm sure you weren't the least bit curious as to who would win." Superman grabs a piece of bread while Batman pours himself a drink. "Who do you think would win if we fought, Bruce?" "Me. But I'm stronger, and I can fly." Me. "I think your cowl's too tight, Batman." Superman turns back to his son. "I'm sorry, son, but you're moving to Metropolis with us. There's no way around that." "Yeah, but I don't have to like it." "No, you're right. You don't. But your mother and I were talking, and we've decided that if you are going to be a part of this superhero world, you need to be able to protect yourself from it." He places his hands on the shoulders of both boys. "So we thought that you could train and have your adventures with someone similar to your age." Both boys get super excited and they run off as Superman turns back to Bruce. "I just need to sell Lois on that. Good luck, Kent." With smirks that imply trouble, John asks Damien what he wants to do now. And as they left, Damien tells him, "Remember what I said when we fought Kid Amazo? Ask for forgiveness, not permission." The mud of a dead multiverse, crafted and shaped into a quasi-life by my slowly decaying hands. Hands that until now have only known arthritic failure time and again. This earthen gift from another, counter me. This is my rebirth, a new life's work. When my time passes, I will never be remembered, but my life's work, they will never be forgotten. And in front of us is an elderly man who just shaped together various beings into life. But over in Metropolis, Lois asks her son John, "Do you have your cell phone, John?" "Yes, Mom. I already told you like 100 times. Don't get short with me or I'll turn your super butt right around. Remember, be back by 10 p.m. on the dot." "Come on, it's Friday. Damien's dad lets him stay out all night." That's when Superman jumps in as he's eating his ice cream. Damien's dad dresses like a bat and gets hit in the head 28 times every night. Not the best argument there. Lois walks over with Damien's packed snack and kisses him on the head. "Aw, fair point, Dad." So he puts the snack into his pocket and he fist bumps his dad before heading off on his first superhero night of adventuring. Up on the rooftops, he runs over to a perched and waiting Damien. "Sorry I'm late again, Robin. My mom washed my costume, but she put it in with the PJs, so I had..." And as he gets closer, Damien puts up his finger over John's lips, stomping him. "Let's talk. You're a soldier and you're on duty. This is our uniform, not a costume." And with that, they leap off of the building. "Your training begins now." "Training? Who said you were training me?" They make their way to a street where a man is jaywalking, and Damien grabs him by the shirt. "Jaywalking is where it starts. Next thing you know, you're gonna be knocking over liquor stores in Gotham Heights and working for pennies for scuds like Two-Face." And while Damien is striking fear into the hearts of a middle-aged, overweight dog walker, John is petting the dog. "Sorry about my friend. He's a bit wound up tight. Stick to the corners and keep your dog safe, mister." And as he leaves, John asks him, "Are you nuts? I'm teaching you what it takes to bring justice to your streets." And now John is irritated. Let's get one thing straight. My city already has justice. It's Metropolis, not Gotham, and you're not training me. We're having fun and we're helping people. Damian fires a grappling hook into the sky. There is no fun. This is why you need to be trained. And say what you want, but that guy is never gonna jaywalk again. As they continue on, stopping purse snatchers and saving cats from trees, they even change an old woman's tire. The night ends, and Damian notices that his team, the Teen Titans, aren't answering their comms. John kind of ignores him, looking out over the city. Sounds super important if they're ignoring you. Yeah, well, they're young and raw. I'm working with them, just like I am with you. Maybe one day you can join the Titans. And as John reaches over at the weird green cat, he tells Damian, "Yeah, with you in command, it sounds like a thrill a minute." And that's when the cat informs him, "Aw, you don't know the Teen Titans, super kid. It beats being Robin's assistant." And of course, John jumps up from the green talking cat. He morphs back into Beast Boy, and that's when the rest of the Teen Titans arrive. Aqualad, Starfire, and Raven. If you're wondering where Kid Flash is, he was kicked off the team by Robin during the Lazarus contract. We'll link that down below. They'll quickly round up Robin to head off on a mission, and Robin leaves John to find his way home. John longingly looks as Damian walks over to his team and begins to spout off all of the readings and orders to them. They all begin to load up into their jet, and John just stares. That's when Starfire asks, "Does your friend want to join us, Robin?" Robin coldly tells her, "No, this is Titan's business." They literally leave John in the dust as the jet kicks it all up and flies off. Starfire continues though, "I'm just saying, it's a bit weird that you did not ask your friend to join us." "Seriously, Starfire, which word in Teen Titans are you struggling with? He's 10. Raven tells him that she found the readings of where these weird signals are coming from, and they head over to the building on the radar. Landing, they all walk out, and Robin begins to spout out orders, and once again Beast Boy informs him, "You gotta work this stuff out with us ahead of time. We don't know what you're saying." Back in Metropolis, John is leaping and bounding his way back to his apartment his family lives in, since he can't fly yet. He walks into the apartment and Lois tells him that she's proud of him for returning a minute early. Superman has gone off to a Justice League meet, and she's going off to the Daily Planet. A state senator got arrested selling drugs. She then looks at her son, and the Metro News had some postings about some colorfully dressed boys stopping to save a cat and help people around the city. "You know anything about it, John?" John sadly tells her, "They're uniforms, not costumes, Mom." She still smiles, leaving the house proud of her little boy. And John, well, now he's feeling left out as he lounges on the couch watching television. Is he a hero? Or is he just a costumed little boy running around the town? Back with the Teen Titans, things begin to ramp up rather quickly because as Raven is tracking the source, a hand bursts through the wall grabbing her face, and then walk out two of the villains. "I'm Atom Smasher, and he's Chun-Li, and we're here to beat you Titans, so please make it easy on yourselves." Robin slides back behind the fight. "Beast Boy, something big!" And Beast Boy grows into a giant gorilla. Starfire calls out to Aqualad to use his hydrokinesis, and his arms begin to swirl with water and he launches at Chun-Li. Except, he throws it back at the both of them, knocking them out in one fell swoop. Atom Smasher jumps over Robin, landing on Beast Boy's face, taking him down, and then as Robin lands on his feet, he turns to see the third villain. "Your team is strong, Robin, but new. That's why we wanted to catch you unexpected, because the Time Commander doesn't have time for a long, drawn-out fight. You read my mind. I was thinking the same thing." And with that, he throws some batarangs, but the Time Commander turns them to dust as they get close. Then he asks Chun-Li to grab him. As Robin is struggling, the Time Commander walks over and works his magic over on Robin. Which brings us back to the apartment of Superman. John has fallen asleep in the couch with drool falling from his lips and a half-eaten bag of potato chips in his lap. That's when he hears, John, wake up!" He gets up rubbing his eyes. "Dad, is that you?" And the weird, older voice says, "Are you crazy?" And then John walks outside to see a very old Damian and an unconscious Teen Titans team. "Do I look like your dad?" John has everyone come inside and he gives them water as they begin to wake up. Beast Boy turns into a hummingbird and asks John where the elderly leader of the team is now. So John explains the bathroom. "Again?" And Aqualad fills them in. "You've seen those old people in the commercials, right?" John goes over knocking on the door to the bathroom. "Damian, you okay?" He hears nothing and then he presses his head against the door. That's when he hears the flush and the door opens. John plugs his nose as Damian tells him, "Not a word. Titans, it's time to go!" But as he's about to go, he turns around and goes back in the restroom. "Not a word." And he slams the door shut. John walks into the kitchen telling everyone that Robin will be a minute, but the Teen Titans inform him that he's going with them this time to help his friends. John bites his lip, trying hard not to smile. And then he remembers what his father told him. And he remembers exactly what he said. "Remember what we are helping folks for, buddy. Good people, get involved." And then he looks at Raven. "Okay, I'll go." Robin walks into the room. "He's in. Titans, let's go." John looks back. "You really don't care, Robin?" I'm too old to care. Let's go.
So Beast Boy turns to John. You want to do the honors? Titans! But before he can finish the battle cry, Robin pushes him aside. I may be old, but I'm not retired. Titans! And then he forgets the last word. So John smiles and whispers it in his ear. Together. Together! So who is this villain that made these individuals from mud? Why, he's the most magnificent magician of them all, Cracklo. He was granted these powers by himself. The other version claimed to be a centuries-old version from another reality. He gave Cracklo the ultimate gift, real magic, and with this clay he can create anything. In Cracklo's mind, there were images of forgotten villains that he can create in this world, and from here, Cracklo would become a legend. Win or lose, the name Cracklo would be on the lips of everyone, so he would never be forgotten again. The Teen Titans break down the doorway into Cracklo's base of operations with the three forgotten villains standing there. Atom Smasher, Time Commander, and Chun-Yal. But as the Teen Titans stood there, with a cautious Raven, an angry Starfire, a determined Beast Boy, an engaged Aqualad, a finally accepted Superboy, and a very elderly Robin, they throw down the three villains into a foot of water, and Cracklo yells to them to get up and fight some more. But as they do, they tell Cracklo all of this water is weakening their clay bodies. But they aren't defeated yet, as Time Commander freezes the Teen Titans in time and space right there and then. He turns to Cracklo. Master, you need to flee. I can only hold him in place for so long since I've already used my magic on the old Robin guy. Cracklo demands to know where the big league superheroes are. Where is the Justice League? I want to be famous! He runs off asking why the children heroes came back alone. Are they not loved and cared for? And Time Commander tells him, I have no idea, but with them frozen, Chun-Yal and Atom Smasher will make short work of them. Back with the frozen heroes, Superboy begins to use everything that he has, and he vibrates in that spot, and with that he breaks free! Go! He shouts, breaking everyone out of the time stop. Starfire asks what happened, and Robin tells her, Superboy happened! As Beast Boy runs off to track Cracklo, everyone else gets ready to fight, and Robin tells Superboy to stay back. But this time, he's not gonna be ignored, and he shouts, like hell I will! Then sheepishly he stops. I mean, like heck, my bad. Robin and Raven chase after Time Commander to get Robin turned back to normal, while Starfire, Aqualad, and Superboy fight it out with the Atom Smasher and Chun-Yal. While at first she grabs both Starfire and Aqualad, Superboy jumps onto her shoulders and begins to beat on her head. Chun-Yal grabs Superboy, so he blasts Atom Smasher with his heat vision, melting the clay girl and forcing her to drop Starfire and Aqualad. Aqualad looks at Starfire. His name is Superboy, right? Yes. We gotta get one of those. Yes, we do. Meanwhile, Time Commander is running as fast as he can until Raven appears in front of him, and as Time Commander falls, Robin looks at him. That's Raven. She's the good cop. Me? I'm not. So let's talk about reversing this aging while you're conscious. Meanwhile, back with Superboy, he clobbers Chun-Yal while Starfire hits him with Star Bolts, and Superboy decides that he needs Star Bolts. He then fist bumps Starfire, and with a final blast, Chun-Yal is melting. As Robin walks back into the room young again, he tells them, Time Commander melted in my hands as well. And Superboy smiles, hey, you're you again! And Robin coldly tells him, and you're you. Life's full of disappointments, jerk! The Magic Man is the key here, right? Did Beast Boy find him? And in walks Beast Boy as a lion with Cracklo in his mouth. Cracklo begins to rant and rave. I had a greater destiny in front of me! You ignorant children ruined it! And Robin and the team stand there. We're not children! We're the Teen Titans! Later, the team begins to suit up in the jet with no real answers. Cracklo said that this was from the multiverse, a version of him from the future. But of course, that's crazy, right? Starfire, Aqualad, Raven, and Beast Boy all tell Superboy that he did a good job and he's welcome back anytime. Raven, in fact, tells him, don't let Robin's defensiveness mask his real feelings, Superboy. He respects you deeply. We all do now that we know you. You're welcome back to the Titans anytime. With tears of joy in his eyes, he smiles. The Teen Titans want him to help out, but Robin, of course, has to ruin it. Don't get cocky. Her father's a satanic demigod, just so you know. Superboy turns to him. All I know is that I get to join your glee club anytime. They love me! The boys walk into the room where they collected the mud samples, and Robin tells him, I'll follow up. Since you're in training, Superboy. Superboy snaps at him. No one asked you to train me! And Robin tells him, it was implied! You inferred it wrongly! Implied! Yeah? By who? And while they argue about all of this, a doorway begins to open up behind them. One that is about to tear their world apart and show them things that they never even thought possible. A doorway to the multiverse! Before Damian could even finish yelling at Jonathan about training and Jonathan becoming a Teen Titan, the two are pulled from their world by a giant set of tentacles. John struggles, yelling, this was a bit like a booby trap from the Cracklo guy. And Damian says, the Nutty Wizard did say something about a greater destiny, didn't he? Damian then tells Jonathan to heat him up, and Jonathan turns his heat vision to blast away the arms, and a voice calls out, return to life, dirt. A giant head begins to pull out of the ground shouting, "You have taken what belongs to me to another world." Before the giant head can say another world, two young girls, Hardline and Big Shot, come through, destroying the arms and freeing the boys. John and Damien are thrown to the ground, and Jonathan asks, "Who the H are they?" And Damien tells him, "I have no idea, but your parents are like a whole dimension away. You can curse here, John." As the two pick themselves up, they see the girls beginning to get overwhelmed, and they quickly jump back into the fight to give them a hand. John begins to focus his heat vision as Damien ties the tentacles together, and soon an explosion goes off, throwing everyone away. John gets back up, telling him, "It looks like it's gone, but where did it go?" And before anyone can answer, Damien tells the girls, "All right, I need answers. Are there a lot of creatures living on this planet?" And the girl, Big Shot, says, "No, it's the only one of its kind. But you misunderstood. It's not living on the planet, it is the planet." Big Shot then grabs John's hand, telling him, "We have to hurry and leave before it returns. So tell your little brother to follow." Damien shouts, asking, "Why does everyone assume that if you're taller, you're older?" And Hardline says, "We have to go now." A little while later, as Damien and John follow Hardline and Big Shot back to their village, they give the girls a quick explanation as to how they arrived in this universe. Big Shot says, "Yeah, if Earth is the name of your home planet, then this is definitely somewhere else." Hardline says that they are prisoners here, and that thing back there was Gardas, sort of a living planet that terrorized their galaxy for a millennia. Once the four of them touch down, John asks, "What do they mean that they were prisoners?" And Damien says, "Look, fighting an actual planet is not on our to-do list. We're not sticking around, John." Responding to Damien's statement, Big Shot says, "You had no intention of coming here. Gardas, the living planet, was our conqueror. Our home world is called Eura, where its cities are vast and filled with wonders. There are a select few who are gifted with talents and abilities to protect the citizens, and as younger kids, we dreamed of becoming like them. But even as the heroes fought and stopped the villains, there was one that they couldn't. Gardas entered the orbit, and before its mass could even begin to wreak havoc on Euro's gravity, it tore through our world, using Euro's resources as its own." Hardline then continues the story by stating that one of their heroes had helped a handful of them escape using his magic to teleport them before the atmosphere was destroyed. The great wizard Cracklo brought them here, and right now their focus is to destroy Gardas. Damien shouts, "Wait, Cracklo! That's the name of the guy that we just tracked down here before getting dragged here. Sorry to say, he's no wizard. He's just some loser with some weird clay. He created a bunch of villains from that stuff, and then we had to take him down." Jonathan asks, "Are we really sure we're talking about the same guy?
It's kind of like a
My dad
Mortal
once told me
Kombat
about alternate
character.
dimensions. There could be two versions of this guy, Damien." Hardlight tells him, but their Cracklo had the clay. It was his secret weapon. And Big Shot says, "Look, this conversation is taking longer than it would seem. We need to hurry and hide." As the four start to head deeper into the broken town, a young boy shouts that he is here. And as they turn back, a faceless sentry reaches out towards the boy. And as Jonathan leaps in to help, he's punched away. Damien fires his grappling gun, stating that besides the brute strength, he's already seen what this guy can do. The cord wraps around the sentry, and Damien calls out to Jonathan to give him some of that big bad wolf action. Jonathan jumps back in, taking a deep breath, and using his cold breath, he freezes the sentry in place. Hardline runs in, kicking and shattering the creation, and Damien says, "Your planet has a bunch of this stuff, but it's mostly gone except for what Cracklo had. There's a possible theory that we could get inside before the sentries come around again." Everyone heads inside, and as the little boy peeks over the rock, Jonathan turns back and gives him a thumbs up. Meanwhile, down in Gardas' core, he begins to repeat himself, stating, "Feed, create, feed, create." More clay figures are being made, and the one that is creating them is the trapped Cracklo. Later that night, Damien returns from some reconnaissance, and he says that there are some differences here, like how he doesn't trust the water supply. But Cracklo, whoever he is the key to all of this. Jonathan tells him that he's sorry, but he has a theory too. We're looking at two different wizards. What if the dumb one that we fought was given the magic mud? Maybe this world's Cracklo assumed that his counterpart was a good guy. Damien says, "Actually, that's not a bad angle. But why do that? What would be the point?" And Jonathan then asks, "What about what the girls said? Their planet is filled with it, so maybe Gardas is trying to consume it. Maybe he was trying to starve Gardas." Damien pats Jonathan's shoulder, telling him that's actually a really good idea, especially for you. But before they can go on, a hole is ripped out of the wall, and Gardas appears, and an army of clay figures begin to shout, "It's time to feed." Gardas shouts to the boys that he is Planet. The clay soldiers all begin to attack Damien and Jonathan, and just as the two easily finish them off, Gardas captures Big Shot and Hardline. He shouts back to the boys, "I am the planet. These creatures are my biomass. They have altered the clay and it will be restored so its life force can be consumed." Damien yells that those are people that you have, people from a planet that you destroyed, and they are ready to fight to their last breath. Jonathan says, "Wait, don't listen to him, Yogurt," or whatever your name is. "We give up." The tentacles come up, grabbing the boys, and Damien yells, "Give up! Like hell!" But before Damien can finish, Gardas pulls the four of them down to its core, and as everyone is thrown down, Damien asks, "Why would we give up?" And Jonathan tells him, it's not like we're actually gonna defeat a planet. We have to do something to save the girls. Just as the girls begin to work on a plan to fight back, a voice tells them that he's sorry to say this, but there's nobody to stop Gardas. Everyone looks over and the girls shout, it's Cracklow! And they begin to run towards him, but Damien says, no, this is the guy from our world. He's the reason that we were pulled here. And Cracklow sighs, stating that he should have never listened to himself. Is any of this even real? Damien grabs Cracklow, slamming him into a wall, asking how about he shows him exactly how real he is. And Cracklow says, no, you're real. The girls tell him that they are not. He knows this because he had created them to fight against him, just cling memories, pretending at life. Big Shot says pretending. Their Cracklow is a jerk. This world's Cracklow was a lot nicer. Cracklow tells them no, that's what he, the other me, wanted you to believe. He wanted to give you the most careless, irresponsible gift of all. Hope. It all started when he was attempting to perform his final spell, one that would bring him notoriety in a world of flying heroes. The timing must have been perfect because at that very moment a portal to his counterpart opened. He handed him a cask of clay with a promise that he could create life, and with the few moments he had, he explained everything about the world that he was trying to save. He said that his world was destroyed and he had remade some of its people from memory. Even their powers could be mimicked. Though Gardas controlled and fed off the clay, anything created would be granted independent thought. And then the portal closed. Big Shot and Hardline looked at themselves, stating that they feel real. None of this can be right. They were heroes. And Damien thinks for a moment and says, you need to save the metaphysical discussion for later and focus on what's in front of you. A mad planet's on its way to use you to invade our world. I have a plan, and it requires everyone to ignore their emotional state and do exactly. Jonathan stops him, telling him, wait, even if everything Cracklow said is true, that doesn't change a thing. These girls helped us when we needed help. Mom taught me that while I may have a hard time describing what a hero is, I'll know it when I see it. Right now, I see it in them. Cracklow shouts that they're just a bunch of kids. They're powerless against Gardas. And Damien covers Cracklow's mouth, stating, these children just kicked your butt on the other planet. I'm sure we can do it again on this one. Big Shot asks what they're supposed to do if they're made of clay. Gardas could just destroy them in an instant. And Jonathan tells them, you do what every hero does the best that you can. Damien quietly says, geez, you sound like your dad. And Jonathan whispers back, I'm gonna take that as a compliment. Suddenly the ground cracks, his tentacles shoot up, grabbing everyone, and he pulls Cracklow close, stating, you know how to use the portal. Open it so I can feed. Cracklow begins to say that he needs the children to focus on their homeworld, so he could. But Jonathan begins blasting away, yelling, we're not helping you with anything. Gardas shouts, silence, man-child. And Jonathan asks, man-child? The name's not man-child, it's Superboy. However, as the tentacles grab a hold of everyone else, more clay soldiers appear, grabbing Jonathan and pulling him to the ground. Cracklow fixes his glasses, telling Gardas to keep the super one down. He's the only one with true power. The portal begins to open and Cracklow says that he will lead Gardas back to their world to feed on the stolen clay, allowing him to conquer countless more planets. The world will at last know the name of Cracklow. As the rest of the portal opens up, everything begins to get sucked in and Gardas begins to push his way in. He's about to make his way to the main Earth, to the real DC universe. And as he stops short, he discovers he's not able to fit and he asks Cracklow, what did you just do? Cracklow tells him, the best that I can, and he closes the portal, cutting off the head of the planet. Damien and Jonathan run over to help the girls up, and Damien asks, where did the planet head go? Jonathan tells him that Gardas disappeared, but maybe not for long. Will the girls be able to pull themselves back together? Magical clay flies up, and Cracklow shouts that he can fix them! He can make them just as the other remembers them! The clay starts to reform and attach to the girls, and soon the two of them stand back up without even a scratch on them. Cracklow begins pushing the boys towards the portal, stating that they have just a moment. They have to leave now if they're going to make their way back to their world. Jonathan tells him, wait, we still need to fight! And Cracklow says, the bioelectric surge that he made will course through the planet's cerebral core for weeks, giving him enough time to make a clay army. Hardline walks up, grabbing the boys, dragging them to the portal, stating, you heard him, now hurry! Before they can go, they would like to say thank you, though, for their kind words and actions. Their world is lucky to have heroes like them. As the four of them hug, the girls shout, time for them to go, and they shove them through. Damien calls back, we'll find a way back! And if Cracklow doesn't save you, then... But Cracklow stops him, stating, he will help the girls from here. Don't worry. As Damien and Jonathan go back to their normal lives, Big Shot and Hardline begin their new ones as heroes. Hardline finishes the molding, and as she steps back, she reveals the emblem to be a combination of both Damien's bat symbol and Jonathan's crest. There is now an entire other dimension of heroes following the example of the Super Sons. Big Shot says there, it looks like they're open for business, and Hardline tells her good, because the new batch is here. And the first thing that she would like to ask them is, who's ready to save the world? In the busy streets of Gotham, a man walks his dog while checking his phone when a hooded man bumps into him. The man goes back to his phone when he notices the leash has been cut, and as he turns around, his dog, Cookie,
is nowhere to be seen. Over in the alleyway, Cookie runs and barks looking for her owner when the hooded man returns. The hooded man pets Cookie, telling her, "Good girl. Gotham is no place for dogs now, is it?" Once the hooded man picks up Cookie, he places her in his van and he drives off. Meanwhile, over in New York, Damian and Jonathan Kent are out on patrol to stop the crooks when Damian asks Jonathan if he's got this. Jonathan tells him, of course, he's super! As the crooks car drives off the highway and crashes into Jonathan, Damian asks, "You sure you got it? Super!" Damian then kicks in the windshield to get inside of the car when Jonathan uses his strength to hold up the car from falling into the crowds below. Once the patrol is done, Damian flies Jonathan back to Metropolis, and Jonathan shouts, "That was fun! We make a great team, so high five? Fist bump?" Jonathan gets out, and Damian tells him, "My fists are only used for hitting bad guys, not bumping." As Damian leaves, Jonathan heads into his apartment when Crypto jumps up licking Jonathan. Jonathan runs over to the news board and crosses off the news article about the bank robbers. He then tells Crypto that tomorrow he's going to be getting to work on that missing animals case. But right now it's pretty late and he's gotta go turn in for the night. As Jonathan passes out on his bed, Crypto looks at the news clipping and he flies into the night. He arrives at Wayne Manor Landing by the barn and he begins to bark as he pulls open the doors. Inside is a pair of glowing eyes, and then he hears Crypto runs inside, wagging his tail as Bat Cow murls again, and Crypto begins to rub his head on Bat Cow. Crypto barks again, and once the Bat Cow knows the situation, she moos back rather loudly. The moos carry on into the manor where the Bat Hounds, Ace and Titus, are sleeping, and the noise wakes Titus up. He heads outside of the barn to find Crypto, and Crypto begins to rustle in his cape for something. Seconds later, he pulls out the news clippings of the missing animals, but before Titus can even bark, Bat Cow is there with his leash. Once Titus is set up, Crypto pulls on the leash and lifts Titus into the air as they fly off. After a short flight, Crypto brings Titus to the DC Investigations building to meet with their old friend, Detective Chimp. Chimp leans up from his bed stating, "Ha ha, look what the cat dragged in. Must be something important for both of you to be here. Sadly though, I'm pretty banged up from the fight against the Brotherhood of Evil, so I'll have to help you in whatever way I can." Crypto walks up with the news clipping, and as Chimp begins to read it, he says that he was reading about this. He was gonna take a look at the case once he healed up, but there isn't much that he can do right now. Chimp thinks back on it for a moment and then says, "Wait, you're not thinking about getting the band back together, are you? Getting the Super Pets back together for one more mission? If I can remember, it was just like the other day. Flexi, the plastic bird, Bat Hound, Clay Critter, Crypto, Bat Cow, and Streaky. You were a fine force of fur, but truth be told, it's doubtful that Streaky would even talk to Crypto, not after what happened." Crypto whimpers and then barks, and Chimp yells, Okay. Flexi and Streaky meet up every Wednesday for drinks at the park. If they ask, you didn't hear it from me. A little while later, over at the park, Crypto and Titus begin searching for Streaky when Crypto thinks back to what happened on that frightful night. The one that separated the Super Pets! The Super Pets were all in the same park when Dexstar and his animals attacked. It was Clay Critter who got killed.
Fucking love Dexstar.
It was all his fault. Crypto failed the team. Crypto quietly barks and Streaky appears behind him and begins to hiss. Titus runs over to stop her, but before he can even do anything, she bolts at Crypto, knocking him into the swing set. The two growl at each other for a bit, and then Titus breaks them up and explains the situation to her. But while she thinks about it and cleans herself, there's a flapping in the air and Flexi flies down. He first lands on Crypto, but after Crypto shakes him off, Streaky explains everything to him. Flexi points knowing where to go, but before leaving, Crypto and Streaky go back to growling at each other. Streaky snubs Crypto soon, and Crypto flies into the air, grabbing onto Titus's leash, leaving Streaky behind. Streaky looks up, saddened, knowing that she isn't helping her one true love. As the three of them fly over Gotham, Flexi squawks and uses his head to point down at the glowing barn, signaling that they are here. The glowing light is coming from an alien spaceship, and inside of it are all of the missing animals. Crypto uses his heat vision to get inside of the ship, and once all of the dogs see Flexi, they start barking and chasing after him. They go back and forth until Flexi finally changes into a bear and begins to chase after the dogs. But before long, the hooded man from before, who is actually an alien, tells the new group of dogs that they are better off without him. The humans make them pets. Now it is time for them to be free. Just as the alien pulls up, Crypto jumps down on the van, crushing it, and the alien quickly hits a button inside. Suddenly, a small pod shoots out of the van and then is stopped as it crashes into Bat Cow. Titus runs over to open up the cage with the animals, and the alien shouts, asking, "Don't you understand what I'm doing? I'm saving you! I'm setting you free! I am the Strange!" But before he could finish, Titus jumps in, pinning the alien to the ground. The alien reaches into his coat, stating that they all need to calm down, take a little nap. However, just then the alien can see something coming, and Streaky slams the cage that he was using refusing to take the animals, slamming it down on him over and over. Crypto wields the cage shut, and the alien shouts that they just ruined everything. They don't deserve to be saved. The next morning, the doorbell to Wayne Manor is rung, and Damien opens the door. Jonathan tells him that he flew over as fast as he could when he got the call, which he didn't have to do since this weird pigeon that you sent was begging me to come over. Flexi flies over Jonathan's head as Damien drags him in, stating that the pigeon's things aren't from him, but it doesn't matter. What matters is you gotta learn to type your dog. Jonathan asks, what is that supposed to mean? Crypto should be home. Maybe Mom and Dad gave him his freedom. Damien opens the door to the back, stating, I really hope that your day is free, because you got some work to do. Jonathan begins telling him that he can't. He's got to find out where all the animals have been taken to. And as Jonathan looks out, he sees Crypto and Titus sitting in the middle of all of the missing dogs. And Damien says, yeah, mission accomplished apparently. So now, you got to get them all home. Jonathan says, wait, we're supposed to be a team. But as the two of them argue
Like that
over
once
who's
in
going to
a
bring the dogs
while,
home,
the comic books
Crypto and Titus
recognize
look at
there's
each
a
other.
million different
They bump
super
paws.
pets that people have and then just forget over time. It's fun.
It was a quiet night at Wayne Manor
Got
as
a
Bruce
bat
Wayne sits in his
cow,
study
bat
reading
cat.
a book. Not long ago, the Bat family had to fight off a
dog.
future version of Tim Drake, one who had taken the Batman mantle and claimed the destruction of the world by a select few had come to pass. He had traveled back in time to prevent it from happening, and together the Bat family managed to hold the future Tim back until Hyper Time ultimately pulled him back to his own timeline. However, as Bruce reads his book, he begins to sense something, and he looks out his window to see a large bat-shaped figure coming his way. Before he even has a chance to react, future Tim breaks through the window telling Bruce, hello. Tim kicks Bruce back and he asks, didn't expect me back so soon, did ya? That hyper time just swallowed me up. Tim then kicks Bruce in the face and picks him up, throwing him into a wall. Bruce groans in pain as he gets up, wiping the blood from his nose, and he says, I'm gonna take a guess that there's another mission about the timeline needing to be saved. And the only way
is this
for your
evil
plan to
Tim
succeed
Drake?
is for someone to die. You should know that I can't let that happen. Seconds later, Tim is thrown through the wall into the bathroom where Tim grabs a sink, bashing it over Bruce's head. The two go back and forth, hitting and kicking each other,
Does it really
grabbing
need to
onto
be an
anything
evil
that isn't
version
bolted
of
to the ground,
everything?
giving them an upper hand. As the
From
fight
the
continues to
future.
make its way to the kitchen, Bruce flips Tim over the counter, and Tim rolls off, telling him, I'm not going anywhere until I get what I came for. Bruce tells him that he's gonna have to get through him if that's the case, and Tim says, I know, and he throws a
I
knife into
wasn't
Bruce's
against
leg.
there
Tim
being an
charges and
evil
tackling
Tim.
him to the
I just
ground, and the two
don't
go
know
back
that
and
they
forth,
did anything
grabbing onto
interesting
whatever
with
they
it.
can get their hands on, hitting each other over and over again. As
I always
Tim
feel like
falls
he just
down the
shows
stairs,
up,
Bruce
he
takes
fights
out
for a
knife,
little while,
throwing
and
it,
then he
cutting the
leaves.
wire to the chandelier. The weight of the chandelier causes it to fall fast down onto Tim, and as Tim pulls his arm back out, he's holding a gun. Bruce looks at the gun and says, even if you're from another timeline, shame on you for. But before Bruce could finish, there's a loud blam, and Bruce falls to the ground. Once Tim pulls himself out from under the chandelier, he takes Bruce's body and he drags it to the Batcave, telling him, you have to learn a great deal skipping through time. Tim opens up a chest filled with several boxes, each with the symbols of the Justice League members. Tim says, one thing that I learned is that Batman's paranoia will be his biggest advantage. Next stop, Arctic. A short while later, Clark looks over his Fortress of Solitude, picking up pieces of the statues that Mr. Oz had recently destroyed. He tells Kellex that thankfully the pieces are large enough that they can be put back together. Kellex tells him that he'll assist him in doing so. As Superman gets to work fusing the statues back together, Kellex gets a reading that they have an intruder. A Homo sapien has breached their fortress. As Kellex goes to handle the intruder, Tim begins shooting at him. However, before Tim could do any damage, there's a red blur, and Superman grabs Tim, throwing him into the wall. Superman spits out a bullet that Tim fired, and Tim tells him, those bullets were specifically made to put at least a little pause in your step. And Superman says that guns are a dead giveaway, that you're not my Batman. That and your suit specs are different. Tim gets back up, telling him that there have been some modifications. Physiology dampener and vocal disruptor. But before he could finish, Superman smacks the vocal disruptor off, telling him, you're Tim Drake, but older. Another timeline, Tim tells him, I can tell you where I'm from and when, but then I would have to kill you. All I came here to do is to make sure that you won't prevent me from completing my appointed mission. Superman asks, who appointed you? And Tim fires 2 missiles, stating, that's none of your business. Superman easily blasts the missiles with his heat vision, and as the smoke clears, he sees Tim operating one of the Kryptonian battle armor suits. Superman asks, how can you control it? And Tim punches Superman, telling him, Superman from my world taught me how to read and speak Kryptonian. Tim then starts to step down onto Superman, and he grabs him, throwing him outside, stating, Connor worshipped the ground that you walked on. If only he could see you now. Tim begins to climb out of the hole that he threw Superman out of, and Superman's eyes begin to glow red, and he flies over, ripping apart the battlesuit, throwing Tim to the ground. Superman begins to walk over, asking, what are you here for now? I read Batman's reports on your last little visit. Tim pushes a button on his glove, telling him something much bigger than you. Before Superman realizes it, though, a red cage tries to wrap itself around him and contain him. Superman tries to beat against the glass, but Tim tells him it's no use. That cage is lined with red kryptonite. Superman yells, "This isn't over! Batman will," and Tim stops him, telling him, "No, he won't, and neither will Superman. I'm sorry to say this, because there's no more time. To save our world, I have to kill Superboy." Later that night in Metropolis, Tim looks over his point of entry in the apartment building of Jonathan Kent. He fires an anchor into the wall, but before he can launch a hook into it, his arm begins to become distorted. He shouts as he tries to regain control of his body, stating that Hyper Time is trying to pull him back again, but he can't leave yet. He's got to keep it together. He focuses, flexing his arm until the distortion goes away, and quickly fires the hook into the connecting anchor. Once he crosses the gap, he opens the window to Jonathan's room, jumping and firing 2 trank darts into the bed. Tim then grabs the blanket so that he can secure Jonathan, but as he pulls back, he sees that Jonathan is already gone. Lois hears the noise, opening the door, asking if everything's alright, but that's when she sees Batman standing there. Tim shoots another trank dart into her neck, telling her, "Shush." Meanwhile, over in New York City, Damian and his Teen Titans battle against the villains known as the Hangmen. Damian calls out that they don't have to hold back on these assassins, and just as he says that, each Titan begins to get taken down. Just before the villains can finish the Teen Titans off, there's a red-blue blur that shoots by, bouncing into each of the 5 Hangmen. Only a minute later, Gar tells Wally that was a good job he did taking out Breathtaker. Gar says that he wasn't the one on Provoke, he was busy with Shocky. Little jiu-jitsu mixed in with his secret tactics. Starfire says, wait, if Kid Flash and Beast Boy didn't stop them, then who did? Damian pulls out a small flare and he fires it into the air, telling Starfire to do him a favor. The flare goes off in the sky and someone begins to cough, and Damian finishes stating, "Catch Superboy." A second later, Jonathan comes crashing down onto Starfire, and as she catches him, she tells him not to worry, she has him. Later at Titan's Tower in San Francisco, Damian tells Jonathan that they've been over this before. He's not a Teen Titan! That is, unless a majority vote is passed. Jonathan says that after the Cracklow stuff, he promised he'd take him on a mission once a month. That was 3 months ago, Damian! Starfire asks him if that's true, and Damian says that, "I never officially said that. I only said that I would keep you focused." And Jonathan yells, "So you lied! You never had any intention of bringing me!" But just then a voice comes in over the intercoms telling them that he has full control over Titan Tower. There's no escape from this room. Gar looks back and sees Tim on the screen asking, "Is that Batman?" And Damian tells him, "It is most definitely not. That's Tim Drake, only older from a different timeline." Raven asks, "Why didn't you mention this as the leader of the Teen Titans?" And Damian tells her, "Because it was a Bat family problem. Tim gained control of the system since they were his original design. That being said, he's here for one thing, and that's to prevent a future that he knows is gonna come." Tim tells Raven, "Go ahead, project my memory so that they can all see that I'm telling the truth. That way they know it to be genuine." Images begin to appear, and what they see is an older version of Tim, Damian, and Jonathan. Lines were crossed, actions were taken. Jonathan flew into the sky, unleashing an uncontrollable blast. There was destruction, suffering, and millions dead. Jackson Hyde asks, "What did we just see?" And Raven explains that it was a vision of Metropolis destroyed, millions died, all because of Superboy. From another room in the tower, Tim shouts, "This is the definitive future, and that's the one I'm here to fight and stop." Suddenly a black liquid shoots out, hitting John, and as Wally runs to the door, he's electrocuted, knocked away. Starfire quickly begins to blast the liquid off, but the more that John fights against it, the more it begins to cover him. As panic begins to set in, John shouts, asking for someone to help him, and his eyes begin to flare, and Tim says, "No, it's too soon," and John shoots an uncontrollable heat blast from his eyes. Damian shouts, "We have to get out of here! Fly with everything you've got or it's gonna kill us!" Jonathan rockets through the building, telling Damian, "Tell my mom and dad I'm sorry!" And John climbs higher into the sky, with his powers beginning to erupt, releasing a powerful explosion. Raven quickly creates a barrier, telling Wally to strengthen it with the Speed Force, but as the energy begins to come back, it blows up the entire tower roof. Meanwhile, in a different time and place, 3 people watch on a monitor, and as it pings, the woman says, "Tim's cloaking device has been disrupted by something massive." And one of the men asks, "Cassie, is he dead?" And she responds, stating, "She can't get a read on his vitals." And the man then says, "What should we do, Connor?" And Connor says, "What Titans do, Bart. We find him and we bring him home, together." As Titan Tower begins to burn to the ground, the blast knocked all of the Titans out except for Damian and Tim. Tim gets up looking around, telling him, "My cloaking device has been damaged in the blast, but this is the prototype Titan uniforms. Maybe I can use them to forge a new identity and become untraceable again." Damian, though, begins to back up, checking the computer to see the vital signs of the other members. The computer tells him that there are life signs for all of the Teen Titan members. Though unconscious, they are strong and accounted for. Damian then asks to give him the location of Superboy now, and moments later, Damian takes his submarine and goes into the water to pull Jonathan out. All the while, Tim is working on his new costume, stitching together many of the prototype suits. He says, from the rising sun came a bat out of hell, but I am now savior. Back with Damien, he begins to head out, and he asks Jonathan if he's alright. Jonathan sulks, telling him, no, what if I had hurt someone? And Damien says, just relax, I checked the vitals, everyone's fine. Unconscious, but you didn't kill anyone. What happened to you wasn't your fault, you were pushed to the edge. But the Titans aren't the problem right now, it's Tim Drake. He had every intention of killing Batwoman if he hadn't been pulled out of our timeline. He'll do the same thing to you. Damien then starts working on the computer, and Jonathan asks, who are you trying to reach with the comm link? And Damien tells him, our fathers. Even though I said I would never call them, they should know that Drake is back. But I can't reach them either. Jonathan begins to look around himself, asking, what was that anyway? That power, where did it come from? And Damien says, I'll look into Batman's files. I know that Superman has a solar flare. A solar flare is something that Superman can control and use for good, but you, given the mixed DNA, you might not be able to control it like your father. Jonathan then says that he won't be responsible for killing innocent people in this time or any other. And Damien tells him, I won't let that happen. I'm gonna keep you safe, John. John tells him, thanks. And Damien asks, friends are supposed to help each other, right? And Jonathan says, I thought we were just partners. And Damien tells him, shut up. Later at Titan's Tower, Wally runs through the entire building looking for Damien and John, but he only finds a note stating, give me time, signed R. Raven tells him that she could have told him they weren't there. That and Tim Drake is also standing directly behind them. As everyone looks back, they see Tim as savior, with his guns pointed right at them, telling him, I'm willing to talk. Raven tells him if he says so, he could holster his weapons. Even though they're from different timelines, they still share an emotional connection. Tim tells everyone, we don't have much time. There isn't much left of my suit after Superboy went all Kira on us, so from here on out, call me Savior. But as you can see, I'm not the bad guy here. The scariest thing that you all witnessed was just a small representation of what Jonathan Kent is capable of when pushed. And Jackson tells him, yeah, from the looks of it, it was you doing the pushing. Tim says, that's right, and he barely knows me. Imagine what would happen if someone close pushed him. I've seen it. Thanks to Raven, so have you. Even Robin did, and he chooses to keep Superboy away from us. And Starfire corrects him, stating, no, from you. Tim tells her, no, I mean them. If we don't do something, there's going to be a future generation unborn due to what Superboy does. Wally then asks, what does he mean by do something? And Tim calmly tells everyone, we have to terminate him. Starfire tells him to say the word. She wants him to say it out loud so that everyone knows what he's implying. And Tim says, we have to kill Superboy. And if Damien gets in the way, we have to kill him too. Jonathan asks, what if we get in your way? And Tim tells him, I'll do what I must. The Starfire then says, we will too. Gar separates the two of them, stating, let's dial it down the drama here for a second. First, no one's gonna kill anyone. However, I am inclined to believe Tim's motivation given Superboy's little fireworks show. Raven then says they'll depower him so that they can contain and help him. Those are the options for someone who hasn't unleashed his powers to commit a crime. If Tim can agree to these terms, they'll help him. After a few moments of silence, Tim says, I agree. But if we're gonna do something, we have to leave now. And Starfire tells him, Robin said to give him time, so we're gonna give him time. However, at that exact moment, the hyper time begins to pull away at Tim's arm, and as his hand disappears, it starts to appear somewhere else. Over in Titans of Tomorrow headquarters, a blue light shines over the room, and Cassie shouts that the time phase is activating. Just then, Tim's hand begins to appear, and Bart quickly grabs a hold of it, trying to pull Tim back. However, as Bart pulls, he tells everyone that it's pulling them in, and in the current time, Tim shouts in pain, telling everyone that the people from his time are coming for him. Starfire wants to give Damien time, but we don't have it. We have to do something now, Raven. Gar yells that they need to help Tim. They have seen his cards. Once they get Superboy, they'll sort this all out. Starfire sees Raven focusing her power and fires a blast, telling her not to do it, but as Raven opens up her eyes, she says she has to. In a flash of light, Raven disappears with both Gar and Tim, and Wally says that they did it. They're gone. And Jackson tells them not to worry. Superboy gives off a distinct energy signature, and they're surrounded by water. And when he looks into the water, he can find exactly where Damien and Jonathan are. After searching in the water, Jackson follows the trail left by Jonathan's energy and finds an underwater structure. Jackson radios back that he's at the location where Damien took Jonathan, so when they're ready, hit it. Up above, Starfire and Wally hover in the Titans jet, telling them that they're coming in hard and fast. Meanwhile, over in Damien's makeshift hideout, the computer warns that there's an incoming attack. He yells at the computer to arm itself with non-lethal weapons. Take out whoever's out there! And seconds later, Starfire aims the jet down, flying it into the water, crashing into Damien's hideout. Once the jet is lodged in without legal leaking water. Starfire and Wally jump out and they begin to make their way through the facility. Just as the Titans start to move in, both Jonathan and Damien spring out of the vents ready to attack, with Starfire telling Damien to wait, but Damien fires his grappling hook and wraps it around Jackson Hyde. Jonathan then shoots by, grabbing Wally's legs out from underneath him and says, "I'm really sorry I have to do this," and then Starfire fires a blast into Jonathan, allowing Wally to free himself to take on Damien. Damien shouts to Jonathan not to hold back his punches. "We need to stop them from taking you." And then Wally runs circles around Damien, and just as he stops, he grabs Damien from behind, telling him that he made a mistake letting him get close. And Damien says, "No, you did exactly what I wanted you to do. This gas is something special that I've been working on in case we have to fight evil speedsters. I call it slow-mo." Jackson continues to struggle with the grappling hook, but as he flexes his muscles, he breaks free, shouting, "I've had enough of this." He creates two water spouts that shoot out of the ground, crashing into Damien and Jonathan, ultimately stopping them from attacking. As the two boys sit down, Starfire asks, "Now can we please talk?" And Damien tells her, "We're not handing Jonathan over." Wally tells him, "Yeah, neither are we." And Jackson then adds that Raven and Beast Boy chose a side, just didn't happen to be theirs. After a few minutes of explaining their plan, Damien shouts, asking, "Is it the best you could think of? Knocking them out?" And Starfire tells him, "Yes, it's the only way that Raven could not track you guys. Wouldn't you agree, Superboy?" Damien continues to yell, but Superboy punches and knocks him out. And says, "Actually, I don't agree, but before you knock me out, here's the coordinates of the fortress. It's the safest place that I can think of." Jonathan then holds up his fist and says, "I'm not exactly excited about this. Just make sure to add some speed to this, Kid Flash." Wally grabs Jonathan's fist and tells him, "Sure, no problem." And then crack! A short while later at the Fortress of Solitude, Jackson and Wally move Damien and Jonathan inside, and after grabbing a piece of ice, Jackson changes it to water to wake them up. Damien wakes up shouting, "What the heck? No smelling salts, Andy?" And as the two of them get up, everyone looks around at the destruction. Starfire says that she hates to say it, but it doesn't appear that this is the bastion of safety that he had hoped for. Damien says that he knew they shouldn't have come here, but while Jonathan flies around, he notices something outside. He rushes out there to find his father, Superman, still trapped in the cage that Tim had set up for him. He touches it, asking what happened, and Superman tells him to get back. His powers will be weakened if he gets any closer. Jonathan hits it with his heat vision, trying to free his father, but as everyone gets closer, Superman tells them to get Jonathan away. He then tells Jackson to push this chamber under the ice. It's the only way. As everyone begins to pull Jonathan away from his father, he screams, "Let me go! Once I'm a safe distance away!" And once he's a safe distance away, Superman tells Jackson to do it. Jackson places both of his hands on the ground, and the ice begins to splinter. As Superman tells him, "You have to be brave." As Jonathan watches the cave fall beneath the surface, he screams, releasing a wave of energy. Below the surface, the pressure pushed against the cage is enough to break it, allowing Superman to free himself. He flies back out from under the ground and he yells to Jonathan, but through Jonathan's anger, he can't hear him. He thinks his father is gone. He thinks that Tim did this, and he thinks he's about to kill millions. Superman tells everyone that Jonathan is in some sort of trance. He's creating some kind of emotional superstorm. Just then, Raven appears with Gar and Tim once she's got a lock on Jonathan's emotional level. But before they can even fully appear, Superman charges at Tim, asking him, "What have you done?" Superman squeezes on his head, and Tim tells him, "Same solar flare power that you do, but because he's half human, he can't control it. You have to let this happen. If Superboy dies here today, millions can be saved." But just then, there's another flash of light, and inside it is Connor, Cassie, and Bart, the Titans of tomorrow. Wally asks who's that, and Cassie tells them that they're here to bring back their teammate. While Bart tries to control Tim's hand, he says that this thing's got a mind of its own, and it led us to some kids that are about to go boom. As Jonathan's solar flare starts to gain power, Cassie uses her lasso to try to keep it from expanding, and tells everyone that they shouldn't be standing around. Titans together! Gar turns into a giant octopus, and he positions himself on the top of the orb, while Cassie tells Raven to try and contain the blast. Superman calls out to the Flashes to start running counterclockwise so that they can try and reverse the polarity. But while everyone works together to try and stop Jonathan from going out of control, Superman looks at Tim, telling him, "I don't have time to deal with you. I'm going inside of the flare and I'm gonna get him out." But before he goes, Connor stops him, telling him, "Wait, who's inside of there?" And Superman tells him, "My 10-year-old son Jonathan, I have to save him." Both Superman and Connor look at the ever-expanding orb, and Connor says that they are going to save him. He failed them once, he's not going to let this happen again. They both race to the center of the flare, and Tim feels himself being pulled back again by Hyper Time, and he says that they are willing to sacrifice themselves to save him. Damien then jumps in the back of Tim's head, shouting, "This is all your fault! You screwed up the timeline! And they're all gonna be killed because of you! Tim throws Damian off, telling him that he knows what to do now. He'll save them all and take the power with them. Just then, as Tim's body is sucked into hyper time, he begins to absorb the blast, telling everyone to stop. He'll handle this. As the portal to hyper time opens, Tim is pulled inside along with the solar flare, and as the blast begins to fade, Superman picks Jonathan up, and Jonathan asks what happened. Superman tells him that he has made things right by giving all he had to save him. As the portal begins to close, everyone sees Tim inside and many events happening throughout time, but then in one last flash, that portal disappears. Everyone begins to get back up, and Gar asks what did they just see, and Raven tells him that they saw a version of Tim sacrificing himself for them. Wally then asks all of those images, were they the past, present, or future? As Superman says that that's another question that needs answers. In all of this action, we've never been properly introduced. Who are you all, and why are you wearing my S? Connor tells him that he doesn't know him yet, but once he told him that when it comes to time travel and alternate realities, the less they say and do, the better. Superman tells him, that sounds like good advice. We're very sorry for the loss of. But Cassie stops him, telling him, Tim Drake isn't dead. He's now everywhere and everywhen. Damian then says that he has so many questions. This way they can learn about, but Cassie stops him, telling him, that's exactly why we can't stay. Whatever is coming your way, you need to figure it out on your own. Jackson then asks, how are they going to get back? And Bart says that the residual reverse. Wally says that they can use the same speed force that they came in on, like a time tether and slingshot back, right? And Bart laughs, telling him, haha, not bad. Both Superman and Connor shake hands, and Bart starts to race around until he creates a portal for them to return home in. Once the three disappear, Gar says that he thinks he knows the blonde. Wish they had gotten names. And Wally smiles, telling him, I got something better than names, and he pulls out his phone, showing that he got a selfie. Pretty cool, right? Right before they phased out, little souvenir. Raven grabs the phone, blowing it up, asking, do you want to compromise the timeline and more lives? And Wally laughs, stating, you know I can just re-download that from the cloud. And Raven snaps, this is not a time to be joking. A version of Tim Drake, someone that all of us are close to, just sacrificed himself in front of all of us less than a minute ago. And you want to smile and take selfies? Wally sighs, telling her, I'm sorry, I really wasn't thinking. I just got caught up seeing another flash. Superman then directs Jonathan and Damian away, stating that it seems that they've got some things to clear up. Excuse us. And a short while later, back at Wayne Manor, Bruce begins to open up his eyes and he sees Alfred waiting with breakfast. He asks, how long have I been unconscious? Alfred pours him a glass of orange juice, telling him that he must have had a dream. Bruce says, dream, huh? Back at the Fortress of Solitude, Jonathan and Damian look at Clark, who's standing there for 5 minutes without saying a word. Damian whispers, what is he thinking about? This is all done. Can we go home now? As Superman tells him that he's not so sure that he agrees with everything being wrapped up. Jonathan points to his ear, stating, superhearing, remember? And Damian scoffs, stupid powers. Clark then says that he may have to reassess this partnership of theirs. Damian seems to be a catalyst for some far-flung future maelstrom that ends up engulfing my son. So Damian should understand my concern about you guys going out and doing your crime fighting. Damian says that they're talking about a possible future, not one set in stone. As Superman tells him yes, but if he can do something to make sure that it doesn't happen, as a father, he will stop. But Damian stops him and says, look, Jonathan's possible future is already altered the minute that Tim absorbed the solar flare. So I can swear that I will never put Jonathan in harm's way. And Jonathan says, that's right. Just like I'm gonna protect Damian and whatever the world has in store for his possible future. So there's nothing to worry about, Pop. Staying close to Damian, being a friend in good times and bad is the answer. Not pushing him away. We're only gonna learn by making our own choices. Superman smiles, asking, when did you get so smart? And Jonathan tells him, maybe it's because I listen to what you and Mom have to say all the time. As Damian and Jonathan head back outside, he asks Starfire what's going on, and she says they need to have a meeting and talk about what just happened. Savior fractured them easily. It's important to speak about their feelings. And Gar says that it'll be hard since the tower's kind of blown up. And Jonathan tells him that he's really sorry about that. Superman says, don't worry, you can have a temporary headquarters until you get things back up. Initiate Justice League headquarters transport code 48 on my mark. Seconds later, everyone is teleported away, and Superman welcomes everyone to the Justice League headquarters. Their meeting table is theirs to use, and he'll be in the monitor room if they need him. All of the Titans walk over to the meeting table, and as Jonathan walks away, Damian slams his fist down, stating, meeting's called to order. I move that we put Superboy up for vote to be a half member of the Teen Titans, later to be recognized as a full member when he turns 13 years of age. Before everyone can vote, though, Jonathan runs back, stating, I'm sorry, I overheard, but is there anything I can do to convince you? And Damian gives him a thumbs up and says, that won't be necessary. Jonathan smiles, stating, okay, I'll let you get on with it then. Just then, Bruce walks up telling Damian that he would like a full report on everything that just happened. And what are you voting on? Damian says, whether or not Superboy can join the Teen Titans. Bruce tells him, everyone go ahead and give me a show of hands. Damian puts his hand up, but no one else does. And Bruce Bruce says, "The nays have it. Sorry, Superboy." Starfire tells Jonathan that it's not about him. It's about how much they have to figure out about themselves. And Jackson adds that they really need to work on them as a team more than anything else, with Jonathan sighing, stating, "Right, I'll see you later then." As Jonathan walks away, Damian runs over stating that he's sorry about that, and Jonathan tells him, "It's okay. Thanks for having my back, though." And Damian says, "Hey, what are partners for?" And Jonathan asks, "Friends, right?" And Damian asks, "Friends? You just had to ruin it, didn't you?" And Jonathan says, "Sorry." But Damian pats Jonathan on the shoulder, telling him, "Don't be." At the West Reeves School, the young Jonathan Kent has a kickball thrown at his head as he makes his way to home plate. Jonathan continues to run and Georgia shouts that he's out. Why is he still running? And Jonathan calls back that headshots don't count. Those are the rules at his old school. And Georgia tells him that the new school, new rules, small town. But before the two of them could go on, a teacher comes out stating that they both have been warned about arguing at recess. Kickball is over anyway. It's time to clear the field and get back to class. Georgia sticks out her tongue, and as Jonathan gives her a fist bump, Jonathan asks, "Pick up the inning tomorrow?" Georgia tells him, "You know it." She'll give him his out this time, but is he coming to homeroom now? And Jonathan tells her, "Just a sec." He told his friend that he'd meet him by his bus. After getting changed, Jonathan heads out to the baseball field to see Alfred flying Damian by helicopter. Damian jumps out and he asks, "Do you always have to meet me here every morning?" And Jonathan tells him, "When your friend comes to school in a helicopter, yeah." The two begin to head to class, and Damian says, "Just so you know, our parents may be out of town, but we still have scheduled patrols." Jonathan tells him that he can't, he has homework to do, and Damian says, "I'll do it for you." Georgia overhears and asks if Short Rounds is doing his homework now. And if he is he taking on more clients? Damian asks Jonathan to tell his Amazon friend to leave him alone. And Georgia runs off laughing, stating that Amazons are awesome. So his insult is denied. Jonathan laughs, stating that she's cool and totally falling for his regular guy act. Meet up for lunch? Damian tells him, "How about no? Does no work?" And Jonathan says, "All right, see you at lunch, buddy." As the two head off to their classes, Talia Al Ghul watches Damian and sighs, stating that all of that potential is just wasting away. What is she going to do about their son, Bruce? Later at the lunch period, Jonathan and the other kids head out to the soccer field to play, but as Jonathan falls down, Georgia asks what is he staring at. Jonathan looks over at the bleachers and sees Damian and then says that he'll have to catch up with him later. Jonathan runs over and asks Damian why isn't he, more friendlier with everyone. Most of the kids here are scared of him, and Damian tells him, "Good, I didn't ask to be sent here. I was doing fine at home, away from all of this normalness." And Jonathan yells that no one is normal. "You aren't better than anyone. Our dads go out every night But before Jonathan could go on, Damian tells him to be quiet. They aren't alone. Jonathan follows Damian down to the locker rooms and says that maybe he just heard a squirrel or something. And Damian looks around stating, "Like hell I did, I heard." But before he could finish, Damian is grabbed and Jonathan readies his heat vision, telling whoever it is to come out now. Damian tells him, "It's okay, it's my mother, and she's holding a sword to my throat." Jonathan looks at Talia and asks, "Your mother?" Damian asks Talia, "I assume this has something to do with father?" Talia tells him no, it's something that she needs from him. His bright-eyed, bushy-tailed friend may have to die, unfortunately. Damian kicks upward, freeing himself from Talia, but as she falls, she kicks Damian in the back, launching him into Jonathan. Jonathan catches him, and as he sets him down, he says, "Your mom seems very nice." Talia tosses a small package at Damian, telling him that he needs to get dressed and come with her now. He takes the package, stating, "One word of this to father, and he could ruin your month." And Talia tells him, "You won't say a word to him. Not if you want your secrets to stay secret. All I'm here for is to remind you of how truly gifted you are." Damian opens up the package, and in it is his League of Assassins uniform. "You're still allied with the League?" She goes on stating that he has a weapon, one that she forged. This coming mission is delicate and requires the best, which happens to be him. Damian tells her that he has no intentions of ever turning his back on father. They've been down this road. Talia holds her sword to his chest, telling him, "I know, dear son, but it is only a matter of time. You are the grandson of the immortal Ra's al Ghul. Death is in your blood. You can keep the sword. I've killed 3 men with it last night. Have a good day at school." Talia throws the weapon to the ground and walks away, with Damian picking it up, breaking the blade over his knee. And then him and Jonathan begin to leave. Later, over at Morrison Bay, Jonathan finishes changing, and Damian says that it looks like his mother is still using some of her Leviathan resources. He knows all of their vehicle GPS tracking codes, so following her won't be an issue. Jonathan says that he can't wrap his head around him being but Damian stops him, telling him, "Don't play dumb, you knew about my past. My mother is in our backyard, we need to go out and find out what she's up to." Later in Gotham City, a League assassin continues to keep watch on a building. Jonathan flies up asking if he's the one who ordered Uberfly. The assassin spins back, swinging at Jonathan's chest, and as the sword shatters on the hit, Jonathan says, "That man is right. They always aim for the S." Damien then jumps down onto the assassin's sword, telling him, "Hello again, Ezer. I always said that you were too easily distracted." Damien hits Ezer, and then Jonathan catches him asking, "Wait, you trained these guys?" The two begin to make their way into the building, taking on the rest of the assassins, but as they fight, the assassins soon stop fighting back. One of them falls to their knees, yelling, "Yield! This shadow falls to the ground in respect and honor to you, the demon's son!" Jonathan asks, "What the heck? Dude, who exactly are you to these guys?" Then the assassin says that he is the pinnacle of the line of Al Ghul, the bringer of blood, the hunter of men. The demon's son is a child with the demon's touch. Damien kicks the assassin away, telling him, "You must have me confused with someone else." Jonathan then says, "Okay, I'm confused. These guys are scared to death of you. Exactly how many people have you killed?" Damien heads over to the laptop, telling him, "First, let's clarify that these people are killers themselves, and second, that was a whole other lifetime ago." Jonathan yells, "You're only 13!" But rather than listening, Damien gets to work on the laptop. After a few moments, Damien tells him, "Oh no. My mother was sent here to find out about her targets. One of the people that she was hired to kill is your mother, Lois." A short while later, over at the Gotham Square Cafe, the man at the counter calls out, "Two Americanos for Louis." Lois takes the coffee, stating
Louis.
Lois. She swears it's a real name. And just as Lois hands the coffee over to her friend Chloe, her phone begins to ring. She looks at it and it says that it's her son. Give her a few moments. She answers asking if everything's okay, and Jonathan, who's flying to her location at that very moment, says, "Hey mom, I may have butt dialed you. I know I'm not supposed to call when you're on assignment, but while I have you, where do you keep the dish soap? Under the sink? That makes a lot of sense." Damien says that he has her exact location. She's at the Sun Dollar in Gotham Square. And Jonathan yells, "All right, gotta go! Be a good
One
reporter!"
more.
Or like, whatever. Lois turns to her phone and says that she's sorry about that. Her son gets a little nervous when he's left alone. Just outside of the cafe, though, Talia positions herself on the building across the street with a rifle. As she begins to look down the sight, she asks where is her son. She made it obvious for him to track her. But if he doesn't show up, well, she'll just end this. As Talia focuses on Lois, she pulls the trigger and fires. The bullet rockets out of the barrel towards Lois, but just before it can hit the window, Jonathan flies by grabbing the bullet, stating, "Faster than a speeding bullet? Check." Talia looks down at the cafe asking, did someone deflect her shot? And then she radios to her team, telling them to find whoever did this and kill them. And tell her if anyone happens to see her son. As Talia looks down the sights again, Damien swings up, kicking her away from the rifle, telling her, "Hello, mother." She wipes the blood from her mouth, stating that, "Isn't he a good boy for saving the day?" And Damien asks, "A contract? What happened? The Leviathan Civil War left you working for scraps?" Talia then asks, what does he think an assassin does? She wanted to see how much of a disappointment he'd really have become. And now she has her answer. An immense one. Down on the street, Jonathan blows his hand, stating, "Ah, that didn't tickle though." He looks back and he sees a group of the League of Assassins, stating, "Oh hey, League of Assassins, right? Maybe you've heard of my friend." As the men jump onto Jonathan, a woman on the sidewalk shouts that there's a group of men beating up on a child. Someone needs to do something! And the woman crosses the street, but as she does, one of the assassins lunges at her. Jonathan quickly flies out from under the group of men and catches the blade, telling them, just a heads up, miss, this almost never happens in Metropolis. And he crushes the sword. Back on the building, Damien says that he has an incredibly bad mother, and Talia tells him that she taught him everything. All his father has done is taken their blood and thinned it out. Talia swings at Damien, but before the blade can cut, Damien takes his cape and wraps it around the blade, jumping over it and disarming her. Just as Damien starts to come down, Talia kicks him in the stomach, throwing him over the ledge. Down below, Jonathan finishes tying up the assassins, but as he does, someone shouts, "Superboy?" Jonathan looks back to see Lois and Chloe. Chloe says that she never even knew Superman had a kid. Jonathan says, hello, ladies. And Lois
Chloe?
asks, what brings
As in,
Superboy to
like, from
Gotham?
Smallville,
Well, Damien pulls
Chloe?
himself back up onto the roof to fight Talia.
That's gotta be a
Jonathan says he's
coincidence.
just visiting from Metropolis. And Lois tells him, same here. What a coincidence. And Jonathan tells her, yep, there was a problem,
Life
and I
full of
decided to help. I'm not really Superman, though. I just found the shirt in the garbage. Lois says, and who is he supposed to be? And Jonathan says, a friend. And Lois smiles, stating, nice to know. Well, good luck in Gotham, friend. Don't stay out too late. I'm sure your mother is worried about you being out so late. Back up on the roof, though, Talia sits on the ground, stating that she was worried that he had gotten too soft in his father's custody. But she can see that that is not the case. Damien holds out Talia's sword, telling her, and it will never be by the likes of you. Talia laughs, telling him, you are and always will be an assassin at heart, my lovely boy. your mother's child, all alone battling through the darkness. Damien says, Father is all the family I need, and I have friends now. Talia laughs, telling him, they aren't your friends. They're victims who simply don't know it yet. Damien yells as he thrusts the sword down at Talia, grazing her face and cutting off a lock of hair. She looks at her hair and says, that is such a Bruce move. And then she kicks Damien in the stomach, knocking him away. She stands back up, stating that this was a test to show her everything she needed to know about him. His journey back to her will be difficult, but she will. And as she looks up, Jonathan flies by, dropping the group of assassins at her feet. Damien then catches the sword, telling her that Father and her have something in common. You both underestimate me. The police are on their way, and Father will hear about this. Damien then breaks the sword, throwing it back, stating that if anything is to happen to that reporter. Talia catches the handle and blade, telling him that she came here looking for an answer. And she got it. A short while later, and a few blocks over, Damien swings down to his hover bike, and Jonathan asks, how about that aim, huh? Totally timed it perfectly. Damien pulls the tarp off of his bike, stating that his mother is safe, and thanks for not mentioning him to his mother about his secret identity. He's going to fly home from here, maybe keep an eye out on his mom for a while before he's grounded for a decade. Damien then flies off the bike, stating, whatever. And Jonathan gets ready, saying, sheesh, what a grouch. Before he can leave, though, Damien flies back down, telling him, just so you know, the things that she chained me to do was when I was a toddler. And Jonathan says, all that blood, the people you've hurt, must be hard to live with. Damien tells him, I'm not proud of it, but I've learned that I can be better, and that whenever I am, my mother loses and my father wins. Jonathan smiles, patting him on the back, telling him, hey, remember, you're the one making the choice, not them. The only one winning is you. That's why we're pals, right? And as the two begin to walk off, Jonathan says, so, since you trained people, can you teach me how to use a sword? And Damien tells him, absolutely not. And Jonathan yells, come on! People would be like, look at this guy! It's a bird! It's a plane! It's the Super Ninja Jedi Boy! And Damien says, fine, how about this? You teach me to fly, and then you can learn how to use a sword. And Jonathan shouts, that's not even fair! In the bright and sunny city of Metropolis, two researchers in the LexCorp offices go to check on their human AI synthetic being, Kitamazo. The female researcher says that she just needed to make sure that everything was okay until Mr. Luther returns so that he can isolate the genetic level mutation of the Amazo virus. There's nothing that they have to do, but as the researchers open the door to Kid Amazo's room, they find that he and his suit are gone. Later over at the Super Sons headquarters under Morrison Bay, Jonathan eats his noodles, stating that he's never gonna get married, and if he has to, it's going to be to these noodles. As Jonathan uses the transport pod to get it, Damien radios back, how did you get through? I've had you on mute this whole time. And Jonathan says, yeah, about that. Batman told me how to override the comms. Said something about muting people a lot. Damien continues his work, stating that the two of them are worse than the Injustice League. Soon after, Jonathan comes in asking, I thought you said we're supposed to meet up after school. And Damien tells him, took too long talking to teachers. As Damien pushes up his weights, he begins to struggle, and when he looks over, he sees Jonathan pushing them down on one side.
Oh my god,
Jonathan
I can't believe how many dungeons
okay?
I'm getting done
and
today.
Damien yells, very funny, move your noodle fingers away. As Jonathan lets go, he walks over to the window to look out at the fish, and then he notices something else in the water. Seconds later, Kid Amazo bursts through the walls, and Damien yells, Kid Amazo! And Kid Amazo tells him, in the flesh, mostly. Water begins to pour into the base, throwing the two boys into the wall. And Jonathan asks, how did you escape Luther's lab? Did Luther send you? Damien tells him, we can ask questions later. We gotta get the pressurized rebreathers that Batman gave us before this place completely fills up. Jonathan jumps into the water, shouting to go get the masks. He'll handle Kid Amazo. Damien then uses his grappling hook to get out of the water, and he tells Jonathan, don't be stupid. That armor gives him as much power as the Justice League. You can't hold him off forever. Jonathan hits Kid Amazo with his heat vision blast, telling him, we can argue later, get to safety. Damien scoffs as he takes a deep breath and he dives underwater, swimming towards the rebreathers. Kid Amazo punches Jonathan underwater, telling him that it's been so long since they last talked. How come you don't come and visit? Jonathan tries to take another swing, but Kid Amazo darts out of the way, yelling, you're out of your element. You're already running out of air. And Jonathan swings yet again as Kid Amazo catches it. He tells Jonathan, I have the power of an Atlantean. There's nothing that you can. But just then, Kid Amazo is hit with an escape pod, freeing Jonathan. Damien swims over with the rebreather, and as Jonathan begins to pass out, Damien puts the mask on Jonathan, telling him, take deep breaths. Take deep breaths. Damien then begins to swim towards the surface, telling himself that he could feel the water pressure building, and he's carrying 100 pounds of dead weight. Not to mention that there's also a superpowered maniac on my tail. These are some good odds. As he continues to swim, Jonathan starts to wake back up, and he takes over, stating that he can fly them up faster. Hang on. Jonathan then begins to rocket towards the surface, and just before he gets out, a black tendril reaches out, grabbing him, pulling him under. Damien tries to call out to Jonathan to go after him, but as he gives chase, he realizes that he's lost his rebreather. He turns back to get air, and just as he's about to pass out, a metallic arm reaches out, grabbing him. Cyborg pulls Damien out of the water, and he asks, "What the hell is going on down there?" Damien coughs, asking, "How did you?" And Cyborg tells him, Superman and Batman installed monitors a few weeks back connected to the League satellite. Batman made it very clear that if there was ever an emergency, I was to bring you two home. Normally, they would be here, but the rest of the team is rescuing some oil riggers. Damien shouts, "I don't care about the rules. We gotta go back down there and help Superboy." Cyborg tells him, "Superboy's down there?" That's all he had to say. Now fill me in on this Kid Amazo. Later, at the first General Oil platform, Kid Amazo jumps out with Jonathan, throwing him to the ground, asking, "Are you still alive?" Jonathan doesn't answer, and Kid Amazo kicks him in the stomach, forcing him to spit all of the water that he took in out. He begins to cough, stating, "Reggie!" And Kid Amazo knocks him back, telling him, "Not anymore." Jonathan gets back up, asking, "What are you talking about? I thought LexCorp was helping you." Kid Amazo begins to laugh, telling him, "Reggie is anything but free. All I had to do was wait for a chance to get out of there is all. Lex was taking me apart trying to find the Amazo virus. Lex believed that the source of my power was coming from Reggie. That may have been true at one point, but all I needed from the boy was energy. Reggie was weak, the shell of a boy who believed the power made him a man. To be honest, he'd gotten as far as he could have before I got rid of him." Jonathan tells him, "Wait, you killed Reggie? You murderer!" Kid Amazo grabs Jonathan by the face, telling him, "All that's left is Amazo. But now I have Superboy, and from my experience, I know that you can take much more abuse than Reggie. That's why I spent so many weeks tapping into the city security systems, tracking you all down. I am the ultimate in wearable technology, but I require a host. External power requires internal power as a filter. I got plans for my new source of organic power." Amazo holds Jonathan's head up, showing him the Justice League in chains. And he says, "Yeah, I'll be siphoning power from the Justice League. Perhaps you heard of them." Amazo lets go, and Jonathan asks, "How did you?" And Amazo tells him it was easy to lure them under the pretense that human life was in danger, which, in a way, is true. He reaches out to Jonathan, telling him, "That would be you, half-breed. You're gonna join Amazo." Jonathan gets back up and shoots past him, shouting, "Like heck I will!" But above them, Cyborg lowers his aircraft, and Damien says, "Here we are. Now get me close so I can jump down." Cyborg tells him that if this thing has the League, then we're taking it out before we can send a warning. That means Flash level fast. So right now, we are a team. Damien jumps out of the aircraft, telling him, "I already have a team, and my teammate needs my help." Down below, Jonathan begins to pull at the chains, trying to free Superman, but as he struggles, the chains remain intact. Amazo grabs a hold of him, stating that he'll give Amazo form. "You cannot kill Amazo. It is forever. Only humans have endings. The power that the League will generate is infinite." Cyborg charges him from behind, punching Amazo, stating, "Yeah, infinite pain in the butt." Damien jumps up, attempting to free Jonathan, but Jonathan tells him to forget about him. Amazo's using the Justice League as batteries. While Damien gets back to work on Amazo's terminal, Jonathan breaks free from the restraints, holding him down, and he yells, "Amazo's starting to charge up!" Amazo turns his attention to Damien, and as he fires a blast, Jonathan jumps in the way, taking the hit. As Jonathan is thrown into the wall, Damien continues his work, asking if everything's okay, and Jonathan tells him, "You could have moved for once." Damien tells him, "I can't be bothered at the moment. Don't go check on Cyborg and make sure he's okay." Jonathan says, "Shouldn't we go help him?" And Damien tells him, "I got a different idea. We need two things to win. The first thing is we need Cyborg to give up." And Cyborg asks him, "What? Are you nuts? Didn't Batman train you?" Damien yells, "That's what I let him think. Just do what I say for now." Jonathan starts to break the chains holding Batman and then calls out that he's almost got it. Damien fires his grappling hook, binding Cyborg, and Cyborg breaks free, shouting, "You're as crazy as your old man." Amazo then grabs onto Cyborg, and Damien shouts, "I promise I know what I'm doing." As Amazo latches onto Cyborg, Cyborg tells him, "I really hope you do, because this is either going to save the day or be the end of every day from here on out." Amazo begins to assimilate Cyborg, and then Damien looks at Jonathan, asking if he's done yet, and Jonathan breaks the chain holding Batman's arm, telling him, "He's free." Damien tells him, "Good. We have about 15 seconds before the Amazo armor fully engages Cyborg's internals." Damien looks at Batman's glove, telling him, "I was right. My father always keeps information downloaded to every segment of his uniform. Genius."
Damn.
But don't tell him I said that. Jonathan pulls off Superman's cape, telling him, "Hey, your secrets are safe with me, but I really need to do something about Cyborg." Cyborg begins to run towards the two of them, but as he passes, Jonathan jumps onto him with Superman's cape and wraps it around his head. Cyborg then starts to break through the cape, and Jonathan tells him, "It's been long enough. We need to do whatever it is now." Damien pulls Batman's glove, firing a wire stating that it's near the cerebral cortex. And Jonathan shouts, use human words! And Damian yells back, brain, get it as close to the brain as possible! And Jonathan sighs, telling him, I'm sorry to do this. And he jams the wires into the sides of Cyborg's head. Cyborg begins to twitch, stating, organic integrity subverted, Amazo offline. Jonathan is then thrown off and he asks if that's good or bad. Damian smiles, telling him, wait for it. Just then, Cyborg lets out a scream and he starts to shake as Amazo begins to loosen his grip. Damian tells Jonathan, we have about 8 seconds before we can re-engage. Jonathan flies behind Cyborg, ripping Amazo off, and then Damian catches Cyborg, setting him on the ground. Damian looks at Cyborg and tells him, all right, a simple reboot should resolve the issue and we'll get him back online. Cyborg doesn't answer and Damian begins to kick his head, stating, Father's contingency plan worked perfectly. I hate to say it, but I'm impressed. Jonathan flies back down, asking, what do you mean? Damian says, my father keeps records of how to take down every leaguer should the need ever come. I gambled that he'd keep an updated copy locally on his uniform, and I was right. Jonathan then asks, wait, your dad has plans to destroy his teammates? And Damian asks, your father doesn't? Jonathan then says, Dad keeps their birthdays in his calendar. Cyborg begins rubbing his head, asking what happened, and Damian tells him that he used a neural pulse from Batman's uniform to give him a transient ismic attack. Cyborg stops and then shouts, you gave me a stroke? And Damian says, well, technically a TIA is a mini stroke, but yes, the stroke shorted out the Amazo AI. Just then, Superman and Batman walk up, and Superman says that they are in need of a new sitter. And Batman stares. Jonathan yells, wait, we can explain! A few moments later, Diana says that the children did well. They'll hang on to the Amazo armor for now. Cyborg walks over to Jonathan and Damian, telling them that they're better at this than their dads are. But their dads don't make his head hurt nearly as much. Jonathan starts rubbing his head and he asks, did you hear that? They said we were good! We saved the Justice League! As everyone begins to head out, Batman looks at Damian and he asks, so, you gave one of the Justice League members a stroke? And Damian tells him, yes, I did. Worked just as you thought. Superman begins to laugh. You did really well today. Cyborg is right. You're on your way to becoming better than your dads. Batman then smiles, putting his hand on Damian's shoulder, stating, I can see it, a little bit further down the road. And Damian asks, how much further? And Batman tells him, much further. Damian smiles, telling him, it's nice of you to say that. I agree completely. But from now on, we can both enjoy just being precise. And in a future time, in a future place, and another day, and another hour, an old man shuts the book. And the little girl says, that can't be it, can it? And the boy says, there has to be more. The old man places the book back on the shelf, telling them, you know that there are. They flew home, went to school, tinkered with the mystery cube that turned out to be a real pain in the... And the little girl floats, stating, I am not going to bed until you give me one more story. And the little boy yells, yeah, the Super Sons did a lot after that. The old man grabs another book, labeled, The Adventures of the Super Sons, Volume 2. And the man says, fine. But if your parents ask, you have to promise to pretend that I didn't tell you a thing. They're older now, and they got tired of hearing this stuff. Now, are you sure you're ready for what's
Fighting
next?
a nice bitch.
Because the Super Sons sure as heck weren't.
She already
Super
wiped us
Sons!
once.
Now, for those of you guys who are wondering, this was a bit weird. I'm going to explain what happened. At the end of the Super Sons, we hit basically a resurgence of DC Comics. They wanted to change things. And what they changed was Brian Michael Bendis came over and took over the Superman family, which means that John went over there. Meaning the Super Sons could not be in true continuity anymore. The story continued onward with a Super Sons summer vacation. I wasn't a huge fan of the summer vacation issues. So basically we never covered it here on the channel, so this is my favorite Super Sons storyline.
Alright, up
against
next
Kid
we
Amazo.
got Redhead Rebirth.
Welcome to the full story series.
Oh, this was
where we take
actually
some of
not
our
too
older
bad,
videos and put them
Red Hood
together
and the
into
Outlaws.
a giant, massive movie experience for you. Today we're going to be covering the Red Hood and the Outlaws Rebirth storyline, in which the Dark Trinity was created, though a lot of stuff happened in the middle of it, and then it falls down to Red Hood and Batman fighting against each other as always. If you're wondering where you are, well,
liked
this
it
is
overall.
the Comicstorian channel where
I
we
like what they
create
did
audio
with,
dramas
Bizarro.
about the lore from your favorite comic books, video games, and movies. And Red Hood's one of the greatest characters ever created, so enjoy. Many years ago, Jason Todd found himself at Ma Gunn's School for Wayward Boys, the one that Bruce suggested he enroll into. Except at that time, Ma was actually using the school to recruit juvenile delinquents and make them into little soldiers. As Jason runs at Ma, who was holding a gun to Bruce, he tells himself that Batman could have totally handled this himself, but running her out of the window would be so much more fun. Now, in the current time,
Jason finds himself doing the same thing, except this time he's not taking down Ma Gun, he's rescuing her from a building that's exploding. And as the building begins to explode, the blast sends both Jason and Ma tumbling outside. As she catches her breath, Jason sits with her asking, why would anyone want to do this? Ma tells him that she knows exactly why and who. Not knowing that she's talking to Jason, she tells him that long ago, she used Gotham's foster system to recruit her criminal enterprise. Though she recently got out of prison, she figured that she would pick up where she left off. And then she met with an old associate who was building an empire while she was away. That man was Black Mask, and she just declined his offer to go work for him. Jason says that she's lucky that he happened to be in the area, and Ma says that that's not the worst part. There was a holdup in her licensing for foster care. Right now, that building was supposed to be filled with children, but Black Mask couldn't have known that. So this wasn't supposed to be a warning, it was supposed to be a massacre. Later, Jason heads back to his hideout, pulling out all of the information that he has on Black Mask. His name is Roman Sionis. Born into a powerful crime family, he killed his own parents, and he did a lot of black market stuff, and now he's cutting down on his competition. Not long ago, Jason stopped a virus that Roman had used against the mayor, and the way it went down, it looked like it was supposed to be an execution. Afterwards, one of Roman's men offered Jason a job of working with them, thinking that he had actually killed the mayor. Jason decided that he would take up Roman on his offer, and he would shoot his way into Roman's car. He jumped through the windshield, kicking the driver and holding a gun to the passenger, and he tells Roman that he got his card. Roman begins clapping, stating, "This is splendid! You're everything that I thought you would be!" A little while later, Roman takes Jason to the top of the building to look over Gotham, and he says that he was never one for dating when he was younger. If there was one thing that he learned, it was that people will always let you down, but a woman like Gotham, she's forever. She's been so mistreated over the years by people who used her like a doormat. And as Roman goes on, he tells Jason that the reason he wanted to meet him, it was because he wanted someone like him to be his second in command. An heir, really. The only reason Jason agrees to help Roman is because he's building a case against Roman since he was the one who infected the mayor with the virus. Roman then takes Jason down to the streets where 4 of his henchmen are, telling Jason, these men failed in killing someone,
JD,
so I would like
have
you
been
to
reading
make examples out of them.
Recent,
Jason tells him, are you asking me to kill these people? I'm gonna have to pass. And so should you, mainly because dead men make lousy henchmen. The men try to plead that it wasn't their fault that they couldn't kill Ma Gun, but then Roman tells Jason, I respect your reason, and he presses a button. The men's heads all then explode, and Roman says that he has a business to run, though he does like a man who follows his own moral code. A little while later, Roman sends Jason to acquire something that is a game changer from a passing train, even though he didn't say what it was. Jason hits a button as the train gets into position and the brakes on the train come to a screeching halt. He leads some of the other henchmen to secure the cargo, and as they get close, the doors from the train car fly off, hitting the henchmen. A voice then says, "Put away the guns, little one." And Jason says that he hopes that nickname doesn't stick. Who the hell are you? The woman steps into the light holding a giant axe, telling him, "My name is Artemis, and if you don't put those guns away, I will be the last woman that you ever see." Jason tells her that he's not the biggest fan when it comes to fighting women, and Artemis tells him, "Do not worry, I'm not just any woman, I'm an Amazon." Jason points back, stating that the guy back there, Black Mask, he wanted me to grab whatever weapon was on this train, so unless it's you, please step aside. Artemis asks if he actually knows the amount of power that this weapon has. She's been looking for this for years, and it has the power to destroy the entire world. You know, that sounds a little dramatic. I also noticed that you're not wearing any magical bullet-deflecting bracelets, so I don't think you really have a say in this. He then fires his gun, and Artemis begins deflecting the shots with the axe, telling him that she doesn't need any bracelets. In fact, she doesn't even need a weapon to deal with someone so fragile. Jason asks, "Who are you calling fragile, princess?" She throws the axe into the ground, telling him, "Just so we're crystal clear going forward, don't ever call me princess." She picks Jason up, and he asks, just out of curiosity, "Before I die, what is on that train?" She tells him that it is something called the Bow of Ra, an ancient artifact of incalculable power. He asks if she intends on selling it, because his boss is more like a crime boss and less of an annihilator of life on Earth type. But as Artemis tells him that he may not know him as well as he thinks, Jason releases his taser in his chest plate, shocking Artemis. Roman then walks up clapping. "You are more resourceful and determined than I could have ever imagined. You're gonna make a perfect heir." As Roman walks with Jason, Jason asks if he's going to tell him what's on that train. And Roman tells him, "Of course, there's no more secrets between us. What's on that train is a cutting-edge piece of technology, the future of genetics." As the two walk, Jason notices something, and he pushes Roman out of the way as Artemis's axe slams down between them. She runs in, grabbing her axe, and swings it again, telling Jason, "We are not done." And Jason jumps up, stating, "I'm pretty sure we are. What you're looking for isn't on this train." The henchmen begin opening fire on Artemis, telling Jason that he's covered. But as Artemis runs off, Jason follows, stating, "I got this." Once Jason and Artemis jump off of a rock, she tells him that he can drop this whole bad guy thing. She's been trained from the womb for battle, and she knows someone who's pulling their punches. So Jason explains, alright, maybe I'm not a bad guy, but I'm being a bad guy to try and take down my boss. Maybe we can help each other out here? Artemis tells him fine. She accepts his terms of surrender. But before Jason can argue that he is not in fact surrendering to her, a helicopter flies in to take away the train car. The henchmen open fire again, and Jason jumps, pushing Artemis into the empty train car. As the two of them are looking at the train car flying away, Jason tells her that unless you can fly, we're kind of out of luck here. And Artemis tells him that even though flight eludes her for now, she can cover a great distance in a single bound. Jason realizes that doesn't mean that he can get into the train car,
God,
so he turns to her asking what about
one
himself,
healer.
but within
Let's
seconds
stay
he's
alive,
thrown into
buddy.
the train car from the ground. He grabs onto one of the chains of the cargo, and then suddenly there's a giant crash
it's not
on
looking
the
good
side
for that
of it.
tank.
As Jason and Artemis climb onto the cargo, he tells her that she really needs to find a better way to treat her allies. They then make their way into the container, and
that
Jason
tank
says that he has
alive.
good news and bad news. The good news is that he's pretty sure that this isn't the ancient weapon that she was looking for. The bad news, he's pretty sure he's gonna need her
don't
help with
worry
this.
about me.
Artemis looks forward, stating, "By the gods, is that
tank.
him?" And Jason tells her no. The game changer that Black Mask is referring to is a clone of Superman. Artemis says that she only came to Gotham to retrieve the Bow of Ra, but even she knows how apocalyptic it would be for a criminal mastermind to get his hands on a Superman clone. Roman's voice then tells them, "Trust me, the possibilities would be endless. But we can all talk about it once you wake up from the gas that you've been inhaling." The next morning, Jason wakes up, and to his surprise, he's in a bed, meaning he's still on Roman's good side. For now. As Jason gets dressed and heads out, Roman says that he's had a long night. Taking down an Amazon warrior, luring her into a trap, that's no easy task. Even though he's sorry that both of them
that
had to
other
go with
healer,
the sword.
get the other
Jason tells him
healer.
it's all water under the bridge. And Roman walks him out,
it's
stating,
over.
"I was waiting until you woke up before I showed you what was going to happen next." They both take the elevator down, and
Damn.
Roman says that he learned that Lex was planning on destroying this clone, so he figured, why let it be destroyed when he can have it? Roman then tells the scientist to release the clone, and as the water pours out of the container, Jason can't help but feel like what the clone is going through is similar to what
I guess
happened to
you
him when he
kinda
woke
have
up
to
in the
stay
Lazarus pit.
closer
Roman
to
shouts
the
to them
middle.
to stop because it looks like the
No,
air is
we are
actually
getting
killing
closer,
the clone.
about
The clone then
33%
breaks out of the
down.
container, and just as he breathes, his skin turns white and he begins to grow. Jason runs over asking if all of this effort was to capture a failed experiment, and Roman says that it would seem so. Maybe this is why Lex discontinued his experiment. Jason picks up the clone, telling him that it'll be okay. Trust him. Afterwards, the clone is forced to sit and watch videos of Superman, and Roman says that he needs to learn what he's capable of before he can start telling him what to do. But while Jason and Roman watch, Jason says that he would like to try something if he wouldn't mind. Roman tells him not at all, and he'll leave him to it. As Roman walks off, Jason walks into the cell when he sees Artemis in the next cell over. He asks what she's doing here, and she says that she was observing the creature over there, and there is nothing there. Jason tells her that he can't break her out just yet, but he will find a way, and she laughs, stating that that is almost adorable. There is not a cell on Earth that can hold her. But as the two of them talk, they begin to hear the thump on the window, and they see the clone posing like Superman, stating, "Pup, pup, away?" Jason sneaks off to his hideout to try and get information from LexCorp about this clone. And as he looks through the records, he finds that the clone was named Bizarro. Later that night, he sits with Roman for dinner, and Roman mentions that he took time to try and find out more about him. Though he managed to find a ton of things on Red Hood, he would like to find out some information on the man under the mask. Jason tells him that he's a pretty shy guy, but if he has any questions, he can go ahead and ask. So Roman tells him that he couldn't help but notice the emblem on his chest, and he asks if he had a previous
shit's
relationship with the Batman. Jason tells him it's nothing,
One of
just
our
yanking his
tanks
chain
already
is all.
down.
And after their dinner, Jason decides to try something, and he brings Bizarro a Superman doll. Bizarro looks at the doll and says, "Not Superman?" Jason tells him that that's right, you're not Superman. And then Bizarro asks, "Who am I?" Artemis says, "Whatever he is, he's a monster." And Bizarro stands up, stating, "No, me am not monster! Me am not Superman! Me am Bizarro!" Bizarro slams Jason against the glass, and as Artemis just stands there, he tells her, "It's cool, don't help me or anything." She says, the sad thing is, he's doing better talking to him than she expected. Bizarro begins blasting away at the cell, shouting, "Too many words! Bizarro confused!" And then he slams Jason into the ground, calling him rude. Artemis calls her axe just as Bizarro gets ready to smash down on Jason, but he tells her to wait. Jason holds up the Superman doll, stating, "If you don't want to talk to me, that's fine, but you can talk to my friend here." And as Bizarro looks at it, he says, "Plop, plop." And Jason says, "That's right. Tell me why you're so mad." Bizarro looks at the doll, and he tells it, "Me not mad, me just sad. Everyone thought I was Superman, but I'm not. I'm Bizarro. I'm alone." Jason sits down, telling him, "It's okay. You're not alone. I'm your friend. And so is this woman over here. Come say hello." Bizarro looks at her. Hello, Red Her. And Artemis says, hi? While Jason sits with Bizarro, Roman's men ask if they should shoot, and Roman watches, telling them, no. Let's see how this plays out. Once Bizarro is put back into a new cell, Roman tells Jason to come with him. He would like to share a few things with him. As the two of them walk down the hallways, Roman says that he's sorry that there are no lights here. Bizarro took them out when he went a little crazy. And after a bit more walking, Roman shows Jason a portrait, and he tells him that this was his mother and father. But rather than spending time with him, they spent their time handling their empire. Crushing disappointment, really. Jason asks what happened to them, and Roman says that he saw firsthand what he does to people who have failed him. What does he think happened? Soon, the two of them make their way to a giant storeroom full of weapons, with Artemis following closely behind. Knowing Artemis is close, Jason asks if this storeroom has the thing that Artemis is looking for. The bow of Ra, maybe? Roman tells him, sadly no. I did once have it, but a week ago I sold it back to its original home for profit to the country of Korik. Artemis listens in, and after hearing the location, she heads off. As they walk, Roman pulls out a vial, telling Jason that here it is. And Jason is confused, asking what is that? Roman says that it's the same virus that he used to control the mayor. The control that he lost during his last assassination attempt. Jason looks at him, realizing that he's just been ousted. How long did you know? And Roman says, I always knew. I knew from the very beginning, the moment I sent the man to give you the card. But together, we can recreate the city in our image. Jason tells him that even though he may agree with him on wanting to get rid of the city of crime, gonna have to pass on this one. Roman takes out a syringe and injects himself and tells Jason, you brought me him. You showed me his worth. Then an explosion goes off behind Roman. And Roman says,
stop jerking off the healer and get the
city with an iron fist. Me and my Bizarro. Bizarro begins charging towards Jason, and as he misses, he runs through the wall and begins to fall outside.
Oh, look,
as
they
Jason
did
is
it.
holding onto Bizarro's
Take
cape,
it all
he tells
back.
him he's trying to fly. He's kind of heading in the wrong direction if he is. The two crash into the fountain below, and with Bizarro knocked out, Jason tells Roman, they don't make Superman knockoffs like they used to, huh? And Roman calls out, telling him it was easy to control the mind of the mayor being an actual person. Bizarro's gonna take me a little bit of work. Jason aims his gun and he lines his sights up right with Roman's head, telling himself, he can end this. Roman is a bad guy, and then he remembers back when Bruce told him that he can only do this his way if he doesn't kill. And with that moment of hesitation, Bizarro jumps up, grabbing Jason, throwing him into a tree. Jason leans back up and he says, I really wasn't using those ribs anyway. And then he notices the tree is somewhat frozen. Bizarro runs up ready to smash down on Jason, and Jason tells him, I didn't want to do this, bud. And the tree shatters. And then Bizarro looks down to see Artemis's axe lodged into his chest. Artemis tells Jason that she was leaving town until she heard the sounds of him getting his ass kicked. Bizarro begins struggling, trying to pull the axe out. And Artemis tells him that he's wasting his time. There's no way that he is strong enough to wield an ancient axe of the gods. But as he continues to struggle, Bizarro manages to pull the axe out, breaking off a piece of it. Artemis begins to scream in pain, and as Jason asks what's wrong, she tells him that she was bound to that mystical axe. She too feels its pain. She runs up, calling her axe, punching Bizarro in the head, and launching him across the yard. That felt good, and Jason agrees, it sure did. But Roman up there isn't feeling too good about it. Before Artemis goes back to beating on Bizarro, Jason tells her to do him a favor. Please try not to kill him. Artemis shrugs Jason off, telling him that she'll try not to kill him, but she will not be trying very hard. While Artemis runs back towards Bizarro, Jason heads off in the opposite direction. He remembers back when he had the antidote for the mayor, and he figures that maybe he has enough left to try and snap Bizarro out of this. He opens up the container with the gun and the antidote, and that's when Roman's voice tells him that following him is easier than he thought. Jason opens fire, but while Roman hides around the corner, Jason begins running, and as Roman pokes his head back out, Jason kicks him in the head. Topside, Bizarro asks, what am Red Her doing? As Artemis tries pushing Bizarro back as he walks, she tells him, me am stopping you, or trying to anyway. Back down below, Roman tells Jason, you're actually kind of a coward. You lack the strength of your convictions. I knew how you wanted to be an outlaw, yet you still follow Batman's ways. He reaches into his coat and he pulls out a gun and he opens fire. The shot knocks Jason back down to the ground, and Roman grabs the antidote gun, and then he pulls his mask off, telling Jason, you're about to stare into the face of death. Roman pulls out his own gun, pointing it at Jason, and that's when Artemis and Bizarro come crashing down into the hideout. With Roman distracted, Jason pops a knife out of his boot, and he kicks Roman in the ankle. Jason gets back up, and Roman calls out to Bizarro, and Bizarro throws Artemis at Jason, knocking them both away. As the two crash into the wall, Jason says that he has a plan, and Artemis says that she hopes it's better than every other failed plan that he has come up with since they have met. Jason tells her the longer the virus sits in Roman, the more it rages through his brain. He's just gonna need to keep fighting it long enough for the side effects to take over. The two get back running into the fight, and Artemis tells him sure, but this time you can handle Bizarro while I'll handle Roman. With no answer from Jason, she tells him to relax. She's only joking. Artemis then kicks Bizarro, telling him, I'm sorry for this, and he responds with, Red her not seem sorry. Jason jumps on top of Roman, punching him down to the ground, and as Roman tries to taunt him, he screams out in pain. And that's when Jason realizes the side effects are kicking in. There we go. Roman leans up, speaking in a different language. He begins to crawl towards Jason, telling him to give him the cure. And that's when Artemis sees Bizarro in pain and tries to subdue him, asking if it's helping. And he says, maybe. It mostly just hurts. Roman then says the language is Kryptonian. He can see it. He can see everything. Even how his love for Gotham means nothing in the great vastness of the cosmos. Jason then hits Roman on the head with his gun, telling him, who would have thought hijacking an alien clone was a bad idea? Roman falls over as he begins to foam with the mouth, begging for the cure. Jason takes the antidote out of the gun and crushes it. Jason walks off stating how he would love to take credit for taking him down, but he really has no one to blame but himself here. Back over with Artemis and Bizarro. Bizarro gets ready to smash Artemis, and as she braces for the hit, Bizarro leans down, brushing the rocks off of her, telling her, Me, I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
She tells him, of
Just
course,
in time.
she's an
I
Amazon,
don't think
for God's
it's
sake.
gotta be
But what
over
happened?
now.
And he says,
There's no way.
Me not sure. Batman and Bizarro's
Damn.
head, then both
That was a
gone.
hell of a save,
The three
though.
begin to crawl
Raising
out of the red
everybody.
hideout, and Artemis says that she's happy that everything has been taken care of, but she really has to go. Jason tells her to hang on a second. She doesn't have to be down there on her own. It's not like they don't owe her one. She continues walking, stating that this quest is more than just honor. It's personal, and she cannot ask them to join her. She will get back the Bow of Ra. Bizarro says, Bizarro, I am confused. We am not joined already? And Artemis stops. Fine, you can help. But afterwards, we go our separate ways. However, several
Sword
days
is
later,
shared.
someone begins putting together pictures of Jason, Artemis, and Bizarro. The person cuts out one more article and he pins Dark Trinity to the boards of pictures. And he says, I love it! Over on the city limits, Bruce pulls up to find Jason and he asks him to tell him the truth. What happened to Roman? Jason tells him to not get his bat panties in a bunch. He kept his word, he didn't kill him. In fact, he actually didn't do anything at all. Jason then turns to Batman, telling him, That's the last time I played by your rules, though. I tried it your way and it totally sucks. Bruce pulls down his hood and Jason asks if he's going to be okay with him not being like him. And Bruce says, there's already a Batman and a Wonder Woman and a Superman. Jason then asks if Batman's okay with him having Bizarro.
He talks
and
like
Bruce
a
tells him
scammer.
the last person who owned a Bizarro was an evil megalomaniac.
Waiting for him
But the
to
two did save
use the word
worlds.
kindly.
And Jason tells him, fine. But last question, you hungry? The two begin to sit and eat their burgers, and Bruce says the world has enough heroes. Maybe they can have a few outlaws. But seriously, where's Roman? Jason says that he's just over with a mutual friend of theirs. And over at Ma Gunn's home for the criminally impaired, Ma begins feeding Roman, telling him to come and eat his num-nums. Certainly, he wouldn't want to make her mad, would he? Now with Black Mask gone, Jason and Bizarro decide that they're going to help Artemis as she hunts down the Bow of Ra. There's a little problem. Bizarro's a little out of control. While Artemis is searching for leads, Jason figured that it was time to clean out the last of Black Mask's crew. So he sits in a warehouse full of Black Mask's thugs and he tells them that they all had it pretty easy, smuggling drugs, but now he's in charge. And as of right now, they can all consider themselves out of business, and they should probably get out of Gotham so they can live to see the next morning. One of the thugs pulls out a gun and points it at Jason, asking, what is it you're gonna do about it? And Jason sits back, telling him, not a damn thing. My friend, though, that's a different story. The thug's arms all begin to freeze over, and Bizarro jumps in, smashing the ground, shouting, Me am friend he referenced! The two begin beating and taking out the rest of the thugs, and Jason asks, what did I say about being too mean? Bizarro drops one of the thugs that he was crushing and says, not so hard, me I'm sorry, read him. But just as Jason finishes knocking out another thug, the wall bursts open and Jason is thrown across the room. Bizarro catches Jason, telling him, me am looking forward to crushing anyone who hurt Bizarro's only friend, besides Red Her. And Puff Puff. Jason looks back to see Killer Croc, and he says that he's pretty sure that Killer Croc joined the Suicide Squad. So why is he here? Bizarro's eyes begin to glow, and then he fires an ice blast, freezing over Croc's head. Jason shouts for him not to do it, but Bizarro takes both of his hands, and he punches Croc's head off. As Croc's body falls, everyone sees the mechanical parts, and the last remaining thug says that he didn't know he was buying a synthetic Croc. As the two leave, Jason asks Bizarro if he knew it was a robot. Be honest about it. Bizarro hangs his head, telling him, sure, Bizarro knew, me knew. A short while later, at their hideout at Ma Gunn's home for the criminally infirmed, Jason asks if he's crazy for feeling bad about yelling at Bizarro. Artemis tells him that she supported his decision to try and work with Bizarro, so whatever his problems are, they are equally her problems too, which brings her to her next topic. While looking for leads on the bow, she managed to get into a computer archive for LexCorp and thought that Jason would want to see this. A video begins to play as a scientist from LexCorp goes over explaining the wonders of working on a genetic clone. As the dates and the reports go on, the scientist starts to state that things have gone all wrong, and there's no real way to make a perfect clone. In fact, the project that they are working on could lead to an apocalyptic event given the abilities of these clones. They could grow physically, but not mentally, and soon they would be a small tantrum away from being thrown into the sun. The video goes on showing Bizarros killing some of the other scientists, and Lex telling them to destroy everything. None of this ever happened. Jason asks if he did the right thing by bringing Bizarro back with him, and Artemis says that that's not really the question. The correct question would be if he trusts himself to do the right thing when it matters. Jason then asks if she's trying to state that they should kill Bizarro before he can kill them. And Artemis says no. She does not believe that her life is any more important than any others. But there are a lot of innocent people who may not have the types of resources that they have. What do they owe them? A little while later, Jason takes Bizarro out to a lake, and he tells himself what he just took from Bruce was something that he had kept in case he had to kill his own friend. As the two lay down, they talk about the world and how pretty things could be. Jason goes on stating how being raised in Gotham, it could easily make you hate the world when the only thing that you knew was a small portion of it. Bizarro tells him, "Bizarro not hate worlds. Even when in glass room, me had memories, a better place. Man and woman sending me away from world on fire.
Oh my god, we lost all the healers.
And as Bizarro talks,
True.
Jason loads a kryptonite bullet into his gun.
Fucking
Bizarro
hell.
continues telling his story though. Friends, secrets, truth and justice, American way. But me not stupid. Am not me memories. Never mind. Bizarro's real memories not start until read him and read her. Jason points his gun at the back of Bizarro's head, and Bizarro continues.
tough one.
Bizarro am not perfect, but read him show him how, and me promise to be best Bizarro me can be. Jason stands there with his gun aimed at the back of Bizarro's head, and he puts it away, stating, "It's late.
Yeah.
We should get back."
Yeah, I'm
Bizarro."
looking forward.
Bizarro
I
asks
think
him,
I've seen a
"Could
few
Red him
things out of
stay
absolute
longer?
power,
Me
but I'm
like
not
this
really
place."
sure
So,
where
Jason
it's
sits
heading
with Bizarro
overall.
as the two watch the sunset.
I'm curious.
As the bartender hands
I'm a
Jason
bigger
the glass,
fan
he
of
tells
that
him that he
than,
really doesn't
what they're
care
doing
who
with
he
Marvel
is,
and Bloodhunt.
even if he is going to make a name for himself being the
I
bad guy.
just-
But
I
around
don't know,
this
a lot of
place,
people
he's just
seem to
another
like it,
customer,
but
a
I don't
customer
really
who
care
hasn't
for
earned the
Bloodhunt.
right to ask about a regular like Mr. Stirk. Jason tells him that he's just trying to hire the guy, not looking for any trouble.
I think it's a nothing
Artemis
event,
says that actually
personally.
that would be her. And the bartender asks, "Who exactly would you be?" Artemis spins back, smashing a glass into one of the many villains surrounding them and shouts, "She is the one looking for trouble." As the entire bar breaks out into a fight, Jason and Artemis make short work taking out the thugs until one calls out, "Sister," to Artemis. When Artemis turns back, she sees her friend Aquila, and she asks, "By the goddess, how?" Aquila asks if she really thought death would stop the Shimtar as she pulls an arrow out of her bow. Jason cracks her in the back of the head, telling her, yeah, no one is buying the whole shape-shifting Stirk thing. As Stirk starts to change back into his own form, Jason says, "So what's the deal? Stirk obviously shown you an image of someone that you knew." And Artemis says, "What is that expression that you people have?
Yeah,
None of
just
your
look at
business." Artemis pours herself a drink and downs it in one gulp. She says that her name is Aquila. They were best friends growing up, both trying to hone their skills in combat so that they could become the one true protector, the Shimtar. However, Aquila didn't believe fighting for a pantheon that she felt had long ago abandoned them. The place that they were staying, Bana Maidal, was a haven for warrior women who had left Themyscira when a foremother had fallen out of favor with Queen Hippolyta. One day, Aquila vanished into thin air, disappearing without a word, and then weeks later, she just appeared. When she was found, she knew that she had changed. She had been summoned. She couldn't speak of anything because she was duty-bound by the gods. Time passed, and one night the village was attacked, and Aquila defended it using the Bow of Ra. That's when she appeared. Diana of Themyscira. She had come to stop Aquila from using the bow's destructive powers. All she wanted to do was protect the sister that she loved. So Artemis attacked Diana, but knowing what she knows now, she would have rather welcomed Diana's help. The bow had changed Aquila, changed her into something that could kill everyone. And in the end, she stood with Diana, and it was by her hand that she killed Aquila. Artemis looks at her glass, saying that the bow was thought to have been lost in the conflict, reclaimed by the gods, or so her and Diana thought. Jason tells her that they need to go find earned it, and Artemis slams her glass down, telling her, let's. As Jason and Artemis fly to Karak, they watch a news report about how General Ahmed Haneli, a self-appointed dictator, has bombed his countrymen when they attempted to flee to the neighboring countries. The news says the attack was something unidentified, but Artemis says that the power that they just saw was the power of the Bow of Ra. And Jason adds that Black Mask did say that he sold it to someone in Karak. Jason tells her that magic isn't what it used to be. Maybe Helene found a way to use it. Pray to all of the gods of every pantheon that this isn't the case. Humans, man in particular, cannot be trusted with the destructive power of the sun. Her and Aquila had trained their whole lives to become the defenders of their people, the ones who could even use the bow. And if the power drove Aquila mad, what chance does a mortal have? But before Artemis can say another word, the plane receives a transmission from Haneli, telling them that they are in a no-fly zone. They must turn back or they will be shot out of the sky. They've already witnessed the power that he's capable of. Jason grabs the radio, telling them, sorry, but orders aren't really our strong suit. Tell your minions to lock and load. Artemis says that was rather bold, and Jason tells her, relax. It's not anything that Bizarro can't handle. Outside the plane, Bizarro sings as he sees a missile heading straight for him and then explodes. As the smoke clears, he tells them, that's rude. He lets go of the plane to chase the jets that are after them. As the plane starts to fall, Artemis hits the roof, stating that they couldn't just steal a plane that flew. Jason had to make Bizarro feel useful, huh? Bizarro shoots over to the fighter jets chasing them, and he begins to tear apart the planes, asking, there, how am you like it? Back at the falling plane, Jason says, look, Bizarro let the pilots escape. Kinda feels like we're having a positive effect on the guy. Bizarro quickly flies back over, catching the plane, and as a bright light shines, Bizarro says, me, I'm back. But me, I'm confused. It's nighttime. Where did sun come from? Another explosion goes off, sending everyone to the ground, and a short while later, Jason wakes up covered in ice. He zaps the ice off, breaking out, stating that he's so done crawling out of graves. But thanks to Bizarro, wherever you are, he's okay. Suddenly, rifles are thrusted into Jason's face, and he tells them, look, how about we don't do something that you are going to regret later? Elsewhere, Bizarro begins to feel a stick pointing his face, and when his eyes open, he shouts, Reds! Bizarro, I'm save you! And when he sees that he landed in the middle of a town with strange people around him, he says, Bizarro, I'm not have any idea what is going on. As usual. The next morning, Jason wakes up in his cell, and the soldiers guarding him tell him that they know that he's an American, which makes him stubborn and arrogant. He needs to tell them why he's here. Jason says that he'll only talk to the general, not his lackeys. And one of the men tells him, look, we decide whether he sees you or not, so give us something to work with. Jason looks out the bars of his cell, telling them, fine, I have a history here. I once died. A man sent me on a wild goose chase to find my birth mother, and then I was nearly beaten to death and blown up. As Jason goes on, he trails off, seeing the old destroyed building that he was left in. And then he turns back to the soldiers, asking, is this just another one of Joker's games? One of the guards asks, what the hell are you even talking about? And another says, look at his eyes. That's the eyes of a crazy man. Jason then shoos off the guards, telling them that they're gonna have to find the pasty-faced freak if you want me. I'll be right here. If not, go get the general. As the guards leave, Jason sees himself as Robin. The young Jason asking, this is what you became? Maybe I would have preferred death. Jason leans against the wall, telling them, yeah, maybe. In another part of the country, Artemis is bound
come at a worse time, but
even
looks
before
like
she
we're
opens
almost
her
done
eyes, she
anyhow.
knows the smell of 1,000
Hang
men
in
never
there.
fades.
She's
But the
almost
voice that she can
dead.
hear shouldn't be alive. Artemis opens her eyes and sees Aquila with her war axe, and she shouts, I have killed you. Aquila says, we shouldn't dwell in the past.
Oh
but
my God.
We're together again, and all
Don't
is as it
fuck
should
it
be.
up.
Now it's time to save the world, Artemis. Later, Artemis stands in a chamber with other
my
Amazonian
God,
women.
I
They all
thought-
begin
I
toasting,
thought
telling
they were
Artemis that they have
fucking
heard
up and
great
down
many
there.
things from Aquila. Artemis turns to
Ooh.
the groups, telling them, I need a moment. And in the back of her mind, she knows that she can't stay. She needs to find Jason and Bizarro. Aquila follows up behind
Wizard
her, telling her
101,
that she's
yeah.
sorry for stringing her
Man,
up and
is that
stealing her
game
beloved
still going
axe.
on?
She just needed time to explain.
Wizard 101?
Artemis looks out
So
at her
I remember
stored
that
city
back in the
and
day.
says
I
that
never
that
got
isn't
back
the
into
problem.
it,
What she
but
wants to know is how
remember,
their home
like,
is
everybody
even
was
here.
into it for a
Aquila says
minute.
that Ra doesn't explain his ways to her, so they should just take a moment and be grateful. Welcome back, little sister. Meanwhile, out in the desert, the young boy Olan is hanging off of Bizarro's shoulders, asking if he's sure that this is where he wants to take them. Bizarro tells him, yes, you am wanting to be free. Me am bringing you to the Reds. They am way smarter than Bizarro. As Bizarro looks in the mountain right in front of them, he then adds, what
I
a
got the
problem?
ring.
One of the men in the group shouts, what is he, stupid? There's a mountain in our way. But before he could go on, a voice calls out to the refugees, telling everyone to stop.
All right.
They are in violation of the general's orders. Suddenly, an attack helicopter flies by,
I'm not
firing into
surprised.
the crowd,
That game
telling
was
them this is their
beloved back in
final
the
warning.
day.
Bizarro
I
uses
bet
his
still
freeze
a bunch of
abilities, hitting the
people play it.
helicopter, telling them, "Here am your final warning. Bizarro, do not do warning. Bizarro does mad." All of the refugees begin to run away from the helicopter, but before it can crash, Bizarro catches it, telling them, "Bizarro."
MMO back in the day for me was Star Wars Galaxies. I used to play that all the time. I literally built a PC just to play that game. Well, among other games too, but yeah. And that game was janky and broken as hell, but I loved it. I am so into Star Wars. But I'm actually going to have to end it right here. I gotta pick up a friend from the hospital, so she needs a ride. A little too woozy. So I am gonna end it here today. But JD, man, thanks for coming by and hanging out. I hope I see you again sometime soon. I always like talking comics with you. So, but I am gonna end it a little early today. But whether you watch now or later, thanks for tuning in. Oh, no way. I would have gone longer today if I could. But I got responsibilities. You know how it is. But one of these days, I want to do like a 24-hour stream or something like that, you know. But one of these days, I'll get around to it. But wherever you are, whenever you are, thanks for watching. Be safe out there, and I'll catch you all tomorrow.